모든 게 뒤바뀌는 예측 불가능한 서사가 배틀그라운드의 가장 큰 매력이라고 생각합니다.
익숙한데 매번 새로운 전략이 필요하고 그 안에서 누구나 자기만의 이야기를 만들 수 있어요. 그게 9년 동안 전 세계 다양한 배경의 플레이어들이 계속 모이는 이유라고 생각합니다.
대회 현장에서 울리는 팬분들의 함성소리, 중계 채널의 실시간 반응들, 그리고 커뮤니티의 다양한 의견들이 모여 배틀그라운드 세계가 더 넓게 확장되고 있습니다.
장충체육관은 PNC가 처음 태어난 고향 같은 곳이에요. 7년 만에 다시 돌아온 PNC 2026은 e스포츠를 중심으로 PUBG 세계관 전체가 모이는 특별한 공간으로 진화합니다.
PNC라는 무대를 유저분들께 돌려드리자는 마음으로 다양한 콘텐츠를 준비하고 있어요.
현장에 오시는 분들은 장충체육관에서 배틀그라운드 세계관을 만끽하며 마치 PUBG 테마파크에 온 듯한 분위기를 만나실 수 있고요.
PNC 2026에서 처음 선보이는 PUBG 판타지는 여러분이 직접 자신만의 로스터를 구성해 전 세계 팬들과 경쟁하는 컨텐츠예요. 보는 재미를 넘어 참여하며 즐기는 새로운 e스포츠 경험을 하실 수 있습니다.
이번 PNC에는 24개 국가의 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 이들이 각자의 개성을 살려 어떤 생존 드라마를 만들어낼지 기대됩니다.
전 세계 팬분들이 PUBG라는 이름 아래 자부심을 느끼는 PNC가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
10주년도 그 이후도 실망시켜드리지 않으려고 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
유저분들이 언제나 새로운 즐거움과 가능성을 발견할 수 있는 환경을 만드는 게 저희 역할이라고 생각해요.
저희가 더 노력해야겠다는 것, 그리고 여러분의 게임을 만들어 나가는 이 팀을 믿어주셔도 된다는 것.
PUBG라는 공통 분모 아래 전 세계가 하나 되는 순간을 계속 만들어가겠습니다. 여러분과 함께 만들어갈
PUBG의 다음 이야기.
PNC 2026에서
만나보세요.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
The Ultimate Battle for Survival features 24 PUBG All-Star teams from around the globe. The PUBG Nations Cup is back. This year, things are getting a massive overhaul, so you can do more than just watch. You can dive right into the action and earn reward. In place of Pick'em Challenge, a brand new event pass and PUBG Fantasy are coming directly to PUBG Battlegrounds. Beyond just spectating, here's how you can jump straight into the in-game action right now. First and foremost, a stunning lineup of items created to celebrate PNC 2026 awaits you. Anyone can earn them simply by completing event pass missions starting on June 17th. Not only can you get free outfit sets and G-Coins just by participating, but purchasing event pass PNC 2026 also unlocks exclusive rare items, including Panzerfaust and mountain bike skins along with various outfit sets. Notably, the PNC 2026 pass includes standard gameplay missions alongside exclusive PUBG Fantasy missions, such as finalizing your fantasy roster or spending over 90% of your budget. Since PUBG Fantasy missions award massive amounts of XP in a relatively short time compared to regular missions, make sure you don't miss out. And now, let's break down PUBG Fantasy, kicking off alongside the event pass, everything from how to play to the rewards you can earn. Once you enter the PUBG Fantasy page, you'll be given an initial budget of $4 million. Your goal is to build your very own roster by selecting 4 teams based on that budget. However, the key rule to remember is that you cannot exceed the $4 million limit. Since you can modify your roster all you like at any time during the event period, we highly recommend trying out various iterations. When it comes to building your roster, the most critical factor is price. The initial value of each team has been meticulously calculated based on past data and matchup difficulty. Defending champions Vietnam and traditional powerhouses like South Korea naturally come with hefty price tags. The core challenge lies in fitting these top-tier teams into your budget. You'll need a flexible strategy, balancing big names with budget-friendly dark horses capable of pulling off an upset at any moment. Furthermore, team prices fluctuate in real time every hour based on pick rate. So basically, the higher popularity among global users, the more expensive they get. If popularity dips, the price drops as well. If the value of a team you own goes up, your overall budget grows with it. Keeping a close eye on market trends and trading teams at the right moment, that's the real key to winning. With your dream team locked in, the PNC 2026 main event will run for 6 days from June 23rd to the 28th, spanning a total of 5 match days. But wait, isn't June 25th a dark day? That's correct. While there are no live matches on Thursday, team trading and roster changes for PUBG Fantasy will remain fully active. This is your golden opportunity to fine-tune your lineup based on the performance of the first 2 match days. Don't let your guard down just because it's a rest day. Be sure to log in on the 25th to adjust your strategy. As your selected teams perform well on the battleground, your management budget will grow even more abundant. Bonus points will be awarded for special milestones, such as First Blood or securing 2 chicken dinners. Most importantly, you can designate 1 team on your roster as your most supported team. All points they earn will be boosted by a massive 1.3 times multiplier. Make sure to carefully choose your ultimate trump card. Rack up points and climb the global leaderboard. Amazing G-Coin rewards are waiting for you. The first place winner of PUBG Fantasy will take home a whopping 15,000 G-Coin, with G-Coin rewards scaled all across the standing. Even if you don't secure the top spot, there's absolutely no need to worry. G-Coin rewards are available all the way down to the top 50%, so keep your eyes on the leaderboard until the very end. Just keep in mind that rewards can only be claimed after the tournament ends from June 29th through July 7th. Event Pass and PUBG Fantasy are entirely new ways to take your tournament experience to a whole new level. Assemble your dream team today and walk away with various items and G-Coin rewards. The fate of your team is now in your hands.
A new way to play Rondo, smoke that interacts with the map, and some balance adjustments. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.1 patch report. First up, there's a new way to dive into Rondo, with the Blue Zone rule set available through Arcade Labs. The action starts immediately, with the first zone shown on the map right at drop for all 64 players to fight over. There's also an increased loot and vehicle spawn rate to help you gear up faster. But be careful, there's no wait time for blue zones, and blue zone damage is increased. You won't have any special zones to worry about, but you'll still have to fight for every inch in this fast-paced take on the map. Can you beat out the other challengers to secure that chicken dinner? Next up, we've made some changes to make smoke more realistic. As we mentioned in the 2026 roadmap, smoke is now interactive and can be displaced by explosions and other physical collisions, such as vehicles, care package landings, and more. No longer will smoke be the ultimate cover. You'll have to utilize strategy to make the most of it or fight against it. We've made a few balance changes this patch as well. The SLR has gotten some improvements. We've rebalanced the blue zone a bit. And healing items have seen some adjustments to weight and cast time. You can find out more about these changes in the patch notes. There's also a new rank season. Racing mode added to UGC mode. Intense Battle Royale can now take place on Haven, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.1 is here. So grab up some rebalanced gear, drop into a faster-paced rondo, and don't wait around for the smoke to clear. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Team Vietnam as your 2025 PNC champions. To the next level.
(9년이라는) 게 저희가 처음 오픈할 때는 상상도 못했던 숫자예요.
배틀그라운드의 지난 시간은 저희가 혼자 써내려간 기록이 아니었습니다.
전 세계에 계신 팬분들과 함께 써내려간 이야기였다고 생각합니다.
그 깊은 감사를 담아 PNC 2026의 문을 엽니다.
얼리 액세스 오픈 첫날부터 서버가 터졌어요. 크래시는 엄청나고 사양은 미친 듯이 높고, 근데 신기한 건 그 와중에 유저분들이 계속 들어오시는 거예요.
개발팀이 너무 작아서 모두가 달라붙어야 했는데 그렇게 해서 돌아갔다는 게 신기할 정도였어요.
PUBG는 유저분들의 반응에 기반해서 변하려고 굉장히 많이 노력한 프로덕트예요.
커뮤니티에서 날카로운 피드백이 올라올 때 그 목소리들이 저희 방향성에 녹아들어서 실제 결과물로 나오는 순간들이 있거든요.
저희가 뼈대를 만들지만 이 게임을 완성시키는 건 결국 플레이하시는 분들이에요.
한순간의 판단으로 모든 게 뒤바뀌는 예측 불가능한 서사가 배틀그라운드의 가장 큰 매력이라고 생각합니다.
익숙한데 매번 새로운 전략이 필요하고 그 안에서 누구나 자기만의 이야기를 만들 수 있어요. 그게 9년 동안 전 세계 다양한 배경의 플레이어들이 계속 모이는 이유라고 생각합니다.
대회 현장에서 울리는 팬분들의 함성소리, 중계 채널의 실시간 반응들, 그리고 커뮤니티의 다양한 의견들이 모여 배틀그라운드 세계가 더 넓게 확장되고 있습니다.
장초체육관은 PNC가 처음 태어난 고향 같은 곳이에요. 7년 만에 다시 돌아온 PNC 2026은 e스포츠를 중심으로 PUBG 세계관 전체가 모이는 특별한 공간으로 진화합니다.
PNC라는 무대를 유저분들께 돌려드리자는 마음으로 다양한 콘텐츠를 준비하고 있어요.
현장에 오시는 분들은 장충체육관에서 배틀그라운드 세계관을 만끽하며 마치 PUBG 테마파크에 온 듯한 분위기를 만나실 수 있고요.
PNC 2026에서 처음 선보이는 PUBG 판타지는 여러분이 직접 자신만의 로스터를 구성해 전 세계 팬들과 경쟁하는 컨텐츠예요. 보는 재미를 넘어 참여하며 즐기는 새로운 e스포츠 경험을 하실 수 있습니다.
이번 PNC에는 24개 국가의 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 이들이 각자의 개성을 살려 어떤 생존 드라마를 만들어낼지 기대됩니다.
전 세계 팬분들이 PUBG라는 이름 아래 자부심을 느끼는 PNC가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
10주년도 그 이후도 실망시켜드리지 않으려고 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
유저분들이 언제나 새로운 즐거움과 가능성을 발견할 수 있는 환경을 만드는 게 저희 역할이라고 생각해요.
저희가 더 노력해야겠다는 거, 그리고 여러분의 게임을 만들어 나가는 이 팀을 믿어주셔도 된다는 것.
펍지라는 공통 분모 아래 전 세계가 하나 되는 순간을 계속 만들어가겠습니다. 여러분과 함께 만들어갈
펍지의 다음 이야기.
PNC 2016에서
만나보세요.
Final stage here at PNC. Let's get it going.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay? Okay?
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Team Vietnam as your 2025 PNC champions.
The Ultimate Battle for Survival features 24 PUBG All-Star teams from around the globe. The PUBG Nations Cup is back. This year, things are getting a massive overhaul, so you can do more than just watch. You can dive right into the action and earn reward. In place of Pick'em Challenge, a brand new event pass and PUBG Fantasy are coming directly to PUBG Battlegrounds. Beyond just spectating, here's how you can jump straight into the in-game action right now. First and foremost, a stunning lineup of items created to celebrate PNC 2026 awaits you. Anyone can earn them simply by completing Event Pass missions starting on June 17th. Not only can you get free outfit sets and G-Coins just by participating, but purchasing Event Pass PNC 2026 also unlocks exclusive rare items, including Panzerfaust and mountain bike skins along with various outfit sets. Notably, the PNC 2026 Pass includes standard gameplay missions alongside exclusive PUBG Fantasy missions, such as finalizing your fantasy roster or spending over 90% of your budget. Since PUBG Fantasy missions award massive amounts of XP in a relatively short time compared to regular missions, make sure you don't miss out. And now, let's break down PUBG Fantasy, kicking off alongside the event pass, everything from how to play to the rewards you can earn. Once you enter the PUBG Fantasy page, you'll be given an initial budget of $4 million. Your goal is to build your very own roster by selecting 4 teams based on that budget. However, the key rule to remember is that you cannot exceed the $4 million limit. Since you can modify your roster all you like at any time during the event period, we highly recommend trying out various iterations. When it comes to building your roster, the most critical factor is price. The initial value of each team has been meticulously calculated based on past data and matchup difficulty. Defending champions Vietnam and traditional powerhouses like South Korea naturally come with hefty price tags. The core challenge lies in fitting these top-tier teams into your budget. You'll need a flexible strategy, balancing big names with budget-friendly dark horses capable of pulling off an upset at any moment. Furthermore, team prices fluctuate in real time every hour based on pick rate. So basically, the higher popularity among global users, the more expensive they get. If popularity dips, the price drops as well. If the value of a team you own goes up, your overall budget grows with it. Keeping a close eye on market trends and trading teams at the right moment. That's the real key to winning. With your dream team locked in, the PNC 2026 main event will run for 6 days from June 23rd to the 28th, spanning a total of 5 match days. But wait, isn't June 25th a dark day? That's correct. While there are no live matches on Thursday, team trading and roster changes for PUBG Fantasy will remain fully active. This is your golden opportunity to fine-tune your lineup based on the performance of the first 2 match days. Don't let your guard down just because it's a rest day. Be sure to log in on the 25th to adjust your strategy. As your selected teams perform well on the battleground, your management budget will grow even more abundant. Bonus points will be awarded for special milestones, such as First Blood or securing 2 chicken dinners. Most importantly, you can designate one team on your roster as your most supported team. All points they earn will be boosted by a massive 1.3 times multiplier. Make sure to carefully choose your ultimate trump card. Rack up points and climb the global leaderboard. Amazing G-Coin rewards are waiting for you. The first place winner of PUBG Fantasy will take home a whopping 15,000 G-Coin, with G-Coin rewards scaled all across the standing. Even if you don't secure the top spot, there's absolutely no need to worry. G-Coin rewards are available all the way down to the top 50%, but keep your eyes on the leaderboard until the very end. Just keep in mind that rewards can only be claimed after the tournament ends from June 29th through July 7th. Event Pass and PUBG Fantasy are entirely new ways to take your tournament experience to a whole new level. Assemble your dream team today and walk away with various items and G-Coin rewards. The fate of your team is now in your hands.
A new way to play Rondo, smoke that interacts with the map, and some balance adjustments. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.1 patch report. First up, there's a new way to dive into Rondo, with the Blue Zone rule set available through Arcade Labs. The action starts immediately, with the first zone shown on the map right at drop for all 64 players to fight over. There's also an increased loot and vehicle spawn rate to help you gear up faster. But be careful, there's no wait time for blue zones, and blue zone damage is increased. You won't have any special zones to worry about, but you'll still have to fight for every inch in this fast-paced take on the map. Can you beat out the other challengers to secure that chicken dinner? Next up, we've made some changes to make smoke more realistic. As we mentioned in the 2026 roadmap, smoke is now interactive and can be displaced by explosions and other physical collisions, such as vehicles, care package landings, and more. No longer will smoke be the ultimate cover. You'll have to utilize strategy to make the most of it, or fight against it. We've made a few balance changes this patch as well. The SLR has gotten some improvements. We've rebalanced the blue zone a bit, and healing items have seen some adjustments to weight and cast time. You can find out more about these changes in the patch notes. There's also a new rank season. Racing mode added to UGC mode. Intense Battle Royale can now take place on Haven, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.1 is here. So grab up some rebalanced gear, drop into a faster-paced Rondo, and don't wait around for the smoke to clear. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Zoom, 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 zoom. 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 Zoom, 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 zoom.
It's time for day number 2 of the survival stage for PNC 2026. We are in the position where we have had Ukraine look unbelievable throughout the last day. 3 out of 5 wins. Will they be able to continue that on? That's the question on everyone's mind, as well as who will join them in that top 8 to be able to qualify through into the grand final. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris here. Joining me, we have Gibson, we have Mark, we have Matrim to talk about everything that's going to go down here between all of these nations. There's no Martin Head there. I'm a happy boy. We've already dodged him to start things off. Mark, it's a great day for day 2.
It's a great day to have seen Team UK. Their heads have appeared. Hopefully their heads can appear above the leaderboard as they need to strive their way to a top 8. But with 5 games left, it's not a lot of opportunities remaining.
No, definitely not. And especially if teams like Ukraine come out and just take away all the wins again, Gibson, because that was ridiculous yesterday. And I don't suspect they're going to slow down anytime soon.
When you think about how they've played, it means that a lot of teams at the bottom half of the leaderboard are still in with a chance because of how many points have been gathered by the team at the top.
That's true. That's true. Technically, anybody could jump into that top 8 match room. I just feel like there's some names that might have a hard time considering the track record that it put up yesterday. So I guess we'll see who's going to be able to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So presently we've got Norway at 25 points in the 8th place position because the top 8 are going to go on. We do have Canada that's only at 6 points. That's a pretty terrible run on the day, but only 20 points as a difference is actually very doable. That is one decent game, and then you still have 4 other ones just to maintain some level of consistency after.
Now, that said, though, I mean, I'd be remiss here, Mark, if I didn't say to you guys and everybody at home, you know what, yesterday, very EMEA focused. Denmark doing good. Turkey doing good as well, which was a little unexpected for me, but Schiller looking phenomenal there to be able to lead their squad into a really, really strong position.
Yeah, look, it was strong from showing from our region, and let's talk about that team because Sheila was the one kind of really holding that team together, and unsurprising because they're normally a team that come in the second day, and for somehow, some way, they seem to qualify and get through. So it's nice to see them actually top of the leaderboard. Yes, they had a little bit of a hiccup and they got deducted some points, but they're still at the top there. I think all focus will be around those sort of EMEA teams around that cut-off point. I mean, just see if Norway can obviously try and extend some sort of gap, because when you look at the likes of Japan, they had a really good game. They didn't get the circle luck early. They got a good game and they maximized, and they put themselves now just on the outside of the cutoff.
Well, here are the teams. Of course, we have 8 teams that are currently sat in that grand final awaiting whoever may join them up towards the top. But beyond all of that here, 16 teams fight for the 8 spots to get things rolling. And I'm going to be honest, you know, again, some of these teams had some struggles. Teams like India, teams like United Kingdom, teams like Finland, Gibson. Oh, my heart.
Yeah, Finland really surprised me. Like, I was really excited when they came back into PNC this year. I was like, this is going to be great. Corexi's phenomenal. Scav the same, but you know, you think back, it's not the same Finland team you could have fielded a few years ago. Like, you don't have Page in there, you don't have Pixel, you don't have some of the other goats that we've had. But I feel like they, like Canada, like some other teams, they just haven't really adapted very well to the lobby. Like, their best game was the game they hid inside a pit for like 10 minutes and then popped up and got a couple of kills near the end.
Yeah, said hello Australia, who actually does find themselves in the top 8 so far, despite what I thought was kind of a bit of a middling day for Australia for sure. But here's the overall prize pool so far, and do bear in mind as well, Matrim, we're contributing extra from the PNC Event Pass crowdfunding that's going on as well, which I think last time I was on was like, we were at a total of 940,000 this morning, so it's going up.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be ridiculous by the end of this. The Battle Pass itself is going to be phenomenal, so I know a lot of people have picked it up. Everybody's talking about all the different skins you manage to pick up. Don't forget that there's also going to be fantasy-related missions that you can do regarding that, so a lot to look forward to, as today also has a little bit of a curveball with Double Up Tago at the start and the end of the day.
Yeah, big change, of course, as we kind of introduced that at the tail end of our PGSs here so far through 2026. And Double Tago does cause some ruckus, I think, abound. I think a lot of the players love the loot on Tago, that's for sure, and would love to see that kind of expanded across all of the other battlegrounds. But here's the overall total leaderboard to get things rolling. Mark, what stands out to you?
Well, if we are doing double Tago, it's Denmark for me, because they were the ones that really sort of capitalised on it. And actually, Ukraine didn't do well. They went out, was it 14th or 15th? Went out really early on Tago. I'm intrigued to see the shifts. Obviously, the teams need to adapt to that. I spoke to T-Bone and the guys, and they were really worried about this kind of phase 2, phase 3 move, and they can't keep up with it. That's why we're seeing the full send. So I think Tago is going to be really spicy. But yeah, this is the rivalry. This is the 2 teams which are going to clash it out. I think my biggest question, James, is how many more wins can Ukraine get?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question, right? I mean, if you look at this here, this is breakdown by map. So when you see Erangel 44 points, that doesn't mean that they got 44 points in one game. That'd be insane. But there was 2 Erangels yesterday, guys. Yeah, so that will definitely shift here throughout the day. But Denmark looking brilliant here, Gibson. I think that when you think about the potential power that they have, Beamy, he is one of the best in the world, and he stacks up against anyone in the world.
Yeah, Beamy was phenomenal. He got MVP in 2 games yesterday, and as we said, didn't even win a map. But what loved about his performance is how active he was from start to finish. Like, when you compare him with Fairest, isn't Fairest stats the most IGL high kill count stat you've ever seen? Like 1,300 damage, 13 kills. It's just like, yeah, he just sees somebody shoots him, he kills him. Everyone else did the hard work. But look at Beamy, nearly 2,400 damage.
Yeah, it's almost perfect. And actually, oftentimes at PGSs, we talk about that conversion rate, so that's very well done by them. Turkey, of course, surpassing some fantastic expectations so far, as they've been a mainstay here in PNC. Japan has as well. They've had a bit of a rougher time of it. They did peak at a 9th match trim, but they're going to have to do some work here to keep that up.
I mean, most of their points come off of that one victory they've got. Other than that, Japan's been a 12th, 11th, 16th, and a 9th
standing with Team Japan's Goni and our translator. Well, today is a new day for Team Japan. You guys had a good start to the day. You ended in the middle of the pack, and I wanted to hear how was taking that first chicken dinner here at PNC, and is it going the way you planned?
昨日ドンカツをして注意点で終わりました。今年の PNC は計画通りに行われていますか？
そうですね、昨日はドンカツ1回取れたんですけど、それ以外のマッチが全然うまくいけなかったので、あまり満足いく結果って感じではないです。
어제 치킨을 한 마리 뜯기는 했는데요. 그 이외의 경기가 잘 안 풀려서 별로 만족스럽지는 않습니다.
We did manage to get a chicken dinner yesterday, but the following matches after that didn't really live up to our own expectations. So I would say that there's still room for improvement, right? Well, I mean, right now you're starting off day 2 here at Survival Stage as 9th, right? You are almost there to the grand finals. What are your thoughts going into today?
現在9位です。もう少しでグランドファイナルに進出可能です。気持ちを込めて覚悟を一言お願いします。
絶対グランドファイナルに進出できるように頑張るので、自分たちの普段のプレーで良い姿を見せれるよう頑張ります。
저희는 무조건 그랜드 파이널에 진출할 수 있도록 노력할 것이기 때문에 저희의 플레이로 그랜드 파이널 가는 모습을 보여드리겠습니다. 열심히 하겠습니다.
We will make sure that we get our spot in the grand final. Send us your love and we'll make sure to put up a good fight. All right, thank you so much, Koni. arigatou gozaimasu. Ganbare Nippon. All right, thank you. That's all from Koni and I, and I'll be back in a bit. Bye.
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 I didn't know Bella knew Japanese as well. That's amazing stuff. And of course, champions in trouble. Wait a minute. No, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about hearing from Gonil from Japan, the captain. It's great to hear from him, actually, Mark, because we never really get to hear from any of the Japanese players in PUBG at all.
No, look, as I was saying, they're not up to their expectations yesterday. And I think that they maximise, as I said, that one game. They're a team that could potentially get over that line, but they need to get more than just a one game today because other teams below them are going to chase down. But yeah, really nice to hear them, see what they can bring to their final day.
Tickleton, I'm waiting for you. Oh my. This is, well, it's understandable, Gibson. America's obviously in that final, waiting here to see if Australia can survive today.
Yeah, and one of the funny things last year was the fact that I think Australia ended up costing the US like $10,000 by wiping them out at the very last map last year. So taking money out of each other's pockets. So I'd say maybe USA have something to prove this year, but like you said, Australia right on the brink.
Hi guys, it's Bella here standing with Team Australia's Tiggleton. Now we have a little bit of a rivalry waiting for you if Changchun Arena. If you make it, your best friend Shrimzy on Team USA. Well, we know that Team Australia and Team USA, you guys want to fight it out in the bigger stage. And let's hear from Team Australia's perspective because you need to make it there. What are your goals for today?
Actually, Team USA sent me some encouraging messages last night. Shrimzy, Kick, and Gunner all said, like, you got this. I think it's time to put the animosity behind us and just, you know, focus on winning the tournament, not on beating each other.
Yeah. Did they actually give you like a little talk before you started survival stage?
No, nothing like that.
Nothing like that? No. I mean, your other teammate is across from the stage too, on Team Denmark. Did you guys have anything to talk about?
No, we've just been talking about our own team's experience. Like Gustav said that it's actually kind of refreshing to play with players who are super excited to be here. No dig to us, just like he said they won a match and like some of his teammates were just so pumped. They were like, that's the most fun I've ever had. So he said that's really nice.
Yeah, that's right on. Well, and we had a talk with the other players before our event started. Which team do you think will win the most hot drop fights at PNC 2026? And Team USA said Australia, cause they have no IGL and no brain. What would you like to say to that?
I don't think anyone will hot drop us.
Yeah? Okay.
There's no fight to win.
But you're not going to say anything about the no IGL and no brain?
Oh, that's just true.
All right, thanks for the chat, Tig,
Yeah,
and best of luck to you for today.
Thank you.
No, hey, say bye.
Look at the move of the camera as well to follow him. Oh, dear me, Tiggleton. All right, stay there until Bella dismisses you, boy. But anyway, we have got the PUBG Fantasy currently in game as well that you guys can be joining in on. I have not done well so far, I think it's fair to say, Mark. It's been a hard time for me. I'm apparently in 1.7 millionth. What?
Yeah, no, I'm top 5%. I think Gibbs is top in the chart. And
Yeah.
I'm putting it down to Turkey. I'm putting it purely down to Turkey. I did change things up, though. I unfortunately had to say goodbye to UK as you pick them up, and I put Turkey in.
Oh my God. He said goodbye to England. Look, all right. There was one opportunity for me to join Great Britain. I didn't do it yesterday, but I do it today. And you know what? I actually have a moment here to share with you all. If you would. Join me, Mark. Join me. Fish and chips, mushy peas, the rain in general. For what is a man from Great Britain if he folds in the face of adversity? We will honour the name of Mini Cooper before it's sold to BMW. And in the immortal words of those football fans, it's coming home for Great Britain. Oh.
Let's just not mention the football last night. That's all.
No, don't talk about the football last night. But yes, of course. So Great Britain might be out of the tournament unless they do something right now. Gibson, what do you think about that?
Well, first off, what I would say, you play that when you've got an American and an Irish person in the call. That's brave from you, James. I'm not going to lie. That's brave from you. But when it comes to UK's chances, like, first two maps, I was like, okay, you got wiped by Ukraine 2 maps in a row. You know, things can't be that bad. Then they were getting wiped by teams like India. Then they were just running into the waiting arms of Denmark. So they have a lot to change, and they got to do it quick if they want to be playing over the weekend.
You've painted a bleak picture, and it's accurate. So I appreciate that, Gibson.
That's just the nature of the beast whenever you're British, right? It's just everything is bleak?
Yes,
No.
exactly.
No,
A wistful
no.
melancholy. It's fierce, mild weather. Oh, God. Anyway. But anyway, you guys at home as well can join in, not only on that, but the fan cheer event that's going on as well. Normally, China's leading the pack with that, and not too much surprise. For the final match rim, they are once again with Vietnam, who I believe a lot of people should be putting their stock in because they look amazing this year as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're not eyeing those top 4 or 5, that's what you should be looking for specifically on your fantasy teams. But I mean, I've still got eyes on half of this lobby being European, and it's a little bit back and forth whenever we look at how that cut line's going to break down. Aussies, I mean, you saw before we jump into the Aussies and everything else like that, just for one more second, can we talk about how much it has to kind of hurt to be Gustav right now? Because like Gustav is just like doing great, everything's good for the Falcons, and everybody's just focused in on, hey, can Tig qualify?
That is kind of true. I mean, Tig is a big name, and you know what, Gustav? I don't know if you've tuned into his stream recently, but it has been very much a hot drop, hard bass, mental asylum craziness going on during a lot of his streams. They've been in Korea for quite a long time, so it is going to be difficult here. But anyway, we are just moments out before we actually get into everything that is going to be going down. Final thoughts, Gibson, before we make it roll?
I think going into today, expect Ukraine to dominate again. I think they'll get maybe 1 or 2 more map wins. But the real thing for me is there's a couple of teams that have to start today strong, because if they don't, well, it's bye.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. It is time to get PNC day number 2 underway here once again for all our teams.
Hello guys, it's Bella here and welcome to day 2 of PNC 2026 Survival Stage, the last chance to the Grand Finals. Out of the 16 teams gathered here today, only 8 will earn their tickets to the Grand Finals. Starting up yesterday, Ukraine has stormed to the top of the standings, emerging as championship contenders at their very first appearance. And right behind them, Team Denmark is looking to put their last year's 9th place grand finals finish behind them. And of course, the pleasant surprise was Team Turkey that has consistently delivered in every match so far. And these three teams are about to have a very comfortable start to the last day of survival stage here. And now the real thing is the middle of the pack has now have locked in an incredibly tight race where a single point could mean grand finals or an early trip back home. Every team still has the chance to make it, so we are about to find out which 8 teams will be getting their last tickets to the Changchun Arena.
Thank you, Bella. Yes, only 5 games remain. And with the format the way it is here, I suspect it will be down to that very last game here between all of these teams. Not for this team, though. Team Ukraine, they've already done far more than enough that they need to do to go through into that grand final. Honestly, when you look at a performance like that, Mark, I think that probably a lot of people might be looking at them and being the overall champion down the line.
Yeah, look, they came into this event and I think there was a lot of eyes on that team. I think the eyes will be in these final 5 games for them because they are leading the way. We can secure their spot already. The question I'm going to come back to is, are they going to try and stop a team qualifying? Will they look at some of these names and some of these other teams and go, actually, we can deny you potential entry towards that final stage? And I'll be interested to see where they drop and, more importantly, who they look to push.
Yeah, we just saw Denmark before as well, but as the old saying goes, the old adage, you're only as strong as your weakest link, and Martin is technically their coach, so we can move on from there. You've got Turkey as well, who really surpassed expectations, and on the other side, so did the Philippines, Gibson, yesterday. I think that first game really kind of was able to bump them up so strongly. They didn't have as strong games after that, but still, Philippines is up there.
They're one of those teams that sneakily just gather points and you don't really realize that they're playing as well as they are. Like, they're not one of the teams that are in the top 3, top 4 that you're saying, yep, they're definitely going to be playing at the weekend. But with the talent they have, I think they could make a good run at it today.
Maybe. They're my dark horse, right? I kind of threw them onto my fancy leaderboard because I'm so far behind. I've got to do something, even after just one day alone. But hey, look at that. 2-1-0 in. Verstory out here, Mark, to get things rolling for Kazakhstan.
That's interesting. I think they played okay yesterday. Obviously, they need to get some more points. Hope obviously came in, which is like a kind of super sub, but they've changed things up again. So it's a complete reset from that team. So they've got to really dig deep for these 5 games to go, actually, we need to get some points because it's the last chance.
Yeah, it does make me think they're kind of winging things a little bit, right? And they obviously maybe not have played that many games with any configuration, so they're trying to see what sticks. And Matrin, when you look at the rest of these teams, who are you looking out for to maybe have a bit of a big bump up today?
Oh man, that cut line is so hazardous. Norway just barely sitting on it, 3 points behind Australia. But then we still even have Team Neutral, it's right there. That could be pretty back and forth. I actually really enjoyed Malaysia, India, and United Kingdom all yesterday, but the points did not reflect a decent performance.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point in Neutral, of course, because we actually didn't get to talk that much about them, considering how strong a roster that is and should be. But they're taking their maps away here, Mark. What do you think for Neutral today? You think they're going to step up?
Oh, it pains me. I don't think so. It's going to be complete hit and miss. It's 50-50, James.
All right, well, let's get to it then. It's going to be our first match, and we will have 2 Tagos today. It's time to Tago for the first one. Game number 6 of the survival stage. Mark Gibson, take it away.
Thanks, James and Mark. It is time to get day 2 underway. We will see 8 teams progress through to the grand finals. 8 teams are going to go home, and what better way to start off the day than to ride on board the plane with Ukraine, who were phenomenal on day 1.
Yeah, they really showed the world that they want to qualify. More importantly, they are going to be, as James said, a top contender, I believe, definitely for the finals. So interesting to see where they go. And as I said before, Gibson, who are they going to apply pressure to? We saw it early on. We saw them take fights really early and look for those kills. But it's a different game for them now with these final 5.
It is, and you think about what teams they could cause problems for. Well, it's not going to be Denmark or Turkey, because they're, like them, pretty much guaranteed to be playing at the weekend. So then you're starting to look down the line, right? Like, do you want to cause Australia problems going into today? You know, do you look at maybe Team Neutral and see them as somebody you can gatekeep? Because don't get me wrong, I think you want to get teams like that out of the competition now, because it gets so much harder from Friday on.
Yeah, it will do. It will do. So now, playing path though, coming in from that northeast down towards that southwest, an even divide, and there is double Tago today. And if you look back yesterday, this actually was one of the worst performing maps for Ukraine, going out slightly early, and again another zone shift over towards that west side.
It's not that dissimilar to what we saw yesterday. No. And if you think about what happened yesterday, just where you see the edge, that kind of area map by the bridge just after fishing camp, is where neutral and Ukraine went head to head and kind of saw their map get destroyed. So looking at the way the teams are spread out this time, Mark, I don't see that Ukraine neutral fight happening as soon.
No, and the same. And look, for me, it's about movement for this one. The zone obviously is kind of a copy and paste, as you say, from yesterday, as we do get to look back at the Philippines and that Erangel push from that west side. But for me, it's about who moves first. We look at Norway. Norway yesterday, Gibson had really good positions and found themselves in late games based upon their read of the zones. They're in a good position now as they sit very much across that double bridge.
Yeah, they do. And I think, you know, Denmark are in a good position to maybe keep Chinese Taipei when they look to move in. I think India are going to be pretty happy with the position they find themselves in. And, you know, speaking of India, this was where they almost put in the work against Denmark, but Beamy shut them down. And this was just, you get a full highlight reel of Beamy's performance yesterday. He could get a full montage made.
Yeah, and that was that Tago game where we kind of saw them really activate and work their way into those final stages. Turkey, as we said in that pre-show, they were outstanding. Yes, they didn't kind of kick things off as they wanted, but with a second, that really set their day with 12 placement points coming into game number 3.
Yeah, and another team that I think did well in spells yesterday was Malaysia. I think Shen had a really big moment here as he caught out the 2 Australia players out in the open. You said he had 22 rounds left by the time that fight was over. But Canada, Mark, they really struggled yesterday. And looking at where they've dropped in this map, they're all the way over by airport. They need, like, you know, they talk about teams that need to have a good day. They need a good start, because if this goes wrong for them, it's done.
Good day, more of an outstanding day. Okay, still have the opportunity to qualify, and the cut-off line because of Ukraine will allow teams like Canada with an opportunity to get in, but it is they've got to do a really big game. I want to come back to Malaysia, and thank you very much to the observers for going back in. It's Shen. Gives that feel. I felt like yesterday everyone was on the shoulders of Shen. It's going to be up to them. Now MTD peaks up over the top, and we know how aggressive Argentina want to be. As Draft King, well, he puts the first body down, and Pibba gets that first confirmation.
Yeah, and the rest of Malaysia now are going to move elsewhere as AJ turns his attention towards Pibba off in the distance, but not able to land those shots. But for Argentina, that's about as good of a start as you could want. 4th place, you know, they're a long ways off the back of Turkey, but one thing that stood out to me yesterday was how aggressive Argentina were. Like, I think they're looking at this lobby and going, we can kind of farm kills and be more aggressive than we normally would, so they're kind of playing to that play style.
But that's that America's natural state. You guys have always played that sort of aggressive style of PUBG. You see opportunities to go.
So I'm American now?
Yeah, 100%. You play that game style, right? There goes the car, unfortunately. As Argentina have been aggressive to the point that you can't even get your body back either. So, unfortunately, from Malaysia now, they will play as a 3-man.
Yeah. You know what? You got to do it, right? You look at where Malaysia are. They're in 11th place. Like, by taking that player out, it really gives chances to the teams around them to take advantage. But I want to go back to that. Do I class as Americas or do I class as Europe? Because
I don't know why you keep arguing with this. You in Americas, you play. I was playing with you earlier. You play aggressive all the time. There's no strategic movement for you. There's no looking for the circle. It's just take every fight that's in front of you.
Yeah, like, come on. I see a pro player in a lobby, I'm going to try kill them. That's just the way it is.
That's true. I've seen you run across the map trying to get someone. Beamy, though, I think you had an outstanding day, number 1. And look, to be expected, this guy is an all-star. And as we saw from the highlight reel, obviously trying to hold up. Finland, though, they need some big games as well. Japan also had that big game yesterday. That did put him on that cut-off point as they do get denied opportunity. As Finland hold the line.
Yeah, well, Japan, yesterday was just a case of, apart from the one kind of win they had, it was just constant kill deaths on rotation. And speaking of deaths on rotation, looks like Turkey and the UK having a bit of trouble here as the molly from Marco will confirm out that knock. But for Turkey, can they hold strong? The rest of UK, Mark, starting to wrap around to maybe get some revenge.
So difficult. Like, the guys are trying to rotate their way in. As I said in that pre-show, T-Bone was saying they were getting caught in the rotation. It's phase 2, trying to get into the zone. The guys, this is phase 1. You're getting caught in rotation as well. You've got to find a clean entry in towards this game. They're on the south side. See, Wivard already confirmed out. They have the opportunity to keep the pressure on. And Sheila and Komarko backed up. T-Bone steps up though, grenade in hand. He just needs to deliver like Royal Mail. It's going for the front door. Does it bounce in? We'll have to wait and see. Damage is done, but it's not enough.
Yeah, Marco's up on top of the boxes, but the second aid might just do it. And it does. Turkey eliminated in Team UK. Great Britain should be able to reset, but not unless Lunlun can do something about it, tapping some shots away. But if I'm UK now, Mark, I'm getting that blue chip for Vard, and I am getting out of this position to get back to a 4.
Kobe, let's go. They've got to get the numbers back up. They hear the cars coming in. Third party for Chinese Taipei, not too far away. They are in zone. They're on the south side of the zone. So they have opportunity just to get that blue chip, migrate towards the west, and just scout that compound.
Back to Beamy, still digging on the side of the map as he gets very close to Batulans. You know, we can look at that clip from yesterday against Team India. Some great sprays coming in from the Groza. Switched over at one point. I think the Mini do some damage as well. But look, the best thing about Beamy now is being able to dig in this position. He can scout what neutral are doing and feed that information over to, I think, the closest player on his team, who is Keter.
Yeah, it's definitely a trench line. Obviously, both these teams are early into the central of zone. Neutral on the other side, so we had the cards coming in, but both Beamy and Batudin sort of digging that trench line. Looks like the call for Beamy has to sort of retreat back to the south now and tighten himself up. And oh my God, Ukraine. Game number 1 for day number 2, and the BRDM is already in the IGL.
Yeah, and Fairest is just going to go scouting now, right? You look at what the rest of the team are doing. He can go around with that BRDM, find information for the rest of the team. And one of my favorite things about the BRDM, Mark, is even if it does get destroyed, as long as you're not in it, it becomes a massive bit of cover then whenever it's no longer able to move.
Yeah, and we've seen a change recently with the BRDM. There seem to be more defensive plays, so they're used for scouting, using obviously the angles, using the ridges where they can, trying to keep it safe. Not as many teams and players are just sort of dedicating shots towards it, and we see that more and more. So yes, if it does eventually go down, it is a great bit of cover. A lot of teams now actually migrating in. Michael has got the recall back, but he might get caught out. That south side of the Philippines coming in really close behind him.
Yeah, just get the foot down, hit that accelerator as fast as you can to join the rest. Okay, it's yesterday's circle. It's yesterday's circle all over again. Ukraine now trying to cross the bridge. Chinese Taipei on the move. There's going to be a clash on that very western bridge now as Norway, Finland, India, Japan, everybody is going to try force their way over that double-deck bridge. And speaking of Japan, they look like they're going to be the team that at least gets there a little bit earlier, maybe some of the competition.
Engagement probability, everybody, they've got to clash. Everyone's on the north side. Everyone has to get across. Gustav, open things up. Himan's going to be there. Beamy looking for that confirmation. Mixing though. Store driving through as Denmark go under the bottom side of Japan. Well, they know there's trouble ahead.
Yeah, Beamy sits behind the concrete bollard now watching Japan, and they're no longer going to attempt this crossing. Kazakhstan, they're going to go on that upper deck, which might be their best situation. And that's exactly what happens as Beamy will now look to join the rest of the teams. But Mark, after Kazakhstan, Finland still got to come this way. If anything, some of the teams that are benefiting most are the ones that drop to the east, because they can just see what's going on and completely avoid these bridges.
Yeah, the team neutral disengaged. They went back towards that Palace crossing. Australia's going to be doing the same. Malaysia went all the way back, same as Canada and Argentina have gone really far into the blue now to rotate their way around on that sort of east side. Surprise, Team UK hasn't moved into more of a centralized position. They have moved off the edge. They have taken the next compound a little bit further, and we do see Vlad obviously was flying back in. So they'll be back to a 4, and they're going to have a compound now to try and hold, arguably, Gibson, a pretty strong compound.
Yeah, Kazakhstan holding the hill as well, just by the bridge as we watch neutral rotate in on that southern side. They'll probably come into the fields just south of where Team UK are playing in right now. Another team that have to rotate is Australia. You know, look at the leaderboard, Mark. They're on 28 points in 7th place, but that is not that far away from the likes of even 10th place. So I think Australia, they have to really put the pedal down today. And how could they not perform when you have players like Tiggleton, like Flood, like, you know, Luke 12, guys who've been playing internationally for their whole careers?
You might have sometimes the best players on paper playing together. It doesn't mean they gel and synergize. And I think that's been the historic trouble with Australia. They've seemed stronger this event so far, and we've seen real highlight moments where they kind of come together. But then on the flip side, especially when we look back at Tego and Shen, he was able to kind of hold them off as a solo man, and it doesn't kind of synergize. So I'm interested to see what they do. Expectation for me is they are going to qualify, but But
This
they
is
need to
trouble.
get rid of this team in front of him as Ukraine. They've already positioned up. Hakatori's one side. Boosting finds the other flood. Comes to a complete stop, but they do fight back and Hakatori goes down.
Yeah, but it's still a 3 versus 2 now. Tiggleton will confirm out Hakatori getting that point on the board, but this is big for Australia as they try to hold back Ukraine. Diffex tosses that nade off into the distance as well as another player is going to fall. There's just one Australian standing now, Mark. It's Tig, and well, he's already got it a dodge.
Yeah, now BRDM is coming back. They had the advantage, but until the body started to fall, boosting the opening up. As Tig does find safety, he's going to have to get a med back on, and fortunately for him, he's going to have to try and keep his head low now. No other teams coming in for that third party, which I'm super surprised about. Anyone that has the opportunity to try and stop Ukraine today, they have to take it.
Yeah, well, you've just gifted them 3 kills early on, but you've lost Hakatori, and, you know, we've had that conversation many times. Like, Hakatori, arguably the best mechanical player in the world right now. He's just insane. But if you're Ukraine, it's actually been Ferris who's been fragging out for that team, and he's still alive and well.
Honestly, this year, Ferris has impressed me so well. That IGL shift, that ability to be that kind of not just lead in making the calls, but a top fragger, which we do see from IGLs now. They seem to be transitioning to these kind of killing machines, and he's been outstanding, well above the rest for me.
Yeah, now we're looking at Malaysia, currently sat in 11th place. Remember, they lost 1 to Argentina a long time ago, who are yet to make their way in as Bustic will carry that box. And, well, I was speaking about how Ukraine were going to play with 3. They just pick up the blue chip, go back into fishing camp, and Hakatori will be back soon. And I think that's where that gifted crate's being brought.
About to say, that is exactly, just bringing his gear to him. You just land here, I've got your setup complete, you're off to go again. They do sit on the outside edge really well. Neutral though, obviously did go for that wide rotation towards that east, but multiple teams, I mentioned before, have done the same. Argentina and Canada, they all now potentially can clash as they all come in on the southeast corner.
Then we saw that graphic at the bottom of the screen, right? Argentina and Brazil with the most wins combined in PNC with 9 between them. But I think the reason why you don't see them winning the events, Mark, is it's inconsistencies. Like, they'll win 1 map, they'll do nothing for 2, and then they'll win the 4th. It's kind of been that way for them over the last 2 years, but I'm really hoping that Brazil or Argentina can really step things up this year.
It's just blowing that hot and cold, isn't it? Finland, though, trying to blow at the moment, though, they hold underneath the bridge. Damage is done, but somehow Japan punch a hole in his offensive line, not just off Finland, but also Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, Finland, of course, need to get the points as well after yesterday's saviour from Chinese Taipei. He'll catch out Runax as he rotates on by, as Japan just getting torn apart. They waited so long to make that crossing, and it's not worked for them. India and Neutral as well, Mark. They're going head-to-head here on the south.
Yeah, and Great Britain, they got eyes on. India, click dry. That's the ridge line. If we're giving a little bit further afield, though, it's Neutral will hold the line, but Doozy looking to reposition, find safety because the third-party shots coming in from the compound is huge and it's disrupting Team Neutral.
Yeah, Levante's just going to hit that reverse to get back, but Michael's going to catch him from long range. Down falls Levante, and T-Bone will clean that one up. So Neutral, they're down 1 player for now as well, as UK hold a great compound in the circle, as do Norway, Mark, but there's way too little real estate now for all these teams that are standing.
Yeah, it's up to Team UK to try and defend off any sort of push coming from Canada, and for Team Neutral, we saw them flex out the compound. Hopefully they can be disciplined. Back to the Philippines, though, they do get the confirmation on towards Shimboy. Argentina also doing the same for Japan, as Batalions, though, looking to get involved, and T-Bone takes advantage of the grenade, and it's Batalions reads the kill feed. He charges forward.
Yeah, that compound is just giving them so much of a good view of what's happening on the south side. Finna and K-Mine now both still alive, but going head-to-head with Neutrals. Batu will pull the pin on that nade, trying to cook it to perfection. Will it be Chef's Kitch? It might just be 57 damage on the Finna, but here comes the Doozy now to really give them the numbers.
Yeah, he doesn't know exactly where he is. You can hear the footsteps. The second one will go through between his fronts to Kobe. Obi, he comes back on the other side as Adam does open things up. He does go peekaboo on the top, and UK causing problems. And the Doozy falls down as well. Looks like Canada are trying to hold out as Philippines drop in 50.
Yeah, but K-Mine now is really the only player left standing for the team, seeing both his teammates down beside him and soon to be out as the UK start to extend. Canada are now dealt with. Vard will pick up that kill for the UK, and they know they've got Neutral on their knees, so why not get more aggressive? But I think Michael's just had a look at the terrain and said, yeah, I'm not stepping any further towards that. I'm going to fall back to the compound because we hold all the cards.
Well, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? They stepped out a little bit too far and they got punished for it. So good call for them. They're going to hold the compound, let this reset and look to try and get the opportunity. Japan eventually do fall as Ferris finds with the M249, and Argentina obviously making the push that centralized compound. From Malaysia pitched up quite early, but they are split. This zone shifts back down. A lot more teams now to the south.
Yeah, Tig with a Panzer as well, looking directly towards DraftKings, thinking maybe he can send that downrange, and he does, but it only does 46 damage on the DraftKings, who's still alive alongside Capitan. Going for the res now on the Pipa to get back up to 3 players standing, but you look at the traffic, Australia, India, Ukraine, Chinese Taipei, Malaysia, all convalescing on this point.
I like Finland's position as well. They're coming in that northeast corner as well, so they're going to apply some pressure. Capitano launches forward though. Molly comes through, gets connection, nearly but Shin! He's there. He exchanges out, and he looks for that confirmation. Unable to do so. Flash comes through. Has to get the reload. Does get caught in the flash. There goes the flush. That will come through, and it's a head-to-head. And Shin stands up, but he gets put down.
Yeah, this is big now for Pipa. Last player standing for Argentina. Wants to confirm out the kill, but Fairest just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. 5 kills for the Argentinians now. As well, Shen, he's going to start bleeding out, and Pipa will confirm that for the extra point for Argentina.
That's that sort of defensive play from that BRDM. Ferris is just looking down that hill, just getting the information. Ukraine now obviously leapfrogging ahead towards that south side. Now they potentially could take a fight against neutral as they disengage. Don't forget, Lou is down, and there's that confirmation done out into the blue. Zone shift towards that north side, not great for the Team UK. They have to think about what they do now, but it's the same for Ukraine. Where do they enter in? There isn't much to hold now where that BRDM's positioned.
5 kills on the board now, and you look at it, they're likely either going to push towards Argentina or Chinese Taipei, because it's probably the easiest and safest push that they can make from this point on. They are really the only, or the most southern-faced team in the circle. Neutral working their way in now, as well as Batu and Aduzi send it in towards Pipa, and Batu, I think this rock, this dip, is just something he can play for now.
Yeah, actually really lucky for him that the supposed to smokes from Pipa kept him alive. Unforgiven finds Batulin's Ferris, jumps out, and for Team Neutral, there's a collection, and a lot of the other teams are collecting those points as India and Norway put more points on the board.
Yeah, Neutral 33 points down and out in this map, and Norway, Chinese Taipei, you got UK all still alive below them with the opportunity to start climbing above them. Hoba sends a beautiful mortar up into the air, and he'll find Mixon. Beamy's going to go for that as the res, but you got to be careful of the picking in. It's going to be another. It's Beamy, no!
Beamy's been flattened. The car's been used. Keta, he's in the open terrain. They're charging forward. Kazakhstan wants to take the blood, and it's Denmark on the back foot. Keta still survives, but he's down to 1 more grenade, and he'll be out.
Yeah, Ukraine up to 83 points now with 7 kills. Kazakhstan is 2-1-0, 2-1-0. Stepping his way up towards Keter. He's going to get another one on the board as Kazakhstan move up to 4 points on the map so far. Still 10 teams left alive though, Mark.
Beamy got flattened. It's not what you want to see. I do like this position, as I said before, from Finland. Here comes Ukraine looking to try and take the trench that is unfolded between multiple teams. Flash will come out, though. It's not going to be enough. He's about to step up. He's flashed himself. It's a complete flash off. And Ukraine defects. He's trying to knock him down, and he slaps him down with the mini.
Oh, the hip fire, the blind hip fires of both players try to get it done, and Defex is the one that's going to win the battle. Chinese Taipei, Michael dropping that nade right on top of him. Upchen needs to be careful as he takes 54 damage. The Datsi is going to blow behind him as well, and Fex gets another.
Yeah, they'll be taking his 5 kills. They needed a big day, and they're leaving it to this final day. T-Bone launches the blue zone forward, pops the smoke. Now has the opportunity to try and get the red. The blue zone looking like it might cause some damage, but I don't know if he's going to get the confirmations that's needed.
Yeah, but this is good because those knocks on the Chinese Taipei allow them both to regroup. I Am 5 will find a knock, and that leaves Lun Lun as the last player standing, and one good nade from Team UK could wipe out every single member of Chinese Taipei. The BZ's not quite far enough, but you can see the 4 players beginning to close in the gap.
No, and they've got danger coming the other way. Vard holding that sort of anchor position for Team United Kingdom. Ukraine obviously applying pressure, and the high ground though from Finland is huge. That's a huge nade, actually. And he does get rid of them. Chinese Taipei will fall, and it allows United Kingdom to focus back onto Team Ukraine.
Maybe UK just watched the England team play yesterday and got really annoyed, and they're bringing that anger into today's games.
I didn't know where you was going with that. But I was going to shut it down if it went the wrong way. I'm going to tell you that.
Yeah. Well, the fact that you drew yesterday. Yeah. With Ghana.
It's disappointing. It was our toughest game. All right. No more.
Yeah. Defex just peeking up over that ridgeline towards Team UK. Now they can hold them out. Sly, the last player from Malaysia as well. All these players are going to be a wall that UK will need to climb over if they want to make their way into the circle. While all this has been going on, Mark, Finland, they've just snuffed themselves in on that northeastern side of the circle, and them and Norway, the two of the Scandinavian teams, just living their best lives.
But this is what we saw from Denmark, remember, yesterday. They came in from that north side and were left to their own devices. So it's the same. They've kind of got a free pass. It was, for me, Team Ukraine apply pressure to Team Neutral. And obviously now they're continuing to apply pressure towards Team UK. Big names you can take out the lobby.
Yeah, and Kazakhstan, they're going to play the shack now. They're actually going to leapfrog UK in, but Finland getting a knock on to Itzy on the other side of the circle. Hoba dancing around that fence now, takes a lot of damage as T-Bone will find one, but there's no nades for UK, and ammo's going to become a problem now pretty soon for them as well, Mark. T-Bone steps up, and T-Bone's shut down.
Superstar with 2-0 though, stepping up again for his team, causing damage. Michael though reminds him why he's better. Vard launches a grenade, damage is done. Fex obviously giving the information away, saying know where the player is. Can Michael deliver another grenade? It comes into the trench, and Michael, it's 10 kills for Team United Kingdom.
Do you see the amount of body crates in that dip as well? There's so much loot that they can decide to pick up, as Shen has got Ukraine probably within sniffing distance at this point, just on the other side of that bodega as he looks. And I think Sly, if Sly can get a knock, it might just open up the signal for Team UK to push in. If Sly gets a knock, expect UK to go hard.
Sly, just be Sly. Stay down, look for the opening. Ukraine leapfrog ahead in the rise field, so they're looking to try and find where Team UK is coming in. They have to try and work their way forward. Vard does pull up and correctly now trying to help out. I suppose for Ukraine, it's difficult for them to apply pressure. It's difficult to run the line when they're exposed behind.
Hakatori tossing the nade up over that ridge line, lands it perfectly on top of T-Bone, who falls for the second time now, as that's going to put a pause in the push from Team UK. Scav gets a knock on the Jeems as well, as all the teams starting to go head-to-head here, Mark. But Vard wants to go for this res, but I just don't think he has enough time.
Go now, go now. Oh no, don't go now! Oh no, Ferris is coming! Oh, they completely deny. BRDM, 13 kills. It's an explosive way to fall. And I didn't even see that coming in. The BRDM sideswipe Team United Kingdom, and they go out in 5th.
BRDM enter stage left. It just snuck in. And
Ferris was like,
them.
I'm done. I'm done with this. Let's stop fighting them. I'm going to flatten and we will take the victory.
Oh my, this is just yesterday. This is first game yesterday all over again, as UK got a strong start and it's just Ukraine that flattened them then as we get towards the end. But Mark, Finland and Shen, with from Malaysia, the only two play teams inside the circle.
Oh my God, what are we watching? Yeah, a couple of silos that we're trying to hold out. Finland, though, still have that 4. Hakatori looking to try and get some more kills on the board. A 15-kill game so far, and Ukraine are store up and kicking.
Yeah, but look at Finland. Only got 1 kill on the board, but they're making it into the top 4, giving themselves a great chance now to start making some moves, as Bustik will confirm out that kill on the Techers. 4 versus 4, Mark, for the win. Which of these two sides are going to take it?
Yeah, I know where I'll be putting my bets on. I know you say if you want to win, you get a fin, but
Finland.
Ukraine are insane at the moment. They've got the high grounds, they've got a little bit of zone left, but Team Ukraine are setting up, though, to try and explode the ending.
Yeah, and at this point in time, you just see Finland, they have the high ground, right? But Ukraine, they've got the frags, 16 kills. Fairest still just leading the way for kills on this Ukraine side. Bustik with 5 of his own. And at the end of the day, Mark, they could get a 30-point chicken dinner if they go ahead and take down these 4 Finns.
It's just crazy, because if they do that, the last 4 games are going to be so interesting. As I say, Ukraine can now start bullying who they want to bully, and they are going to be deciding potentially who may or may not qualify. We're down to our final 2 teams. It's a 4 versus 4. Fortunately for Finland, though, they really need a big shift back their way. Otherwise, they're going to have to run the gauntlet down the hill towards Ukraine.
Big thing for me too for Ukraine is, even though they've been in so many wars, those helmets, those vests look to still be in pristine condition, which will give them a huge advantage as they secure this shack. Move on the other side, big opportunity, and knock, and Sata is going to find it.
Sata does find it and actually get a good amount of blows in towards Diffix as well. So for Ukraine, it'd be difficult to res if they want to extend out. They might be better just trying to hold the line.
Yeah, Sata just peeking on the other side though, but Ukraine probably going to lose defects now at this point in time. You don't want to step up on this shot, because I will say one thing, Mark. Because Finland have been so quiet all game long, they should have all the nades, all the smokes, all the flashes that they need.
But they haven't got a Panzer. Not that we've seen at the moment either. Ferris is just going to sit there and get the information that he wants. Level 3 vest, untouched. Level 2 helmet, untouched. And he is cruising. Anytime he can jump out and cause chaos.
Yeah, correct. So moving up Sata, just looking to destroy the pony as he wants to make sure that there's even less opportunity for them to get on the move. So I like that from Sata. They've got 2 kills now, Mark. But as you said, that BRDM could be the game changer.
For Sata, that's really high IQ. He knew the car was going to explode backwards. It's going to come away from that wall. So he's not going to give him the cover that they want. So really good play for him. Obviously, they have to try and figure out how they get into this late game. Oh, and they do have an opportunity. They do have a Panzer. But Scav, he'll be 50-50 whether he launches it now or tries to take that next Dorito ahead.
Yeah, Finland just have to be careful though. Yes, you've got the numbers, but if you overextend once with I was going to say Navi again because it's the 2024 team, but with Ukraine still having the BRDM, it could be a huge difference maker. But Scav, he's got the Panzer, and that could really cause a problem for that BRDM.
It's 42 rounds of 5.56 to be enough to take out 3 for Ukraine. I'm not sure. You have to try and hold out. Varys jumps out. He has his trench all ready to go. He has backed away, expecting maybe a Panzer, but here comes Finland now. They stack up as they have to move on down.
Oh, the M249, though, sitting on the other side for Ukraine could be a problem. Scav gets the Panzer at the ready. This is the push. This is Finland trying to go to take the win. The Panzer goes out, but they managed to get the trademark 3 versus 2.
It's 3 versus 2. Boosting using the smoke to the advantage. IXE gets Akatori, and Finland make it a 3 versus 1 as he launches the opportunity to go forward, denies the information, and Finland will back it. It might be a comeback. It's only 5 kills, Gibson, but it's a 15-point game from Team Finland.
Over Suomi is all I'm going to say with that one, as the Finns take the win. Still don't get as many points on the board as Ukraine would have gotten, but James, Finland needed that.
That deserves a Suomi. That deserves a Torilla Tavatan. That is Finland. Yes, of course. As you said, though, only 5 kills, but a win is a win here for the Finn boys. Coming on in to make it look clean, and Kurexi towards the end was able to do the business. As Matrim joining me as well to get things rolling. I mean, this is a good win for them, but still Ukraine looking scary, and somehow Great Britain managed to get some kills.
I know, what's going on? Like, coming up with a win-win victory here, and instead it was just like a very chaotic Circle 2 that a couple of teams managed to navigate early. You mentioned the fact that Great Britain managed to take down Turkey early. That was big for establishing a lot of setups. But then everybody just kind of had to move into this completely open section of the map where it got really, really dicey and just kind of in the trenches for quite literally everybody having to fight. And that felt like where we saw Ukraine really step into their own game.
Yeah, Ukraine just did what Ukraine do. They just bully teams like that fight with Australia, and I think they ended up with 16 kills to finish that game. It just shows the skill that those players have. But I think, James, to be honest, that's good though, because it helps the teams at the bottom if Ukraine are still picking up tons of points.
No, definitely. I mean, us backstage as well, whilst we take a look at some of these final highlights. Mark, we were thinking to ourselves, okay, how many wins does Ukraine get today? So the fact that they were stumbled a little bit towards the end is nice, because me and Matrim were saying, yeah, it's probably going to be 6 wins in 10 games at this rate, but they do not get this one at least, Mark.
No, don't convert the line. God, the kills they deliver, guys, were insane. Yeah. And as I say, obviously in the pre-show and during that cast, it was like, it feels like they are controlling the fights that they want to, and it really worries me. 4 games left. They can apply pressure to any team they want. Yes, they haven't got the win. Is that going to stop Ukraine? No way. No.
Okay, I've got to jump in real quick. I mean, the amount of kills that Ukraine has, does that still count as a win? Because I think that they're going to be overall first on points, or does the chicken dinner count as a win?
Yeah, well, I will always go down the chicken dinner as the win, but you're right. They are going to be above them in the leaderboards for this one, which is just, yeah, Ukraine looks like a total bulldozer. And I was, whilst we were backstage as well, Gibson, we're theorizing who can stop Ukraine. And I feel like your China, your Vietnam, your Thailand, I think those are great rosters to be able to try and challenge them if they're looking this strong. Beyond that, I don't know who else. I do not know.
You're not going to give Team USA a chance? Is that what's happening? Matt, come on.
Matchroom's here, so no.
Surely we got to give Team USA a chance as well.
Look, there is a world, but I mean, I love the guys on United States. But Ukraine is just playing at a different level right now. It is so aggressive, and they've got already so much synergy that's being built up by playing through the qualification rounds, where there are two different sides of how USA is going to play. Liquid and Falcons both play two entirely different styles, and I think that matchup could make it a little bit more complicated for them to congeal as fast as what we see Ukraine doing.
Looks like IEXE might take himself a spot. No, it doesn't matter because it's going to be Fairest. It's going to be Team Ukraine yet again. Finland, get in the bin. No, but it's, in all honesty, great to see Fairest up here again, I think, by the way, because he'd already taken another man of the match yesterday.
Can I point out the kills to damage ratio again? Like it's just the most IGL kill count stats you can see. Low damage, high kills.
Yep, doing all right for himself. He really has come alive alongside Hakatori and Boostic, especially, right, playing with Na'Vi, looking really awesome doing it. And Spiro, of course, over there, who has looked really good with them actually winning a PGS along the way. As we take a look at that, 22 points going their way. Finland does get 15. It's nice to see this team come together, Mark. Obviously, Kurexi obviously will be leading the charge, but the boys from No Slack, they impressed us in PEC, that's fair to say.
Yeah, strong team. And do you know what? They took advantage of the position they had in this game. And I think they'd be disappointed they couldn't find as many kills, but teams were pushing away from them every single time. So they held the train, they held their game plan, and they were able to execute themselves to a victory. It just wasn't the kills. But you would take those 15 points coming into stage number 2.
Yeah, and the biggest surprise to me, really, of that game, Great Britain, you know, they got a lot of kills in that one. And actually, yeah, they've only got themselves up to 10th place, but at least, Matrim, that puts them in a position where they can now launch up towards that 8th place spot, because before, I think a lot of us have maybe said that's not going to be the case.
Hey, look, okay, this is where you started, right? Get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
They managed to find successes early, and it's taken on a squad like Turkey, who's sitting way up on the leaderboard right now and eliminating them, I think it was Circle 1 or Circle 2? That is great for the morale on the squad, so now that they know that they can really step in, take a lot more firefights, and this is actually a lot closer of a head-to-head based off the way that last game plays out, is Great Britain managed to put up a ton of damage.
I mean, this was more points from this game than the entirety of yesterday, Mark, for Great Britain. So,
Their kills, right?
as Matrim says, a very important step up.
Yeah, look, they're applying pressure. And look, if it wasn't for that BRDM and Ferris at the very end, who just wanted to shut them down as quick as he could, I think they could have gone on and got into that sort of top 4 scenario. But a 5th place, it's not a bad start. They nearly faltered though with that Turkey push, but they're able to dig deep, which is really strong.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. The teams, though, I mean, when you think about Turkey in that kind of position, yeah, only 1 kill goes their way here, Gibson. I think that with the way they got rolled up on and kind of lost that kind of fight, I'm always a little bit skeptical of the consistency of Turkey. Yesterday looked awesome and they're going to qualify on through. I just would like to see that kind of 2 days in a row from them.
And I think you're right to have those concerns. We've seen it time and time again from whatever Turkish roster that goes to PNC. I still think that they're going into today maybe a little complacent. They know the job's done. They don't have that same drive to be as good today as they were yesterday. But job's done. I'm still more concerned about the likes of UK and Finland, both of them doubling their points tallies from yesterday, which is insane. I think there was 1 point separating them at the end of the day yesterday, and now they're level on 27 points each.
Yeah, at least there's a bit of a fight back from those teams down towards the bottom to start things off, right? There are other teams, though, that need a similar fight back. Canada's one of them, Matrim. It's not looking good so far. I think still only 6 points in the 6 games so far.
Look, I like the fact that Canada is trying to go for some early game aggression. They're realizing the later stages of the game aren't going well for them. So at least try to find something in the earlier sections to work with. On the other side of that, though, Kazakhstan just had a pretty decent game. They managed to accumulate decent kill count. I think it was like 7 overall was their points that they managed to pick up off that last game, 6, something like that. That's a very good start considering how yesterday went for them in general. Might still be hard and they might need a couple of really big games to try to get themselves back into it, but this is a decent role for them to kind of go off the start of. Maybe Canada can find something in this next game, we'll have to see.
Yeah, they look quite serious as well, to Kazakhstan at the moment, Mark, considering that they've made this change, made this switch up. Maybe that is the revitalization they need from day to day here.
Yeah, as we said in the pre-show, it just worries me a little bit when you do change things up. Obviously, you are resetting completely, but obviously that 2-0, that looked good. He was able to get the defensive, and he applied pressure as well. He was the last man standing.
Oh, they're doing the camera shots that looks like it might be game time. Will it be, though? Oh, the maps are being taken away. You know what that means here for PNC 2026. All right, we are getting into match 7, as it will be on Erangel. It's going to be me and Matrim bringing you all of the action. Gibson Mark will get you back in after this game. And so far, so good for still Ukraine. But also, the fight back is on here, Matrim, for those teams at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, this was actually really big for so many squads that were just having a lackluster day one. Talked about Finland, of course, United Kingdom, Kazakhstan, all on a run up. Malaysia did have a little bit of an earlier out, so this kind of made the middle pack a lot more dicey, as we do get a plane path that's going over military base. Always makes me a bit nervous to start off the game.
Yes, and if Martin was here, I know exactly what he'd be saying. He'd be as nervous as you, my friend, or as excited, because he loves military island circles. But for all of these teams, at least it's not too much of a stretch, not too far to get things rolling. My eyes do always kind of navigate towards what does India want to do, and already they were out super early, right? Going down to that military island base location. Navigating away from what was the Argentina fight, but they'd already done that yesterday on the second Erangel, right? Going that West Coast split. So that's another team for India that we would love to see have a little bit of a bump up. Going to be difficult though for a team that doesn't quite get the international experience of the rest of these teams.
So how much can Finland capitalize off of this? Looking out, it's still going to be a very northern drop for them. Plenty of space to work with, so they should be fine as far as vehicles, looting, everything else like that. If we get a bait and switch circle, nope, not necessarily going to happen in that one, as they do actually have their players right on the cusp of being inside the circle as well. This is going to be a pretty friendly circle, all considered, but maybe a decent opportunity for the Aussies as they are due up in the center.
Yeah, for sure. Considering their drop spot, considering what is now a home turf circle already, that's very important. But what's also important is to think about what are the knock-on effects from survival stage into grand finals as well. Because as we watched back this previous game in terms of the highlights, well, as you can see the current game down in your bottom left, we saw drop spot locations being claimed early. And China came in and said, we're taking all the middle spots and nobody's having them. And including on Rondo, Neox, and Test Track, which is, it's very bold, but of course they will be going for Pachinki as well. So if you want to make Pachinki work for you now, you've got to do it soon, because you're probably not getting that in the grand final.
China, with most of their players being 17, just deciding who cares, center is ours. I never would have guessed it. I mean, biggest shock in the world, right? Is got eyes out. Not any form of skirmishes off the start. Feels like most of our squad's going to be pretty comfy cozy. I'm curious to see if any of these squads that might be needing some points could go for bridge camps, because we do have a northern bridge camp capability and a southern bridge camp capability in this.
Yeah, there's an opportunity on those teams down on that South Military Island. I will say for Finland getting this win as well, though, obviously watching No Slack, the 3 members of No Slack, be able to kind of step up to the plate in PEC was very important, because I think what Gibson said on the desk was very astute in that Finland's gone through ebbs and flows of talent, right? You had your Mexis, your Samtis, your Gemtis, your Tixus, your Squeakies, like tons of really strong players back in the years, and then Finland fell off for a little bit, and it was really only the Kurexi show. Now with No Slack being able to step up in PEC, they have a little bit more of a foundation once again. I'm hoping that No Slack can continue that on regionally. And it's a small win, but they generally will just like hunker down and hope the win kind of comes their way as the previous No Slack team, even though they've got fragging capability, Matrim.
I mean, this is just going to be big for Finland in general, being able to get this much exposure on land and an experience for these squads to work around. So there's a lot of growth that can be had out of this. A couple of shots are happening in the bottom left right now, as it looks like Malaysia and Philippines are pretty close to each other. Malaysia has one of their players over onto Everest, and it looks like Philippines are just kind of roaming around Malaysia's positioning, and I don't know how big of a commitment's going to come out for this, but Malaysia is pretty funneled up next to each other, and I think that they're going to make the jump back over into that Everest line and could be okay.
I think that's a good question, because we saw the Philippines having really good, strong fortitude on the west side of Erangel yesterday, right? We saw Aya get a 4-piece on a single team, so a full team wipe. That said, though, some drive-bys going on here. Slide, what can you do actually against that? Looks like he's going to be navigating away from it here for the moment. Shen has already taken quite a bit of damage, and of course, he is not somebody you want to be losing as Malaysia at the moment. Oh, but A-Bot's down straight away. AJ does finish him off as well. This has been a messy fight so far, but Aya does find Shen.
This is a big commitment coming out from the Philippines because the way that they're playing around this, it feels like they were the ones that set the trap. They were roaming over here trying to cut off Malaysia in rotate, and now this has gotten a little bit more equalized with a couple of knocks coming out. How much more is Philippines going to push on this? It looks like this is full-on aggression. They realize they need to make big games start happening right now, and it is just a full rundown onto Malaysia. Shin being down, they know that he is a big damage component. Nades rolling down right on top of him. That is going to be an instant knock. Follow-up. Malaysia in a ton of trouble.
Lovely stuff here by Philippines, and if they finish this off quickly, they can get that blue chip back on board. This actually, he might already have his blue chip, actually, now that I'm looking at where he's going, but no, sorry, it's empty. Never mind, I was looking at the wrong flag completely, as now he's in total salvage mode here. Alec being able to do a lot of work over there. But yeah, I mean, to what I was saying, Philippines can get that blue chip back on board now and get fully resurrected. So their strength on this western side of Erangel continues game to game.
Long rotate coming out from Canada. They're actually going over the Georgia Pool Western Bridge, so that might put them in a pathing to be pretty close to Philippines. We'll have to see how the rotates start coming through. Most of the other squads are already starting to try to get pretty comfortable. We do have Great Britain that is playing pretty close to that Eastern Bridge where Norway is going to be at, so no big dust-ups yet as Finland's even managed to make it in the circle. Denmark's already got a foothold. It's mostly just on this rotate as here comes Canada. Is the pacing good enough to get away from the Philippines?
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's the question. Because actually, I think the Philippines has been good against Canada in the fights that we've seen with them so far here. So I think for Canada, they've got to be very cautious about how they approach this situation. Maybe they were doing some kill feed tracking here and there. Did see that one knock had actually gone down. So they may have thought that if they could actually haphazardly run into a team, that they would be going into any wounded team, be it Malaysia or the Philippines. But they're both backing off at the moment here. And we're on board with Turkey, Mr. Schiller himself, really the MVP of yesterday for Turkey, absolutely.
Oh, 1,000%. I mean, this man was popping off for his squad and really got them out of some dangerous positions. They're pretty comfortable in their position in this game right now, playing kind of that northern area of Death Road, moving into Potato Mountain. Closest threat to them, though, is going to be Denmark. Plenty of space, and not necessarily a rotate that Denmark will most likely go for. There's much better options before making the commitment in, but maybe a couple of long-range shots between them. I'm caught up with the focus on the Philippines onto Malaysia because it definitely felt like Philippines were gunning for Malaysia. I don't know if this was maybe based off of trying to deny out a squad points for rotate potential whenever they get to the grand final. But I mean, Philippines is already sitting in a pretty, I won't say great spot, but a pretty decent spot on the overall leaderboard. So this is going to propel them up and really deny out maybe somebody that they didn't want in the lobby.
They've been my big surprise of the top 8 so far through the survival stages, the Philippines, right? They're not a team that, or names that get themselves tons of international traction, tons of exposure there, but they have definitely been able to deliver so far. And they're not afraid of taking these early fights as well, which is good for them, because it is really paying off. Not only were they getting the res on Gatka, but I think they were also waiting on that side of the circle just to see if MT was going to be coming in a little bit behind them.
I think that Malaysia Solo managed to go back and pick up a couple of the blue chips. Or at least he went over there next to him. We'll have to see if he can get any reses back. So timing on this is going to be really awkward as we're about to move into our next circle. The circle itself is pretty calm. As you can see, it is still going to be Australia pretty close to center. Ukraine's just going to be playing the hillside over into this kind of southeastern area around that. Circle just stays pretty much centered up. Add in a red zone on top of it, and it's pretty much just a donut as everybody else on the outside's got to fight their way in. Most notoriously, you can see it's going to be Chinese Taipei, India, and Canada all stacked up on top of each other.
Yeah, the red zone before that was really weird. It was like south of Kameshki, and normally it's kind of spawning towards players and stuff like that in these kinds of settings, but anyway, yeah, on with Denmark here. Fun fact, if Denmark reaches grand finals, Avenger will shave his eyebrows. Oh, that's nice.
That's good. That's a great birthday present, in my opinion.
I love that fact. Yeah, okay, Avenger, shaving your eyebrows. Love it.
Catch eyes on rotations here as Kazakhstan's going to be tailing right back behind Chinese Taipei. Japan's got some vision on this, not going to make too much of a commitment to follow through. Canada looks like they're going to be coming in right back behind India, who is following back behind Kazakhstan. So this is just the corridor of approach that everybody's going to be going for, and it's the hillsides that lead into the eastern side of Pachinki. Problems is, that's already where Aussies are going to be set up at, and Ukrainians are going to be on the other side of it. So this is just very contained.
There's Ermac here, looking to do his daughter proud and seeing what he can get done. Of course, just about to turn 1. Lovely fact there for Ermac, but going up against Chinese Taipei might be a little bit difficult. Scav does run into Captain on this side as well, though, as damage has been done, but it's actually Neutral that's more embroiled in this fight. Finland's kind of lurking on the wings of this fight and maybe looking to clean it up as time goes on, but we move back over to Chinese Taipei, who's trying to deal with India breaching on this position.
Yeah, India didn't have too many other options. They just had to make landfall on top of it. Translucent is going to go down. Chinese Taipei is the defender in this position, as we did see India just make the crash in. No third or fourth party happening just yet, but it does look like Vex has at least taken a couple of shots over at Snipal, force India back over onto the other side of this. So India's got to be forced on angle of approach right here, but Canada's going to be back behind him, and Savior spots out Snipal.
Yeah, not bad at all. Let's see if we can get done here. Once again, needs to reload, get this good to go here and fight this down. Snipal down with this means that now, the problem is that technically there's a world where somebody just gets knocked to red zone as well. So they're really kind of hugging some of these buildings at the moment, just knowing that they need to be inside and good to go. But with this hold here from Chinese Taipei, India's had little to no response against it.
I felt like that's maybe what Snipal was trying to set up with the glider coming back in, but Great Britain is just pummeling damage on any form of rotate over onto that more eastern side of this. That's contained anything that India was wanting to try to set up on their approach. Chinese Taipei now knows the exact angle of defense that they need to set up. And I mean, it's a 4v2. What do you do from that stage? You've got to hit the shots out, but India just can't find a way to make it work.
No, stuck. Really stuck at the moment, unless they get themselves some decent nades off, a decent Panzerfaust against the wall where somebody might be just kind of peeking out from, get things going. In fact, you can see in the distance, raining down a few shots here from that warehouse compound that actually Great Britain might now group up on, right? They had a 2-2 split on that south side, and it will be a perfect position for T-Bone to just rendezvous on forwards, unless they want to try and deny anybody coming around that south rotate, which is something that they oftentimes will do with a 2-2 split, which might work on the cliff side. We'll see, though.
Here comes Malaysia. They're going to have to try to get some looting and get back in position. Looks like Pachinki is going to be the point that they're going to drop for. Great Britain is going for that southern defense of Peninsula. I do like that quite a bit. Other side of this, you can see that Turkey's got to make a rotate, and it's going to be right next to Denmark. I don't know how much further into this they're going to go. There are a couple of little dips that could provide some safety, but they're going to start moving into a lot more hazardous of territory. But being a bit more bold has paid off, as at least they can manage to get into a center point. Here's the Philippines on their rotate. They run right into the crossfire on that valley, and man, it's Canada one side, Chinese Taipei on the other, Kazakhstan full gatekeeping them out. Nowhere to go, and now where do the Philippines try to rotate to?
Yeah, it's a good question. It is a good question. And also one of the changes that we didn't mention coming into PNC, obviously we talked about, land ratio on these circles, but also now you get red zones into phase 3 as well, compared to just into phase 2. So technically speaking, with Great Britain having yet another red zone on them, like the Blitz down here, they're going to have to get into some cover, make sure they don't get knocked on like a solo position.
Hey, how good is the bounce on the nade? The angle goes a little bit far. Does it get the knock? Chinese Taipei playing aggressive. They've got the shotties in hand, want to go after it. We also do have the Philippines that's kind of watching what's going on over here, but now they're going to have Finland that rolls up on top of them, so a lot of danger in this area. Rolls right up, and that is going to be some great shots. More points stacking up for the Philippines.
Man, they're firing on all cylinders right now, as much as they don't have themselves that fourth member online and good to go here. CJ, though, cleans up a lot of what Finland wants to throw at them, and it was just an absolute rocket pass to try and make something work for Finland. Coming in late, now we really don't have many more places to actually go. They might just try and bob and weave through the middle of all of this. Meanwhile, still we are stuck here with Chinese Taipei and India in this compound, and if you can hear a siren in the background of mine, it's not the red zone, it's just a fire station close by. And it's gonna need a fire station to come out to be able to save some of this. Panzerfaust goes out against Ryzen there, and Zeno does go down.
Yeah, it is just now Ryzen, the only one up as Finland gets eliminated at range. Philippines hear this, they want to get involved. They catch a bad bounce on the vehicle coming in. Can they keep their players up and alive? One does go down, but Chinese Taipei has had to shift their attention over. That kind of contains a 1v1 on the India side with Ryzen.
Oh, what a disaster that bounce was. If that hadn't happened, suddenly you're way quicker hitting this compound. So now Chinese Taipei, though, they're still doing a pretty good job of holding this down. They're taking casualties, yes, but they've got a few kills off the back of it. Now the circle shifts, and it goes towards Ukraine home turf. Oh, dear.
Oh, that is going to be Turkey defending up to the north, Norway on the other side of it. Everybody coming out of Pachinki and the hillsides in a lot of trouble. Neutral's got the right idea. Just leapfrog it all, use an emergency pickup, get away from Denmark. But Denmark does have some high ground that can make that a lot more dangerous. Philippines now firmly pushing into the buildings. Got to be careful as Chinese Taipei starting to try to right up, get all of their reses going. Ryzen holding the stairwell, does get the knock on to one. Let's go for the flush. Any point matters, but that's going to cost him the follow-up. He is going to go down.
An elongated fight for sure. And now still the Philippines here now sat on this position to try and kind of clean up a little bit more of it. You see Kazakhstan on the south side, but oh my, well, we didn't see that, but that was swift.
That is another early out for Turkey. So, I mean, they're still holding decent on the overall points. They should be fine. Philippines making the commitment onto this is just going for more kill points. This is not inside the circle. This is just Philippines realizing the next rotate could be pretty bad. So just committing in. Japan also making a rotate right next to Argentina while this is going on. So that's going to be popping off in the kill feed.
Oh, indeed. Ooh, this is getting a bit spicy now. Hot and bothered me at the moment here. It's hot in Poland and it's getting hot on the battlegrounds. As Xavier still trying to find another opportunity. Alec down. Philippines has really made a meal of this. I think with their current trajectory, they're going to be in the top 8, no problem. But they're constantly battling over and over. They are down to 1, but they've got themselves 6 kills. Ooh. Likewise, Japan now, though. I don't think they're going to be making that top 8 anytime soon. Michael gets them and catches them with another grenade. Great Britain is also making a bit of a run for it. Admittedly, the circle's been kind to them this time, though, having that south position side on this road.
Yeah, the 2-2 split that they're holding down is very strong. Kazakhstan has managed to rotate back behind them. Denmark's going to go for a much safer rotate, and I like this. This is very well scouted and very well read. Going from that northern area, wrapping down to the more central approach into the east. That's going to buy them a lot more space, as it does look like Malaysia's going to make landfall, find themselves a shack, and this is pretty much where they're going to live, as there is nothing else that they can get involved in. Other squads that we do need to keep an eye on is going to be Australia needing to rotate as the Philippines do get eliminated. And it is going to be Chinese Taipei that do finally end up winning that, and the defense stays strong.
I'm going to be real, Matrim. Did you have on your bingo card that Malaysia was going to outlast Philippines in this game?
No. This has gotten just a wild off the start.
That is mental. But anyway, we've got Australia here trying to make something happen against Neutral up on that north side at the moment. Trying to find an entry point against the position there, but Neutral should be holding this down strong as Lou does connect with a nade straight away. Flood responds in kind against Levante, but I still think Neutral has a better position here. The smokes are going to be able to cordon off some of the aggression coming their way, thanks to the fact that they can hold down on this. Hey, Canada, yeah, for that third party potentially, Matrim.
Coming up, trying to backstab Australia in a ton of trouble. They either have to push into Neutral or defend against Canada, and it's going to be Ukraine that's going to be gatekeeping all this. Norway is on the other side of Neutral now. This has turned into a full 4-way firefight with the potential of a 5th team getting involved. Nades raining down on top of the Aussies, and there is not much else that they can do. Luckily, they are on this hillside, and the nades roll just a bit too far from Canada. Canada not getting the knocks that they really want to continue. Finally do manage to get one onto Luke 12.
A lot have been slightly miscooked as well, which means that they're going to be expending more nades than they should have to be, considering those exact smoke positions. It's a minor thing here, but it could have huge ramifications later on in the game if they need more nades, because this has been a lot expended for currently what is just one knock from them at the moment. On the other side of things, Michael did post a nade through on that shack, I believe, against Malaysia, trying to weed them out, and Ukraine was able to weed some of that out too. But K-Mind, he's throwing now smokes against them as well. Here, I think that will provide them a little bit of coverage, but at the same time, you should be able to clean this up now, knowing how much damage has been done.
They are just throwing any and everything that they've got on top of them. The Aussies have managed to hold out long enough to make it complicated for Canada, because now Neutral, they kind of shifted over to deal with Norway. It looks like they've got more breathing room. Batulans has gone down. Canada has to figure out how much more of a commitment that they want to take into a doozy, and Lou on the high side of it. They're coming back down, full on rampage from Neutral. They want to eliminate Canada as quick as possible, but can't connect the way that they want. have to retreat the angle, and Canada doesn't like it. They are out of this as fast as they can
Yeah,
get.
100%. Canada being there and not having any more nades, especially, like I was talking about earlier, is going to be difficult. You can throw nades, you can smokes, you can throw maple syrup, you can throw milk in bags. I don't care what you've got, Canada, at this point. You're going to have to try and do something and get out of dodge. But you do have a knock. At least you might be able to recover that here. And actually, Canada technically has won out that situation.
I mean, Canada is at 6 kills right now. This is the best that we've seen them doing. So if it's just a whole bunch of nades, at least it's something. Now they've got vision on to where neutral is going to be coming into the circle. But it is, again, a Doozy and Lou trying to brute force their way right next to K-Mine and Adam. Can they get the good angles onto it? A Doozy does go down. Now just down to Lou as neutral just doesn't seem like they have a path into the circle, just trapped out in the blue.
Yeah, this is working out. This is actually working out. Good stuff by Canada. Maybe this is their redemption arc. 7 kills so far. Meanwhile, on the other side of things here, Denmark still doing what Denmark does, which is just killing a lot of things, as Gustav and Beamy just laying low here for the moment on the east side of this circle. Try and find themselves a decent way in further.
Notice the fact that we've got Kazakhstan that's still holding down the peninsula high ground. So they do have vision over where Great Britain's at, kind of as well with Denmark and Malaysia. So it's mostly them having control of the south, where it's going to be Ukraine up to the north. Circle pops. It's really going to be that Malaysian kind of shack area where Argentina is going to be hunkered down inside their dip. And how does Ukraine want to approach this? They know that Canada's on one side. Do they wrap over there, or do they go ahead and go for the full wrap onto Denmark?
It's a tough one, this circle, right? As we're just trying to dislodge some of these solos and other players like He-Man for Norway. Now, double blue on him. He should be gone. You can't heal through that. Good job by Diffex. Able to keep M249 shots in at the end. But it's deceptively flat is this ending. And unless you're actually digging yourself some dips here and there, it's going to be difficult. Gustav does get caught by that molly here from Great Britain. But they're trying to get that res off. So that will delay them a little bit. And Great Britain's been picked apart quite a sizable chunk here. And now against the circle.
Denmark making the full push. They're running right up into the smokes, and Great Britain realizes it, retreats to the trees, gets a little bit more cover to work with. Gustav, I think, just going to listening for footsteps, knows the fact that somebody's going to be playing other side of this hill. Very well set up in the defensive lines. Aggression comes out. Denmark just rolls through the other side of it. But Great Britain does have some high ground defenders as well, with Kazakhstan back behind him, making it a bit more complicated. Denmark just still trying to go for the foot push, but Fex just in a great defendable position. All the information getting fed over. Doesn't have much HP, but it doesn't matter. Fex gets another one.
You don't see too many players navigating towards the ace at the moment. It's normally a lot of orgs, a lot of barrels, etc. and things like that. But Fex is making it work here against Denmark of all teams, trying to go for that wraparound. So it's been a bit of a salvage game here for Great Britain. But one thing that's important, this is the first time they've been in the top 8 so far here. So they're doing something right, and Beamy goes down as well. Fex, the Welsh Dragon, coming out strong.
All right, Fex got to get into the circle. Already has Michael in there, so Great Britain on a big climb, and it's coming at the cost of Australia, who's just been sliding down the leaderboard, presently in 10th place now. It is just so neck and neck between all those guys right at the cusp position. Ukraine, of course, why not? Plenty of time to work with. They've got themselves a dip. Let's go ahead and throw some mortars in, and it's just going to make everything more complicated for everybody else, as the guys on top are just feasting.
I think they're maybe aiming at Argentina, though, trying to create their own dips. And yes, DraftKings will go down. That was picture perfect, basically, to be able to get that instant elimination against them. And now Fairest. Oh my days. Did he move into the crater? Is he sat exactly where he is? He's got to get out of there.
I don't think he can go anywhere else. I think he's just trapped there because Kazakhstan's shooting from the other side. I mean, he's just kind of... Oh! Goes a little bit far, so at least some cover to be had, but I don't know what you can really do. At least manage to get a knock onto one.
At least a good chance, as now still... Canada still alive, trying to find some knocks. 2-1-0 down here. The substitute in for Kazakhstan, who initially was on the starting roster. Hobber was technically the coach. He came in. They're juking and jiving all around here. They are on that south side of the circle. They have still a little bit of play here for this one. But again, deceptively open a circle like this, especially with that road running through the middle here. So you're going to need your nades to be able to kind of make some artificial dips. You're going to need some of these foldable shields down the line, unless you're Ukraine and you just make a car for and win the game again.
Well, the big problem is there's a touch of high ground, and Canada is going to be playing it. Ukraine wants it because Ukraine wants everything. And so they are going to rotate right up on top of Canada. Can you defend? Adam gets one, but that was all they got. Ukraine just runs in and steals it, not even making it look scary.
This is like that. This is like a bully with a magnifying glass with ants, like just frying them. This is awful. Like Ukraine is so far ahead. 10 kills in this game as well. They could have quite easily won the last game, and now they're on trajectory to win another game.
I mean, I'm just having like the Simpsons meme pop in my head with it's Ukraine and the rest of the lobby, and it's like, stop, he's already dead.
Yeah.
It is just Ukraine now, high ground. You mentioned a super flat circle, and now you get to see it from Ukraine perspective.
Oh, no.
Argentina still got one up in it, but Malaysia still alive, trying to get in circle other side. Ferris is going to say no. Shin goes down yet again as Great Britain now going to line up against Kazakhstan a little bit. That's going to be about all that's going on. Is it's just, can Malaysia get into the circle?
At least if you'd have got that knock on Ferris, it would have slightly delayed whatever Ukraine wants to do, but no, he survives on 2 HP as well. With the MK14 in hand, they've got a great arsenal to be able to finish this off. They've probably got a bit of util as well. 'Cause in that compound before, aside from the hold against Turkey, they didn't really have many other trespassers onto their position. So yeah, this is looking grim for the rest of the lobby once again here as Hakatori starts shooting the way at Kazakhstan. And now MK14 in the hands of Ferris takes down Shen. Malaysia still alive somehow.
Hey, respect though. Kazakhstan managed to find kind of a sneaky angle of approach. At least got a foothold in. They do get instantly knocked. To follow up is it does finally mean Malaysia, after all of their reses and all of their work, finally goes down in 5th place though.
It's unfair. Stop. Turn the cameras off. This is not safe for work. Ukraine is on 114 points in game 7 of the survival stage here for PNC. And Hakatori takes down Michael. All right. Everybody else needs to ally against Ukraine somehow, some way. This is insane.
Oh, this is Argentina. Now looks like they're the new focus. All the utilities still in hand. Nade's going to come up on top of him. Let's go ahead and make it 14. There's still 3 more and a potential victory. I say potential in the same way that you would. I don't even know. There is not even potential. It's just another. Unless somehow Kazakhstan can do it. I don't know.
It's like there's a video of like 2 professional football players playing against 30 children, and they're just like weaving and bobbing around them and all this stuff. It is just monstrous. And now, once again, I am 5 down here for Kazakhstan. Only 1 member remains in 2-1-0, trying to make something work. And Fex on the opposite side of the circle. Fex did a great job this game for Great Britain, but, you know, how long can that truly last?
Great Britain in 5th place right now. Big come up from these guys. The thing I'm kind of thinking about right now is, do the 2 solos surrender it to Blue Zone, or do they still fight against Ukraine? It's not like you really have to worry about feeding them points. Everything's kind of fine on that right now. I just don't even know if Ukraine's going to let it happen. Ferris is making a run right up into Fex's face. Kaza doesn't have anywhere that he can go. Divx is going to get him, so Fex, all right. I mean, it's all Ukraine right up in front of you. Runs forward, does get the knock on 1. Another point is big and tries to run out to Blue Zone.
Nice.
He does surrender it. Big game, but of course, it is Ukraine that takes it.
And they are all smiles as well. How do you frame this? This is absolutely unrelenting, unbridled dominance coming out from Ukraine. Let's talk to Gibson and Mark about this. Gibson, I can't help but find it slightly funny, but also incredibly terrifying.
Oh man, it's insane how good they've been. But what about Team UK? Another, good point game, getting in there much better than yesterday. And I think Fex was giggling away there at the end too. He got the extra placement points and he got 1 kill on the Ukraine and bolted into the blue. But things looking good for Team UK.
Yeah, no, I for some reason now agree.
Well, they're on your fantasy team. You picked them today, so you're happy.
Yeah, that was maybe a meme, maybe not, I'm not sure. But I'm going to go with not a meme now, considering what they've been able to do, Mark. Because, yeah, that was as much as Fex could have got from that situation, right? You're just looking for 1 knock, one finish, and then get out of dodge.
I got to apologise to production because I was screaming at the end there.
Yeah.
Fex able to go, lads. The fact he got another point, he obviously tried to step forward and he got caught. Whee! Look at that. That is insane. That alone, that shot alone is next level. Diffix is a beast. Forget about Team UK. Let's talk about that. Wow.
That was like clay pigeon shooting out of the sky.
How do they impress? Every single time I think that I've seen like how amazing the squad can be, they do something else and just dumbfound me.
Yeah, that was wild, because again, we didn't actually get to see that, so I'm glad we got the replay of it during that. That is insane stuff. And again, I mean, do we just sit here, Gibson, and glaze Ukraine for the next 10 minutes before we go to breaks?
Canada doubled their score, guys. Canada doubled their score.
I'm down if you're down, but like, I think...
Go on, Matt, nice try.
I do want to show Canada. You know what? I'll agree with Matt. I'll show Canada some love. I thought they were really good. They threw 750 nades at Australia at one point and did manage to get the kill secured at the end. But it's a lot better, right? Like 4 points, was it 4 or 6 points they got yesterday? So they got a nice little bump onto that tally today.
Yeah, no, and they were taking on some strong squads, right, Mark, from that position. I mean, the fact that you've got neutral pushing you from that kind of position, you've got Australia who's kind of pinned down in that scenario as well. It was a good third-party timing for them, despite it not being super efficient.
It's a double up. I'll give him that. But it did feel like, as Gibson said, 101 the grenades thrown to the point, and then it was like smokes and everything else trying to deny opportunities. Kind of dig deep, but it's just, is it too late at this point? Because if you're just leaving its last couple of games, it's not going to be enough to get to that cutoff line.
Yeah, you're going to need a few of those, and the track record so far hasn't looked great for them, right? But the track record's definitely looked good for Ukraine, who, once again, Diffx 1.1k damage. He'll be taking man of the match from this one, no doubt. I mean, hell, give him man of the match for that shot out of the sky alone, I think, Matrim, for that one. That was awesome.
This is almost 3,000 damage in one game for a squad. Yeah. What the absolute hell, man? That is... What do you even do against that? Like, we were trying to talk about like what's going on with Malaysia and the Philippines, but every single time Ukraine just steps in and says, nah, this is our show. Everybody else just gets to play in it. And it's really just about how much can the other squads that are going to be playing in the grand finals analyze what's going on with Ukraine to figure out how to stop it.
It's a good question. At least they get a glimpse into what they're able to do, what they're able to put up. It's 26 points going the way of Ukraine. Yet again, another decent swathe of points for the United Kingdom. Mark, are they going to qualify in top 8? Because right now it looks like it.
Yeah, I think UK will work their way through. They're a second-day team, clearly. They need to qualify, though. I think it's who can avoid Ukraine at this point and try and qualify their way through. I'm concerned as well about some of the other teams that are starting to drop down. And neutral, they did try to make that push, go back to that point on Canada. They were one of the ones that were trying to take the kills and the steals away from Canada. But unfortunately for them, they're dropping places. Like neutral were coming in at 5th in the last game. They're now down to 7th.
Yeah, do we have to be concerned about neutral, Gibson? Because this, if you look at fantasy, I think the highest priced team in survival, obviously with huge expectations on their shoulders, and 7th doesn't really reflect that.
It really doesn't, and I think you're bang on. I am worried. Like, I think there's something's not right in the team neutral camp. Like, I don't know whether, you look at the roster, yes, they're superstars, but the roles just don't really work for the team that they have. And I feel like maybe there's some discourse when it comes to comms and decision making when you've got so many players who are used to being the shot caller. But a lot of people, myself included, are not in a good space on fantasy because of the way neutral have been playing today.
Yeah, no doubt. I actually swapped them off my fantasy because I wasn't totally convinced by what they brought yesterday. Yes, they were in that top 8, but it wasn't looking great. But anyway, gentlemen, we are going to go to a break. When we return, there is only 3 more games remaining for the survival stage.
Drunk.
Hello everyone, welcome to a sit-down game time with Bella, and with me is Team Canada. Woo! Do you guys know would you like to sing your national anthem for us?
Good. We can do it.
Can you do it?
We got it.
This is an opening.
Sure,
All
I'm
right.
familiar with it.
Oh, Canada, our home.
Thank you for sharing that beautiful moment with us. Today, we will be playing charades. And who would be our charader then? Is that your choice or?
No, I'm being forced to.
Oh, okay. Team USA, quote unquote, said Team Canada will suck. They will get 5.
Oh wow, that's insane.
They don't know Shin Boy. He's got the moves. 3, 2, 1, go.
Deodorant. Body spray. Perfume.
Ooh.
You're drunk. You're drinking beer. Sloshed. Soju. Beer. Drinking. Yep.
Yeah, you get 2 passes.
Oh wow. What the heck? Window washing? Miming? Miming, yeah, that's good. Chugging? Drinking? Drinking water. Thirsty. Next.
Skip. Okay.
Cowboy,
spot on.
Western,
Yeah.
cowboy. Surfing.
Ooh.
Oh my god, damn, that was quick. Spaghetti. Eating. Cereal. Noodles. This was hard.
Yeah. Thumbs up.
It's kebab.
Kebab.
It's impossible. Why are you using a spoon? That can't be real. Huh? Damn.
Guys, I hate to break it to you, but Team USA was right.
Yeah,
That was
got
5.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you for joining me, Team Canada. Wave between 5, Team Canada.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
현장에 오시는 분들은 장충체육관에서 배틀그라운드 세계관을 만끽하며 마치 펍지 테마파크에 온 듯한 분위기를 만나실 수 있고요.
PNC 2016에서 처음 선보이는 펍지 판타지는 여러분이 직접 자신만의 로스터를 구성해 전 세계 팬들과 경쟁하는 컨텐츠예요. 보는 재미를 넘어 참여하며 즐기는 새로운 e스포츠 경험을 하실 수 있습니다.
이번 PNC에는 24개 국가의 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 이들이 각자의 개성을 살려 어떤 생존 드라마를 만들어낼지 기대됩니다.
전 세계 팬분들이 펍지라는 이름 아래 자부심을 느끼는 PNC가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
10주년도 그 이후도 실망시켜 드리지 않으려고 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
유저분들이 언제나 새로운 즐거움과 가능성을 발견할 수 있는 환경을 만드는 게 저희 역할이라고 생각해요.
저희가 더 노력해야겠다는 거, 그리고 여러분의 게임을 만들어 나가는 이 팀을 믿어주셔도 된다는 것.
펍지라는 공통 분모 아래 전 세계가 하나 되는 순간을 계속 만들어가겠습니다. 여러분과 함께 만들어갈
펍지의 다음 이야기.
PNC 2016에서
만나보세요.
We've floated a borrowed car, seats laid back in a parking garage. Still it's just concrete stars, but you're looking at me like it's Mars. Oh.
We're back, only 3 games remaining here. Ukraine looks amazing here as we are back at the desk. My name's James Carroll? Question mark? But anyway, we have got ourselves the opportunity here to see them completely donk on the lobby once again. But we did actually have an interesting kind of spot brought up here, Mark, whilst we were talking in the background. It being Rondo coming up, there's a chance we could see some movement.
It's not just movement, it's the opportunity that Ukraine could potentially push neutral out, because we know they're going to drop next to each other. This is the obviously midway point, and the opportunity for them to actually close them out. Neutral have dropped down. They're in 7th place, and for Team Ukraine, they've got nothing to lose now. So why not be aggressive? Why not try and deny these opportunities to players not to go to the final?
Good point. There is technically vulnerability there, but let's get to it. Already game A on the way. We're ready to Rondo. It is going to be Mark and Gibson to bring you the next game.
Oh, this is going to be a fun one, Mark. Rondo, I think you even made the call. You think neutral might even drop out of the top 8 going into this game, and we spoke about it. The hot drop by Test Track between Ukraine and neutral. There are literally more reasons for Ukraine to push aggressively early towards them than there are for them not to.
Yeah, look, and is the circle going to be a factor into it potentially? And we'll have to wait and see. This plane path, though, is the south towards the north, but obviously going past Test Track and Linux Factory, where we expect both these teams to land. It's difficult. Like, I love every one of those players on neutral, right? And they are outstanding. They are all-star. But it comes back to what we said last time. They are, on paper, one of the strongest teams on here, but for whatever reason, the synergy is not going to work. Sometimes having all the best players on one roster, unlike Ukraine, doesn't always work out, Gibson.
Well, look at it all the time. The amount of times we go into tournaments saying this team should win it, that team should win it, and it doesn't happen because the games just aren't played on paper.
Denmark.
And Denmark have decided to join the party.
Denmark!
It looks like neutral have actually extended even further south. The back of that, they're going way deep. And the Test Track. I was not expecting this.
Whoa, that is a curveball. And Denmark, they were like, Ukraine, step aside. We want to deny neutral opportunity to the final because, again, they're a team that's qualified and it's forced neutral away. It's forced neutral into a corner and they might be closed out.
This is Martin's idea, do you think? Do you think Martin just went, guys?
100%.
We're pushing neutral.
100%. Someone call Martin, get him on the blower. It must be the coach's call.
He was just like, guys, this is a great opportunity to wipe them out now. That's just
100%. Someone ask. James, get on the phone.
Yeah.
You need to have a coach call in. Ukraine dropped not too far away. And they've gone for obviously the drop's not too far away. Denmark obviously applied pressure. Neutral backs into a corner.
Yeah, now looking at the game last time around and how it was won, we see something. This FX flick was just nuts,
That's this one.
Yeah.
Yoink! Stuck off the half pipe and he just deleted him. Marco didn't even land. Diffic's insane.
It's like those practice arenas that people have made, in the creation labs. Like, it's just so easy for Ukraine at times as they're just easily able to dominate the lobby. And look, they got the win. Someone was saying, we were having the conversation, would you class them as having won nearly every map, considering they got the most points in game 1 and game 2?
I agree.
Yeah. You probably could.
I think Matt's right. I think let's count that first game as a win because they did take the points. Neutral have completely disengaged, by the way, guys. They have left the area. They've got in a car. They've gone. Denmark is chasing them down, following the same route. And obviously, we're watching Ukraine at the moment. It's Ferris and Boostic and the guys are still looting, so there's no change to them. But yeah, neutral, they're running.
Could you imagine a world where going this weekend, you'd say that neutral will be pushed off their drop by both Ukraine and Denmark? Like, they have no loot. They've essentially made it all the way to Yulin as they push towards Zhao Tin. Like, they are not comfortable at all here, Mark. And I think
Gibson?
the team... Yes?
About to say, we've got newsfeed coming in, mate, from the production team. We get confirmation from Martin, the coach of Team Denmark. They talked about it. If they had 2 bad games today, they would make a difficult decision and they'd push. So actually from the coach, Denmark actively hunting down Team Neutral.
Do you know what? I'll allow it. I would have preferred to see him sub himself in at this point because they've already qualified.
Leading from the front. George.
Yeah, just go, Martin, go you be bait. Go be human bait. But I think looking at the map, Mark, and kind of what's happened, right? UK dropped really early. They dropped in Tin Long. It's where they dropped in this map. The circles shifted their way. Like, they have a free rotate all the way towards Hongshan as the nearest team to them is the Philippines, who are center of the circle. If Team UK play this right, there's another chance they could really put points on the board as Canada continue what's been a bright Couple of maps for them, up to 17 points now, but, you know, look at that. They're still 15 points off it.
Still one game. We've seen that. If they can just
one game if Ukraine weren't playing. One game if this team weren't there.
Come on, here we go. It's Denmark, his first versus second. Ukraine looking to try and double up their points on them. They've already pulled into the compound. Ketter's there. He's got that Panzer beam. He steps out, but he steps down. Boosting 1-2. Ketter does get the fix.
It's just they're bullying them. Ukraine have got 3 knocks now. It's all down to Ketter. He's got the Panzer, misses the shot with the launcher, and now they're all just corralling him into the spot. Ketter will try to throw a defensive nade, but Mark, for Denmark, this is not what they wanted. And I think this could be the game where Ukraine double Denmark's point tally.
It could be. I think it's going to happen this game. Here comes a fair party. Ukraine obviously looked for the compound. Denmark were chasing neutral, who went really far to the west. They've gone well outside the zone as they now work their way in. Argentina see towards sort of the opportunity. Ukraine is down, but without the knock, they do disengage Gibson. I think the right call there from Argentina.
Yeah, look, it's Ukraine. There was no real knocks, no real opportunity to really push on it. So I think Argentina, looking at their spot in 4th place, just go secure top 4, top 5 this game. Go get a good few points on the board and kind of have a bit more fun going into the final 2 games of the day. Finland up into 11th now after a much stronger start. But Mark, they are going to run into a bridge camp from Malaysia.
Yeah, Shen obviously leading the charge. As you wait him, doesn't need to expose just yet. Finland obviously will be looking at this gun. They know there's people dropped over this way, but are they holding the bridge? Shen steps up. Scav, though, has to divert, and he goes for a full send off the bridge. Both sides, though. Finland find opportunity just to find on the little island.
Opportunity missed maybe so far for Malaysia as Emp's going to step across, and Sata will manage to find one. He gets that knock, and now this is looking really bad. 1 team fall each, make it 2 for Malaysia now as another kill comes in from Corexi, and this is really positive. This is probably one of the worst bridge camps we've seen in a long time.
It was down to sort of Shen to get that, but great reaction speeds though from the boys. Scav diverted one side, Sata diverted the other, and Sata able to put them down. So they've got to now try and figure out how do they get across and get Scav back up, but they've got time on the clock.
Hey Mark, we gotta. So Sata'd be how we'd say it, but you gotta put it with a Finnish Sata. And get the Finnish Sata. He gets it done. You'll learn some more Finnish. If you want to say like "Let's go Finland," Huva Suomi. That's what you say.
I need that one to you. I won't mess it up.
You're like I'll let the Irish accent butcher the Finnish, not the English one.
Yeah, they can't be done, mate. Malaysia have disengaged now, so they give up on those blue chips as they work their way towards the next factory. Finland will get the opportunity now to get those bodies back up, and it was a good hold from them.
We'll watch it again.
Look at this.
Yeah. So
this is a dream team. Look at that. It's off the half pipe, though. Swips guns and catches him. Look. See you later.
Yeah, Code Marco had no chance there.
2
hip fire. Easy for defense. Actually, I wanted to say Fairest fell off last game. Only 3 kills for him in the last map.
Jeez. Again, at what point? These guys are just having fun. They're just driving up on teams wherever they want to go at any time.
Yeah, and then elsewhere around the map, you know, we've got Turkey sitting in the center of the circle. Kazakhstan are right next door to Argentina. We've seen those 2 teams go head-to-head several times. And, well, Ukraine have also made their way into the center of the circle now. But big question for you, Mark. Neutral have been forced to go, and I think it was kind of posed in the chat by James. Neutral have now been forced to do a rotate they're not used to doing outside of test track. Like, how is that going to impact them playing this map from a side that they're not used to?
I think there's 2 decision-making factors that they know teams are now hunting them, so that has to change mindset. So that wide rotation outlook, do they know the map? Yeah, 100% Gibson. They know how they're going to play and where they're going to come. But there's a difference now. They're not on the offensive foot. They're not the one to press the attack. They're in a defensive mindset. They're having to find safety. They're having to try and eke out some of these placement points. And the zone, unfortunately for them, shifts back the other way.
Yeah, Neutral are going to run right into a potential, drop if they want to get it. If they want to get themselves a crate weapon, that could help them out as Neutral, Australia, Chinese Taipei, Argentina all wrap in from the side as Finna looks to catch out Metabay from Turkey, who've been really slow off the mark so far. But Canada, they don't get the kill mark, but more importantly, they held their terrain, they held their territory, which will help them a little later on.
Also fighting around this sort of midpoint of the map. It is phase 2. Turkey taking some of the high ground as their position quite early. Ukraine coming from that north side of them, and not too far away, obviously, is that Canada. We saw a couple of shots. Back on the other side, though, in that sort of northeast corner, Finland do enter back in towards zone. Malaysia, obviously, were disengaged, and it doesn't take long before the action to kick off.
Yeah, I was going to say I expected Argentina and Kazakhstan to at least knock heads a bit, and Emmy is able to confirm out that kill that came in from Pipa. So Argentina moving up to 51 points now as Celtic's going to get caught out by Defex. Ukraine pushing up the hill line. Metaby speaking across the other side of the brigade. Can't get the knock on him just yet. Dips back into cover, but Finn's third partying.
Run! Just run! You know his Diffix going to be there. Diffix actually puts down Hakatori because he wants all the kills for himself. Ferris has to be on the other side. Turkey's making the applied pressure. Shida comes storming over the hill, and Ferris has to reposition.
Yeah, but those are great shots on the side. Capitan third partying as well, doing favors towards Ukraine as Turkey will send it back into the compound, forfeiting those two blue chips, forfeiting the opportunity to wipe out your lobby leaders. But for Ukraine, it's job done. Center circle confirmed. You've already got some spots dug up here as well by Turkey, who were playing the position. Ukraine just imposing their will on this lobby.
It is a fear that runs across the lobby when you get pushed by Team Ukraine. Obviously, the fact that they just tried to get out of there is not an option most people want to try and look at. What I find really interesting is a lot of teams looking to try and take the third party, but they're not helping each other out. Someone is stopping the third party action. At what point did the teams go, if they're pushing Ukraine, let them be and let's see what happens?
It's like playing Skyrim. You're just walking around minding your own business, and then the music starts and a dragon appears, because that's just Ukraine coming in to cause you problems. But anyways, they will be center of the circle as things stand. Japan, who I feel like have been the most unlucky team in all of PUBG when it comes to rotates, as they just seem to be caught over and over and over again. They're going to be forced to go into the blue and find another way to enter, as it was Chinese Taipei pushing them back.
Yeah, they're coming in the southwest corner now, don't they? Team UK hasn't moved all the way over here. They hold the southeast. India kind of thread the needle in between these two teams. So for Chinese Taipei, they're either going to clash against Team Neutral or they're going to clash against Team India shortly.
Yeah, Chinese Taipei, though, they're going to play the edge of Hongshan, or at least leave Savior in that point to kind of feed information to the rest of the team. Philippines gifted by that circle, as them and Ukraine are now very close to the center. But I'm looking at Team UK. They've moved in. They've had no pressure on them whatsoever, Mark. And with the way all the other teams have rotated in, it could be in place for another good placement point game as Australia crash Argentina.
They do. They go for the crash. Pippa goes down. Neutral will find it. It's a jewel of cars, though. Neutral trying to find the secondary, but it does go. Pippa and Draft King will tick, and Luke's now down.
Yeah, Flood 3 HP as well. He dips back into cover, but Australia, their chances of qualification getting lower and lower as we see a great nade from Algin Bots elsewhere. He's going to get that knock on the James as the Philippines push towards Norway as well.
Yeah, it's backwards and forwards. Lots of action happening as the zone shift does work his way. Monty, though, final player here from Australia, and Capitan puts him down.
Yeah, jumping back on over now. Norway still fighting with Philippines. Alec and CJ trying to lead the front. You've got one player down for Norway, as He-Man's just going to go prone. The blue zone, though, will force them out. And here come Kazakhstan. They know that Argentina are down to one. They want some revenge, and Mark, they might just be about to get it.
This is a junkyard of cars. Capitan leaps out, but he gets put down. Kazakhstan, good play for them. Good third party, and more cars just pile up.
Yeah, jumping back on over now. He-Man has fallen after a great nade from Algin Bots, and Techers will try to re-push the fight back, but he gets a molly right on top of him, and he's going to fall now as well. CJ getting another player dropped, and for 8C and for Norway, this might just open the door for them to fall outside the top 8.
Yeah, I think he's cutting ties with his compound now, and he's sending it south. Unfortunately, he's going to send it into an EMP zone, so he has to get the momentum on the car before it comes to a grinding halt. Fexto coming over the hills. The Welsh Dragon now causing problems. Ain't he? He's going to fall.
Yeah, Norway down and out. Now Japan are crashing India. Translucent's going to find that first knock, giving India a bit of an advantage, but Fevin jumps across the side. Goni's traded back, though, and now there's two players up for one team, and Fevin's the last player standing out for the other. Unforgiven's low, but this is Japan. This is a big play from them.
Look at Chinese Taipei, they're coming in as well. They want the third party. We want the points as well. India down for 2, needs to get med back on. Japan trying to close their way in. A Chinese Taipei is where their car's about to breach on over.
Yes, you've got Goni is down, as really leaves Fevin as the last player up, and India is Unforgiven and Ryzen want to deal with them quicker rather than later.
Nice.
Zeno stealing those kills away from Japan, or from India at this point in time, as Fevin's just going to smoke off and pick up the shotty.
Yeah, look, it's really good play from them. Chinese Taipei trying to take those additional points that they can. The EMP zone really stopping these other teams moving, which is good to see. And actually for Team UK, they wanted to try and get in the cars and also play a fair party, but unable to do so.
Yeah, shotgun now for Fevin, though. A couple of good shots could cause some problems, but he misses it. Unforgiven in India. Jump up to 2 kills, and they'll now just stay above Canada at this point in time. But Chinese Taipei surely look to make the push. And actually, UK thought about third party, Mark, but I think that circle shift might see them go back towards T-Bone.
They were in the car straight away. It was the EMP that completely stopped him. They would have been waiting for it to clear before they could get involved. For Fex, he might be able to find a way in towards zone. T-Bone's gone really far towards that east, as you can see, trying to find safety. But at what point does UK sort of collapse that? Then they're shredded out here, they can get isolated and they get picked off.
Yeah, Chinese Taipei trying to thread the needle now through neutral and the Philippines as they make their way north towards Navi and might, or I keep saying that, like it's old habits, right? North towards Ukraine as Zeno will try to find himself a position to play. Neutral, as much as they've tried to avoid Ukraine, might just find themselves going into their waiting arms once more as Lunlun's going to get knocked.
Yeah, now they've sort of hit the kill feeder as well. As it stands, have a look at this. Ukraine is king of the hills at the moment, and they fought for it. It's going to rain fire down on the rest of these teams as Chinese Taipei are first to fall. Up to 10 kills. 10 kills already in this map. We're only phase number 4.
Akatori peeking down towards Kazakhstan as well, but it's just been madness here in Rondo so far. A doozy, great spray there with the AUG with the red dot. Will find IAM5. Now he's going to toss the nade over towards Ermac. The coup gives away the position, but he hops in and he's going to get on the move, so that nade will not hit pay dirt Mark, and he's going to go for the hero res.
Yeah, nice play. Nice jump actually from a doozy using the smokes to try and take a step forward, but they need to take a few more. The zone is not in their favour. Neutral looking to try and make the push forward. Battalion though outside of the car, looks for the opportunity. Shots come through, bounces the nade back, does the damage himself, and Lou able to find potentially the kill. Find his body, Lou.
He's going to get it. There we go. But the thing is, Mark, Neutral need this. They need to up the aggression with just a few maps left on the day, so they need to hunt down every single knock they get as Kazakhstan will fall. I think Hakatori, the one giving them the death blow as another team falls. We're almost in the placement point window now, as you can see Team UK getting themselves a nice spot just beside the Philippines, between them and Malaysia. And I'm seeing Finland, who've been much better today as well, also finding a pocket of space over on that eastern side.
I'm really interested now. Ferris has found the doozy, so they know where they are. Does Team Neutral, again, just fixate and focus on this other side? Well, for now, Finland trying to send in the car like steel. But IXE slowly runs over. Malaysia will fall in 9th.
Yeah, another kill on the board for Finland. They find themselves just 2 points away from getting into the top 8, and Fex looking to hold them back. Scav found in the distance, but Fex only lands 1 shot for 23 damage. And I think he just gets into cover behind that tree as the nades just push them back.
Love the guy behind taking notes with the camera. He knows it's a dream team here. Team UK only on 1 kill at the moment. They have got back together. Oh God, the nade was close, but Corexy just jumps away.
Yeah, Corexy with a much more gamer posture than T-Bone as well, who was sitting perfectly straight, but Defex finds a doozy as Ukraine get another. Hakatori gets Levante in neutral. Well, they're getting neutered here, Mark, if I'm being honest, making their way inside the circle, and this is their last chance dash. They're going to play this spot, but it ain't looking good for them.
Here we go. Ukraine. Look at them. They're even pushing. They know they can potentially stop any more kills. Grenade will come down. Smokes have to go up. It's actually coming from the Philippines, from that sort of south side. They're causing problems. And Ukraine, W key down, neutral. Final 2, and Hakatori launches the grenade.
As I said, they're getting neutered here, Mark. More nades getting tossed on, and 8 damage found on the Batu. And I think the Philippines are having a little peek, a little nosy as well. They think that they can get some points. A nade from the Philippines could be great, but it forces Lou back. CJ finds the knock as Batu will trade one back onto A. 2 teams battling to try and get this last point on the neutral.
For Ukraine, they don't need to overextend. They know another team's entered in. As long as the neutral go out for them, it doesn't matter. Battalian's final player now, he's sitting in the smoke, and there's only 1 smoke, so Ukraine locked in, 14 kills, looking to make it 15.
Yeah, this is not good now. Batu, the last player standing. CJ's looking over. T-Bone will pick up the kill onto India as they're going to get eliminated. And we're into the placement points now. As Fairest, he's going to toss that nade down towards Finland, who've just thought about getting involved in the action as well, but I think they see a better morsel in Turkey just beside them.
There you go. Ukraine has taken out neutral. That is 15 kills for them. Turkey looking to try and do some damage. They roll in towards this north side. Finland already here. Komarko, final player. Sata, he's in the open, but he steps out. He steps across and he gets put down.
Yeah, Code Marco, last player up, and as you said, he's just going to smoke that one off. He wants to get this kill confirmed and get his teammate back on his feet. Marco and Shilla, the two most deadly players on this Turkey roster. Canada desperately want to get involved, but they just can't get the angles, and I think they're doing right, Mark. Don't give up the compound, because if you give it up, it allows UK a chance to backfill you.
Yeah, and UK obviously got T-Bone sort of flexing behind them, so he's kind of scouting, he's bouncing from the east to the west, he's trying to find those kills. Sata gets the information that they've got the res back up, they're looking to try and deliver the grenade. Correxy is there, it is over the arm, not too far away, looks for the second as well. First one should get the re-knock, it does get the re-knock, and it's a Kobe coming in from Corexy.
Yeah, chance now for Finland though, Mark. They can force their way into the top 8. The explosion of the vehicle, and it's going to hit him, it's chasing him. The car wanted it. Corexy has been flattened, as that car just did not like him at all. And that moves Finland into the top 8. It's a 1 versus 1 with 2 points up for grabs in that fight, Mark. But Corexy, you're going the wrong way, my friend. Do not go towards Ukraine.
He can't drop the ball on that north side, though. For him, the south side, the high ground, is going to be dangerous. Ferris looking, but doesn't want to give up the advantage. Not just yet. How much more, apart from kills, can Team Ukraine be fed? Are they going to get another zone shift? Because if it goes back their way, which it does, they are still king of the hill.
Yeah, it's just, look, it's probably another win. Like, it's going to take something insane for Ukraine not to take the advantage. They've got the high ground, they've got the numbers, they've got 15 kills already, by the way, with still 17 players left alive in the game. This has been insane from the side. I'm looking at Team UK, Mark. Like, what's their next move? Did they try to rush Philippines and try to get to that dip before them on the other side of the road? Or do you fancy them maybe pushing a little further north towards Canada and Turkey?
So I would go into that dip, and with the Philippines, it's going to be difficult. They have to keep an eye, but they have the opportunity to rotate around and just keep an eye on Canada, because Canada has options as well. They either come towards that next ridge up, but the solos are going to cause some problems. We know Corexy, even as a solo, is dangerous. And obviously, we've got Code Marco from Turkey as well. Again, could cause some problems. So for me, Canada and Britain, it's going to be who moves first, and it might not be the best advantage.
But Mark, we're in a top 6, and the team that is top has the same amount of kills as the other 5 combined. Like, 15 kills between Turkey, UK, Philippines, Finland, and Canada. 15 kills for Ukraine. It has just been shooting fish in a barrel. Now, Code Marco, he'll set himself up a wall as Canada start creeping this way, and I feel for Canada, they need to take advantage here too, Mark. Another opportunity to get inside, the top 5, building points. Like, if they get another few placement points, another few kills, they've given themselves a chance with 2 games to go.
They have chipped away at the kind of gap they had, so we'll take it. It is match 8. We are a best of 10 for the survival stage. We are coming towards the closing stages of it. We are going to end up on Togo, so expect a bit of chaos as the chaos is coming. It is Team UK. They have pushed towards that corner section, but they are applying pressure. Canada comes in a little bit first. Michael launches the first grenade. Looking for the second, goes over the hill, not too far away, but Hakatori is reminding everyone that they're still there.
Hakatori is just like, I don't care what you're doing, I'm still getting involved. Corexy, though, you said it. Just sneaking in behind Code Marco now, who's very distracted by the Canada push. So this could be an opportunity for Finland to get those extra few points. But UK putting the fog of war down, Mark, as they push their way towards Canada.
Oh, he's actually shot over the top, though. Komarko is in the trench looking to try and get that confirmation. He's going to be disciplined, though. Has to go for the reload. Can't allow Corexy to get on his feet. Grenade comes through. Komarko entrenched and engulfed in the action.
Yeah, VAR steps over, and Canada are the first to fall. So the team with 4 players up get torn apart by the other 3 teams peeking their way. Code Marco is going to pop a first aid as he goes in behind that rock once more, trying to hold back Corexy with the stones. But what I love about this is Ukraine are just letting these teams stun each other out. They're playing for the victory here, Mark, as Code Marco and Corexy are now going to fight.
They are, and Corexy does get the better of him. So for Team Turkey, they go out in 5th place. Ukraine, 16 kills now, still on the high ground, looking on towards Team UK. Hakatori trying to give T-Bone the pedicure that he desperately needs, though, but a car providing the cover.
Yeah, Hakatori, just look at the sight lines he has, Mark. It doesn't matter what perspective you're playing, and he can basically see everything that's going on over on this edge of the circle. Now, it does shift towards Philippines, which means Ukraine might have to walk a full 15-20 meters to make their way inside this next circle. But I like what Team UK are doing. They know that Ukraine are on the high ground, and they're actually trying to take the fight to them on the high ground rather than getting stuck in the bowl below. Oh.
Yeah, again, they've found this sort of plateau. So they got the read. There's another solo. And then that solo's coming around from Grex to that north side. So T-Bone found the opportunity to try and stop Crex's run across the open terrain. For Crex, he's just got to go head-to-head here. He's got to try and get another knock. He's got to try and be as disruptive as he can. For Team UK, they are locked in. What fears is Hakatori is going to get the final blow.
You can't take a knock. If Corexi manage to get a knock at all, that's going to be the signal for either Philippines or Ukraine to make their move towards Team UK. Now, one player is going to hop on out, so they leave one in the smoke, and they try to cause a distraction as the rest go across the road. Fex, the Welsh wizard, he's going to not even get it. It's denied by the blue as Finland fall, and now UK make their way towards Hakatori.
George, keep going up the hill. They find themselves in the top of 4 again. For our Team Ukraine, they have left the high ground. They are applying pressure now as they will send it down full force towards the Philippines. It's a 4 versus 4 versus 3. And Team Ukraine are still up in here fighting.
4 kills apiece for each of the 4 members of Team Ukraine now as they look to just continue enforcing their will in the lobby. Philippines, they've got Algin bots way down to the south, playing on the edge just on this corner of that compound. And that side of the road as the nades are going to get tossed down by Fairest. And the one thing I can say about Ukraine, Mark, is they don't really have a lot of utility left as far as explosives. They've got plenty of smokes, but they've already used so many nades.
I just like the consistency that Ukraine's got 4 kills apiece. Now they come for the full charge. Hakatori! He gets an open in here. The Philippines have to move.
Bard, you gotta get these.
The high ground.
Yes,
gets
Bard.
1. Var gets the second. UK leading it from the high ground.
Yeah, Ukraine down to 2 now. This is a big opportunity for the UK to really secure their spot into the weekend as CJ tosses the nade over towards the blue. Ukraine looking like it's all falling apart now for them in this map. CJ can't quite land the shots. The smoke providing cover, Mark, but the Nolly will be tossed, and that might be the time for Philippines to get the res.
W key down. Come on, Team United Kingdom. We need to convert up. Philippines will fall, though. It falls in the hands of Team Ukraine. The grenade goes over the top. 6 kills on the board here. Ukraine looks to try and close things, but they are closed up against the blue zone.
They're not done yet, though. It's a 2 versus 4, but they've got so much damage being put on, and they get the knock on the T-Bone. 3 versus 2 now. The rest of the UK wrapping up onto the high ground as Vard misses the opportunity to find the knock, but this is a big chance for Ukraine to still fight back.
Yeah, Michael looks for the other angle though. He rotates his way around. The grenade comes up on the other side. Bard on the hold. Ferris is there. He takes huge amounts of damage. Hakatori. Oh my God, puts Bard down. It's a 2 versus 2, but no. Fex is dead to answer.
Yeah, Ferris, he's got 28 health points. He doesn't have the time or the space to go for that med kit, so he's going to toss the nade. Maybe buy himself some more time. You can see Michael has the angle, but he's going to pop now. Go prone. Give himself some cover. Fex wrapping on the other side, but the smoke just keeping him hidden for now. Ferris in the 1v2. Ferris is going to step on up here, Mark. Ferris gets another, and it's a 1v1 for the win.
Oh my God, the Welsh Dragon has to go back. He hasn't got a helmet. He swaps over though. Ferris limited as well. Doesn't have the vest, but a 1 versus 1 in the end. The opportunity though is he can go get the res if he needs to. The Welsh Dragon, he takes a breather and takes the opportunity now to get the IGL back into the fight.
And now if you get yourself back up to a 2, the most important thing for Team UK is to not line up.
He's got it.
Don't play in each other's pockets though. If you play in each other's pockets, you give the chance to Ferris. Ferris goes to 1 HP. Yes! He falls, and the UK take the win.
UK take the win. It's 9 kills, a 19-point game here. And James, Matt come back in. But more importantly, James, cue the music. It's a UK win.
Rule Britannia! Sorry, I'll stop. That is, I can't believe it. What's happened? Where was this? Great Britain yesterday. That is spectacular stuff. And going up against Ukraine in the very final moments here, Matcham, who had 20 kills. What a game of Rondo.
Oh, Ukraine, what can you even do to stop these guys? Apparently, if they just drive down a hillside, jump on top of another squad, then UK gets an opportunity to take it, because Ukraine off the start of this one, it felt like everybody was after neutral, but Denmark and Ukraine just ended up going after each other.
Yeah, people seem to be forgetting who is able to conquer the world. All right, it was great. We're a bit useless now, but it was Great Britain once upon a time. That's right. Gibson. This is. I will say there was a moment there towards the end where I was like, Great Britain's going to flub this because they're against Ukraine.
They tried to. They tried to throw it a couple of times, but the res came in clutch at the end. Look, as an Irish person, I'm conflicted. Like, I really like the players, but it's so hard for me to be happy about that UK win, but I am. Like, they played it well. They did a fantastic job, but I'm going to be honest, Matt. In all that madness between Ukraine and, you know, the UK, there's so many other subplots happening now. Like, even Denmark are pushing to wipe neutral out.
I mean, we've got so many things on the rise. Philippines have been extremely consistent today on a climb of themselves, making sure to secure themselves a good overall position on the leaderboard. A couple of other independent climbs are happening across this. You can see also a slide coming out because Australia has been just having like a struggle bus going on. Malaysia, even with Shin trying to set up bridge cams and trying to as much take the rest of the squad on his shoulders, just can't seem to find it. Instead, it's been all about consistency against everything else going on around Ukraine. And United Kingdom just on a massive come up, creeping up and stealing 4th place now, G.
I mean, this kind of win is probably going to secure them top 8, right? With only 2 more games remaining, this is massive for Great Britain after looking back. I'll put my flag back on, actually, whilst we're doing this segment. That's fine. Unbelievable, realistically speaking, because I genuinely thought, Mark, they were down and out yesterday. I didn't know whether they were going to be able to recover. But here they are in all their glory.
Yeah, I was with you. It didn't see it. They had to get past that kind of early game, and it wasn't happening for them yesterday. Today is a bit of a desperate attempt, but it's worked out. They've got a couple of zones, they've got some kills, and more importantly, UK have started to build the momentum. And as a result, they haven't climbed the leaderboard.
But we would be remiss if we did not talk about the fact that, well, let's look at the numbers here for Great Britain, give them their flowers, and then talk about Ukraine again, because, you know, they're crazy. But Fex with 759 damage. The problem is, though, Gibson, I think as much as he's been able to put that up, I think Hakatori is going to be taking man of the match. Whoa.
It could be any, but I think Hakatori ended with 7 kills, was it, in the end? 8 kills. He was nuts. And look, you know, I'm a fan, though. I'm glad we've started giving the MVP to the most impactful player. Not, never mind. You know, never mind giving it to someone who wins. So I'm happy. Hakatori, 8 kills and less than 800 damage. But the kid's insane.
Yeah, just monstrous, Mark, looking at how they were playing that out. They had like 15 kills whilst they're on the high ground. Still plenty to actually play in for again as well. I think that now I've spoken to a few people even throughout the day today that are off this broadcast right now, and a lot of people are just saying Ukraine's going to win this tournament. It's not just the survival stage. If they're playing like this, they are going to win this tournament.
Yeah, I'm with you. Definitely be in the fantasy pick for the finals, and no doubt, obviously, they are sitting at the top here. And do you know what? Actually, I was quite surprised. One, let's go back to the very beginning. Denmark jumping in, and actually, they took the fight. Ukraine didn't. They stayed to their game plan. They wanted to go for the drop. They went for the cars. They went for the loot, and they weren't deterred to try and take it away. It was Denmark that inserted themselves then into try and take out Team Neutral. Didn't quite work out for them, but actually, we like the discipline that we're seeing from this team.
Well, I also want to do a quick jump in just because I want to talk about Finland. Finland has been on a consistent rise today and now has touched up, gotten into that 8th place position. Sure, it's great. Ukraine, you're double points of 2nd place. You're dominant, respect, we bow down. But today is also all about the top 8. And Finland has just been on a climb while a lot of other squads have just been on a slide down the leaderboard. Chinese Taipei also seeing some rallied plays trying to creep up there. My eyes are really on Neutral, and in these last 2 games, can they make something happen?
Yeah, I completely agree. More points. This is more dominant from Ukraine than the made in Thailand situation over in PGS, which is insane to think about. And at the same time, they've got more points than the bottom 6 combined so far. But beyond all of that, I think our attention really does need to turn to what is going on below 8th and between that and 16th, right? Because those teams at the moment are all totally in this danger zone here, Gibson. There's big names down there. Still Australia, now not in that top 8. There's other teams that need to jostle for position here.
Yeah, I think, I just want to highlight the damage first before I answer your question. Like 16,000 damage is insane, but you look at the bottom 8. I think all of us are in agreement. If we were picking our top 8 going into these 2 days, there's at least 2 or 3 teams in the bottom 8 that we thought would have been shoo-ins to make it to the weekend. So I think for like Australia, for Neutral, like this is a really tough game. Even Norway, you maybe would have thought a bit more would come from them, considering how many or how big the player base is in that country. This is going to be a tough 2 maps for these teams.
Yeah, definitely. I think even also if you think about you were saying it before, Mark, the fact that Japan's win is basically the majority of their points, right? They're in 14th place, but they have a win. That's crazy to think about.
Yeah, and there's that one game that it's gone back to those early games we saw yesterday. They're not getting the zones, they're unable to find their way in, they're spending more time rotating, so they're not being able to adapt to this kind of update to these hard zone shifts. UK, on the other hand, bad day number one, spoke to T-Bone. It was about, actually, do you know what? We know that was our problem. We need to find a way into the zone or find a way to play the points. I think Japan just haven't figured that out, but I'm really intrigued because we've got 2 games left. A win, especially if you're in the 20-point range, you're going to be putting yourself in those 30s, those high 30s, depending on kills. At what point is the cutoff at?
At least for those teams down at the bottom, the cutoff point is going to be even more severe or close to them because of the way in which Ukraine has been able to soak up this many points. So that, for them, gives them a bit of a lifeline. For teams like Norway, for teams like Australia as well here, Matrim, they're just so close. Chinese Taipei as well, who's been able to get to some of these later game situations, but not quite into that top 8 just yet, but it's just in reach.
And see, what worries me is with squads like Australia, we haven't necessarily seen them trying to, like, I guess, take control over their own destiny, take the firefights or anything else like that. They're finding themselves in very awkward positions that other squads are kind of pouncing on them and just instantly wrecking them. Chinese Taipei, we've at least managed to see them rally a solid defense and a couple of crashes, so that's where we're starting to see them climb up. At this point, with 2 games left, you have to be looking at the squads that have managed to get themselves into a decent position off of their own merit.
All right, it's time for one of the classics. Time for Miramar for the penultimate game here of the survival stage. And our attention can't truly be on Ukraine anymore. We know what they're up to. They're probably going to shoot at everything. Thank you very much, Mark and Gibson. We'll talk to you after this game. It's me and Matrim here to bring you the Dusty Dunes.
Okay, plain path, pretty much anything available. No big scary thing that's going to be going on to this. It's just going to be about how well can you dodge the rotate from Ukraine. And I think that a lot of squads are probably having to make some quick decisions based off of that because we've seen such a dominant performance coming out with Ukraine. They don't care. Even if they crash you and die, they can ruin your game. So you have to be playing not only the map, not only the circles, not only the other 14 teams other than Ukraine and yourself, but you also have to be constantly going, where does Ukraine go next and are they going to screw me over?
But that's the funny thing about that theoretical, because oftentimes, yes, we would say, even if they crash you and die, but guess what would happen because it's Ukraine? They will crash you and definitely not die. You're wiped off the map at that point. It's a meteor hitting you and you're the dinosaurs. So, like, you want none of it. Absolutely none of it. And it is one of the only times that it has almost become a true fact in these games. But look at this, the rise up from Great Britain so far here, doing so well here to be able. I cannot believe it. I am a little bit flabbergasted. I'll use all those silly things to describe this so far. It's crazy stuff.
Just see the little special thing that popped up down the bottom left-hand corner was Fex says that Michael gains superpowers whenever he eats Korean fried chicken, and I'm wondering how powerful the aroma of his superpowers are.
Well, he's British, so, you know, probably quite powerful. I will say, actually, while that has been going on, Denmark taking power grid, that is cheeky. Martin and the Danish boys have been cooking something up as well on the other side. It's not some Korean fried chicken, but it might be fried neutral here at the moment. Pushing them off is... They're causing even more problems for Neutral, who clearly is a team to be respected, so I completely understand why they're doing it.
I mean, we all know the fact that Batulin's levels up the longer an event goes on. He just gains more and more experience. He finds ways to get more and more points for his team. So trying to eliminate that squad, but while they're not a threat, is a great strategy. Whenever we also are looking at a circle like this that is very northern set, that means that Argentina is going to be kind of close to center. Oasis is just kind of off center. That gives you an idea of how far north we are going to be looking at. That means that Neutral does have some options in rotate, so even having power grid taken away, if Neutral can get there and loot fast enough, they can still be competitive.
Well, you know what's actually super interesting? And they might actually pivot mindset-wise here for Neutral whilst we're watching these highlights go down of the previous game, but there's really interesting things happening. Neutral is going straight up, threading the needle between Chinese Taipei and Finland, and going to Old Cobbers, La Cabrera. And that actually is a rotation path on a circle like this, which first is just good in general, but that's actually where a doozy has a lot of experience rotating in from, so maybe they can like mind meld here and be able to have some decent purchase on a circle like this because of those kinds of experiences.
I'm curious to see if Chinese Taipei goes for any shots on this rotate, because Chinese Taipei and Neutral are very close to each other. It does look like there's going to be more of a Western set coming out from Chinese Taipei. They don't want to make any commitment, but with being able to take down or do any damage to Neutral actually affects their game in a big way, because it puts them back into a better position to try to climb on the leaderboards themselves. Argentina holding down center is going to make it a little bit harder for Great Britain, that just managed to usurp their position into 4th place. But it's all going to be about how this plays out, because there's a lot of verticality in the circle down into the southwest. But then if you look into the north, mostly flat around no Oasis, going all the way up into the wall. Over in the east, very, very flat, moving into Cru de Valle. So this circle can do a couple of jukes depending on how it opts to go for these next couple of circle pops that can really dictate entirely different behaviors in gameplay.
Now all those teams towards the bottom here need to knock some of these barrier teams off of their purchase. As Chinese Taipei, Norway, Australia especially, it would be a shame if someone like Tiggleton and the Aussie boys weren't able to do a shoey here and there for the finals.
Got center of the circle? What's going on? Well, not center of the circle, center of the map. Every single time, Aussies got center of the map. What's going on?
Yeah. I don't know. It's a tough one, right? Because like we obviously bring in some names. Obviously Monty doesn't have as much international experience. Technically, Flood and Luke 12 do, but I don't check in with guys like Flood as much anymore, right? I used to talk to him a lot about things, and I don't know how much they've been playing and stuff like that. I was watching some of the scrims, you know, or some of them playing together in terms of ranked and pubs and stuff like that, and the vibes were good. That's for sure.
Oh, can you imagine, given the way the nature of the beast and how Falcons are, if Australia doesn't make it? Like, I don't feel as bad for Luke 12 because, you know, like the vibes on Team Liquid, they'll be chilling with each other no matter what. You know, the banter on Falcons, if TIG doesn't qualify, is going to be massive this year.
It's UK level banter. It's as if they hate each other when you're watching them stream together. Like, and I think it's only got worse with Gustav on the team, actually, honestly, because he's just, well, as he likes to say vampire maxing, because that's kind of the person he is.
I've never heard that term for him before, but that's so good.
Yeah, he's a ridiculous human being, but like they're just constantly lobbing bombs at one another. It's just shell after shell. So there's a lot of banter on the Falcons roster, and yeah, you're right. It won't stop if TIG doesn't qualify for the final.
All right, Finland, what you guys got in the tank? You're in good position, pretty close to the center of the circle as well. Just playing offset from Argentina, running a 2-2 split. A lot of squads are already kind of cemented into position. Norway's just going to be over to the northeast of where we're looking at with Argentina. Japan actually playing a bit north of that position, while we've got Kazakhstan just off the side. Neutral playing the open areas very far up to the north, so should be comfortable for now, but also does provide some rotates. If it does, like the circle does go east, Neutral does have a lot of decent rotate potential, whereas a lot of these other squads do not.
Well, as I was kind of talking about it, right, as we take a look at good old Fairest looking amazing alongside Ukraine as well. Again, with what Aduzi has, no doubt the chats are going on in that team, right? Like, this is technically an old question marks rotate when Aduzi leads that team back in the day, before they were BB team, and of course, and then became Seoul. So there's a world where they are well versed up there, and if they do well from up there, I can only assume it's because of some of that knowledge. Aside from, you know, just being fantastic players.
Time to be nervous. Ukraine has entered the circle. They are coming in from the southeast. Closest teams to them are Great Britain as well as Malaysia, but there is at least compounds in front of them, so might not see any firefights between them. Denmark's going to be on the other side of the road to the west, but also has some high ground control. No real need for these squads to kind of go up against each other just quite yet. Teams not inside the circle are going to be Philippines, India. Turkey's just right on the edge of it. I think they're making a rotate, and Team Canada, while the Aussies are rallying down to the south.
And here we are on with them at the moment. I won't be surprised if it's not just Denmark that's looking at Neutral as someone to get rid of. I mean, you go through this roster, right? Batolins and Aduzi, two of the greatest IGL minds in EMEA history, if not the world. Lou and Levante. Lou, who is one of the greatest fraggers of EMEA history, if not the world. Levante, who really is kind of the upstart star alongside this roster as well. And every time you watch him on Vitality now, he really is their linchpin. So I think a lot of teams have got their eyes on hoping Neutral doesn't make it through to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said by even trying to deny Levante more LAN experience or even the capabilities to work around Batulins and the rest of the squad, right? Because this is a great growth opportunity for him. kind of figure out how these other squads navigate their IGLing, where he can find, where they want to try to put him for capabilities to really pop off. Is we are finally getting all of the squads to rotate in, as India is going to be right on the edge, Canada back behind them, and it is a couple of shots going on, but I'm still eyes drawn to Ukraine as it is just sharks in the water getting closer and closer as the circle keeps up into the north and Oasis stays pretty center.
Okay, you know what's really wild about this is the fact that coming into PNC, we have those circle changes. Oasis oftentimes is a spot where, and also that northern wall, is a spot where you generally shift away from in terms of circles 4 and 8, respectively. Now, there's a world where we go crazy north on a circle like this, and who might benefit? Philippines is already going on for that wide rotate around. India's coming in behind neutral. That might be a good opportunity for them to get some points if neutral sees them moving up there. This could be a really spicy Miramar.
Ooh, Australia just rolls right up on top of Denmark. It looked like maybe Denmark was thinking about coming back after them. Everybody jumped in vehicles and started looking back to the south. So Australia, you managed to get into the circle. Denmark's going to have a pretty decent path ahead of them. It's just going to be Chinese Taipei, who's already making a movement of their own. But I agree. I love the fact that we're seeing more and more of an Oasis focus coming out of this. Getting a little bit more variance in circles is it's tons of fun to watch, but Malaysia, you in some trouble, do you know it?
Wait, no, leave them alone. That's Great Britain. No, it's fine. I mean, they're probably going to be qualified anyway. But yeah, this is, for Japan, obviously very important if they can maybe snag a few kills here and there. As I said when we heard the interview at the beginning of the day, we don't get too much of a glimpse of a window into the Japanese scene too much. Obviously, they get like 1 or 2 teams into what is a wider regional to be able to qualify into some of the tournaments. Like, for example, in PMS, where we had some teams qualify for EWC. But now we see India moving in below neutral. I think they're quite concerned about going for a further wrap. I think they did see players up there from neutral.
Yeah, and India and Japan both in a similar fashion where these players can come in, get a lot of LAN experience, carry that back over into their regions, help the overall growth of their regions.
Yeah,
so while there's not they are sitting not necessarily the best spots on the leaderboard, this is really, really big for their teams and really what they can take back to their regions and allow a lot more growth, because I know that there's big eyes on India as potentially being another big growth market for PUBG.
Yep, and again, you know, I felt like they'd be able to do a bit better than their previous PNC showings. Technically, they have already, obviously still in 15th, but, you know, you're going up against teams that have got crazy wealth of international experience, as well as a lot more experience in terms of tenure, like years behind them. So it's slow pace, slow going for these teams at the moment. Canada, though, should technically be above 16th.
Yeah, okay. But they're getting closer. They're getting closer. Just 2 points away now. All right, looking at this circle. Okay, we've got Oasis pretty close to center. Then there's going to be the hillsides just to the south of it, where we've got Norway, Finland, all that other stuff. Turkey's going to be playing off the side of it. Another set of, like, pretty big hills, most notably around where Denmark's going to be playing. There's some verticality that really pops off over to the southwest. But it is flat to the north. We keep Oasis in, but we juke over into the east, where Ukraine already has a foothold.
That's not good for neutral. They know now they're going to have to thread the needle and go through some of these teams, or maybe they crash into Oasis. What are they going to do? You can see them on that northwest side at the moment here, already in cars. They weren't exactly pre-driving, but they were ready to go as soon as that circle did move. As we take a look at a predictive path on how these teams might move things forwards now, as this could create some conflict. But the one thing about those hills along on the south side of Oasis is that it can harbor quite a lot of teams, but a lot of it is nade bait. So you can have some devastating damage come your way if you're not careful. And yeah, neutral will come into Oasis.
But they had eyes to go more south to get across the road, then pulled off of it. I think it's because they saw Philippines or something else like that, and they wanted to set up position to maybe defend out Philippines in a rotate. They still have a doozy that's on the other side of the road, but now Turkey is going to be coming down from high ground, potentially into Oasis. Canada is going to be back wrapping behind them. External from this one, we also do have a couple of firefights. As you can see, Denmark taking shots into Malaysia while they've got Argentina right on top of them. But Australia has to come in from the south. Chinese Taipei, India, Turkey, and Canada all really have kind of dicey rotates here.
Well, normally I'd be like, oh yeah, this is a great opportunity for neutral to get some kills on the board against Philippines, but that's absolutely a lie considering the overall leaderboards right now. Philippines has been great. They've been doing really well for themselves, so I don't know for neutral so far. Gonna have to find their feet underneath them here as they are now in Oasis. Meanwhile, Turkey going up against Canada, trying to hold them out. Canada being slow on this west side. Monty starts things off against Chinese Taipei. Savior goes down. Not a bad one to take down at all, but there's more reinforcements coming forwards, and Monty is gone just as fast as that. Lunlund and Zeno take him away. Should be able to get Savior up, maybe. Oh, no, he's gone.
Yeah, I don't know what Australia wants to do from here. As Chinese Taipei with this long wrap, it's going to feel good because you managed to get away from the cluster that's over into the west. But guess what? Guess who's shooting you now? Oh, that's right. It's Ukraine. This is not the way you wanted to approach the circle.
Ah, yes, the Eye of Sauron that sees all and, unlike Lord of the Rings, doesn't let the ring through into Mount Doom, actually just stops Frodo in his tracks, takes the ring, and conquers the entire world.
Yeah, just runs back over into all the Elvish lands and burns down their cities just to get Frodo early.
It's the bad ending.
It is the bad ending. In Chinese Taipei, you're getting the bad ending right now because, yeah, you did manage to dodge out Ukraine, but now you get Denmark. 2 still up. Where do you even go? Next up on the gauntlet is going to be Malaysia, but there is at least a stop-off dip if they can get there.
Guys, why didn't they just fly them in with the Eagles? No, Ukraine's already shot the Eagles out of the sky. They're gone. Lynx AMR straight to an Eagle.
It's not even a Lynx, man. It was just a straight-up M16 coming from Hakatori. Shot them all down. No, they don't even need that.
At 800 meters. I'm like, how do you hit those shots, Hakatori? What are you doing? The Eagle falls out of the sky. Oh my God, we're going Oasis. No way, no way, no way. Please.
Okay, so good news for us is we get Oasis. Bad news for everybody in the southeast. That means that Ukraine has to move, and Great Britain's got to be right on top of them. Argentina's going to have to make a rotate. Finland's caught up looking at Turkey. Neutral, though, already inside the circle, feeling pretty good. Philippines has spotted out Canada, and that's going to be 2 easy shots coming up from Aya.
He's been the MVP of the squad so far, doing so much work for them here. And now Canada might feel the sting once again. Shimboy, though, does take down Alec. Here comes Philippines for a little bit more, though. And CJ do finish them off. Canada down and out in 16th, as clean as that, and can get Alec up. But I will say here, Matrim, this is our new Circle 4 fully in effect. Normally, it would completely shift away from that water in Oasis. Now, it's still in. There's still a chance for Oasis finish.
Okay, a couple of big movements. India's got to figure out how to get in the circle. Argentina on one side of them, at least some cover, but this is not going to be inside the circle yet. Denmark also gets some vision, throwing in some assistance. There is nowhere to go, as it is just a spattering of Indian players all along the hillside. You managed to make it in, Snipehall, but that is just going to allow you to get knocked by Norway.
Yeah, okay, so if anything, if this is to follow for the leaderboards, next is Japan on the chopping block, we'll see, as we just work our way up slowly. It might be Australia, though, as they've walked into the Eye of Sauron once again.
Tig.
The effects does go down from Tig, okay.
They managed to do something. Somebody has managed to hurt Ukraine slightly, or at least slow them down. Where do you go, Denmark? It's going to be Argentina other side. Malaysia's taking the shots. MT does get the knock on to Gustav, but Tig, man, you're kind of trapped over here.
Oh, no! Oh, he's switching. He's seat swapped into the nades. Tig, oh, dear me. Down in 14th in this game. At least Diffex is gone for Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, this is small victories right now. Neutral actually making an aggressive play onto the Philippines' positioning. This is a hunt for points. We saw them kind of go for a more aggressive stance. Aduzi's kind of playing external from this, taking shots down. It does manage to spot out Alec. That's going to be more as Chinese Taipei now eliminated.
Interesting. Feels like this fight was brewing for quite a while, and Aduzi took a far off angle on a 3-1 split compared to the rest of neutral, and has found an off angle here against Philippines in quite a smart way. So that's actually kind of causing Philippines to slow down a little bit. Gonna have to get that recovery down, but now Aduzi will rendezvous back with the rest of the team. So not a bad start there for neutral.
Oh, a little mini rivalry as it is going to be Finland and Norway lined up against each other. It should provide Argentina the capability to sneak in, as well as Denmark right next to them. And a couple of nades coming out, making it a bit scary, but Finland, Sata does spot out Techers. That's going to be a nice knock, and now Norway is trying to rally back together. Jeem's way across from everything, trying to have a side angle to defend his teammates. Could provide enough to slow down Finland, but it is starting to get spicy down there in the south. It is Argentina does manage to spot out what's going on with Denmark and eliminate them.
Nicely done by Captain. Really well done to shut down Denmark on that move. Denmark felt a little bit desperate on that south side, but again, they know that for day one, they were completely done and threw in that top 8 now. It's going to be Great Britain also on the march here to try and make something happen, going up against Ukraine on the other side. Do get hit by Runax here from Japan, though. Shooting some shots in from downtown. Just back off a little bit. Technically, they are not in the circle here, so Great Britain's got some work to do.
Finland making the more aggressive push, does find another one. 8C is going to go down. That means that Norway has to surrender the territory with the circle pop. It means that James is also pretty centered onto the circle. Finland's going to be inside a good position. Not really too much else that they have to worry about. Turkey, though, has to get in the circle pretty close to them as they're being held out by Kazakhstan. So a potential firefight going on over there. But Great Britain, who's been on a come-up today, now lines up against Ukraine, who is weakened. This could be really big for Great Britain, allowing them to start stepping into range to go after Turkey on third place.
Still hunting it down. They've got an opportunity. I think that what's important is that, okay, so they see Boosted get knocked as well. This might trigger a response here from Great Britain pretty fast because they knew Defex was down earlier. They knew that Ukraine was weakened. Now they know they're even more weakened. They're only just concerned about pushing on forwards. But here comes Neutral now, trying to crash on Philippines, trying to make something happen. CJ with a pre-nade as well as some spray goes down. It's not bad at all. He does take down a doozy. Aya down low from Levante. Neutral needs to clean this up fast and get these reses on.
Oh, they've got the angle into it. Picks it up, and there you go. They should have time to get the reses. Japan's trying to get involved in a lot of stuff right now, and I think that they're going to pull away from this. Just go eyes onto the circle. Great Britain has an option now with Japan that went more after Neutral. They have a path to get into the circle themselves, but it looks like it's going to be a clown car run-in, and that never feels good. Just 6 points now behind Turkey.
Well, they're super cautious about this because they know they've got one car, but they also know it's Hakatori if they've been kill feed tracking, right? Yep. So they know he's lurking somewhere, and they know exactly what he's capable of. As now he's charging up a nade. They're all in the same dip. This could be absolutely disastrous if this connects, and he's going to go for it. It could be a triple. Oh, it bounces off, but he does get one spray on Specs. Michael goes down as well. They know what he's capable of. You cannot underestimate this man.
T-Bone getting cooked right now as it is just Hakatori against all of Great Britain. This is contained. He's fine. He's got enough cover back behind him. He just wanted to double check that nobody was going on a rotate from Malaysia getting involved. That is his vulnerable angle that he has to be worried from. Neutral makes a send into the circle right in between all of Japan. Could be a problem, but Hakatori has a push coming after him. Does manage to get another knock.
Oh, Michael finally finishes it off, but look how many problems Hakatori alone just caused Great Britain. Yes, they might feel safe, yes, but they still want to be able to get as much in as possible. Going up against Hakatori, no small feat whatsoever. Neutral now, blue zoned. Batulins should be going down. Here comes the rest of... Here comes the rest of not only Japan, but also Kazakhstan to try and shut them down. I didn't realize it was going to be two teams pushing them, but they're doing a great job of shutting down Neutral.
Yeah, Kazakhstan's made the focus onto Japan. They want to get control over these angles. That might buy enough time for maybe Neutral to get their res back up. Looks like what they're trying to commit into right now. Actually, no, just trying to get their meds back up. Sorry about that. Just one up on them. Finland, though, just a couple of points back behind Neutral. Luckily, though, Chinese Taipei and Australia both already out, so Neutral still has some breathing room to work with. It's just about how much more can Finland get. It is just a wrap coming in from them. Finland has to fight their way into the circle where Turkey is already defending them out.
Yeah, unless Lou survives deep into the late game as a single snake, they're going to have to do something pretty big in the next game, right? There is a world where the barrier becomes effectively team neutral here. And as much as they were trying to make a meal of it up the north, there is also a world where Denmark will be majoritively to blame for pushing them off of drop spots, pushing them into uncomfortable rotations.
This is big. If Finland can stay alive here, car flips up. Big problems. 2 down for Finland. Just 1 up, and it is going to be 2 points behind Team Neutral. But that 1 is Corexi. Can he make enough happen here?
It does make me think as well for the last game, does Denmark try and finish what they started, right? Because if they
finish,
they've done it 2 games in a row, why wouldn't they try for something in the last one as well?
Yeah, they have the option to go after the finish as well, so they can actually be just kind of gatekeepers of whatever they want. As United Kingdom getting involved in Japan. Japan did actually manage to rally pretty decently and stop out Kazakhstan, but the flank coming up back behind from the United Kingdom just causing a big problem for them.
Lou now trying to find himself still some room to work with. I think the teams have kind of forgotten about exactly where he is at the moment. He's going to go for a bit of a spray down against Michael. Trying to find himself a way on in. Sunny side up does take down T-Bone though. So it really is going to be on Michael to try and do something for this. Finds himself a spot in some of this shack. But beyond all of that, I think, you know, the blue's still pushing you here, Michael. You got something to do, mate. Ooh, find one.
Sunny side up goes down. Japan gets eliminated. Michael manages to find it with some assistance from Kazakhstan on the other side, but blue zone's going to be enough. UK is eliminated in 7th place, but just 6 points now behind Denmark. Argentina nipping at their heels with still 4 up, though.
Kazakhstan, can you make a run here? Because you've got some decent spot on this northern side, as well as to be able to play into these hills. And teams and players are being cleared up in front of you as well. So this could be huge for Kazakhstan if they're able to keep things going here. Obviously, making a change from day on day. That pays off, man. What a run that'd be.
I mean, Malaysia is just, what, 4 points back behind Kazakhstan right now, so we'll have to see. It is going to be Argentina that gets most of this circle, Malaysia in the east, Kazakhstan to the north, and Turkey just kind of in that northwestern area, but looking to put themselves in the middle of it all.
Yeah, I think the south shift might have actually scuppered the plans here of Kazakhstan completely. Not only that, but Turkey was actually looking over their way and actually putting in some damage as well against this, really slowing down any potential moves the Kazakhstans could go for. They're trying to take the high ground above this position to try and look down on Kazakhstan, but now Kazakhstan walks into the waiting arms of Shen, an MVP here from PGS, getting some shots, very importantly.
Argentina at 8 kills right now, climb back up into that 4th place position. So this is a big game for them just to get clearance. Kazakhstan, though, and Malaysia, where my eyes keep getting drawn down to. We're so close, just 1 game left after this one. Who can get the lion's share of the points? Turkey is going to have to fight their way into a defended Argentina, and also with 1 player from Kazakhstan just trying to keep an eye on what's going on with Shilla to the north.
It's always Shilla. Every time I look over the top right-hand corner and it's Turkey, it's always Shilla. Looking strong as alt. As now, Emirek's gonna try and do a little bit more with it. Got Malaysia trying to find themselves a little bit more of a defensive posture. They know that if they can get rid of Kazakhstan, they might have better lines of sight that they can take hold of towards the north as well as the east. But now, here comes Turkey, making the transition, trying to go across the road.
2 players now down for Argentina, has opened up the center of the circle. A lot of duress now coming onto Argentina. Malaysia is trying to capitalize off of it, flanking in back behind, but they don't have the angles to work with just quite yet. Argentina can't make too many big moves because Turkey has managed to fight their way into the circle. It's just going to be about how we can see these counter moves come up from Malaysia, and can they get active? Do they see the opportunity in front of them, and can Malaysia exploit it?
Unless it's a UI bug, they're running out of ammo as well. He only has 15 shots left on that mini, so I've got to be careful, definitely. 30 shots left in the AUG, and all 3 of his members are down. So there might be a world where he's got no other answer because he'll have no more ammo.
Okay, Malaysia, this is your opportunity. Can you see it? Now jumping up into 10th place. 1 point now back behind Kazakhstan. Argentina still just trying to hold on for whatever they've got. Turkey has managed to rally themselves back together and center control. 2nd place, fighting for position and respect, while it is going to be Malaysia fighting for their livelihood.
Yeah, this is going to be either the tyranny of Turkey taking down Malaysia or Malaysia's best chance, best opportunity to get into the top 8. And with the leadership of Shen, obviously, what a star he is on the international stage. And Turkey is taking away kill points from them as it all bleeds down as well. Yeah, I think for Argentina, with no bullets left, he actually loaded his mini shots into the AUG. He's prioritized the AUG alone.
Well, his angle of approach could actually spell some problems for Malaysia, but Malaysia is very focused in trying to pick him up. It's all about making sure that this solo goes down, but Malaysia doesn't really have the best positioning to go up against Turkey at the time. Turkey's done a great job of getting positioned very close to center, but it is all going to come down to Shin creeping closer and closer into that Turkey line. And if Shin can pop off, which we know he can secure a good setup for the rest of the squad and really take all of the aggro from Turkey.
I appreciate the R8 players. I appreciate Vega Esports and what they were able to do for qualifying for EWC. Looks like it will maybe just be a denial or maybe a knock into... No, there's no way you can get this now. You're gone. But this has to be Shen stepping up. This has to be a PGS MVP stepping up for Malaysia, stepping up for his home country. He normally plays for a Chinese organization. But Shen, you've got to do this here against Turkey.
You see it. He doesn't like the angle, realize the fact that he's been spotted out. It's all going to be about how big of an impact he can make off the start of this. 9th place right now for Malaysia. This could be the game that turns it around for them in the biggest of ways. They've been fighting tooth and nail for every single point, but Turkey is in and entrenched. They're running a separated 2-2 with control over everything in the center. Lots of damage. Silt goes down. That's going to be Meta B that finds it all to start.
Yeah, it's the perfect strike from him on that 1v1 down on the south side. Now, flashes go forwards here. Shen, though, what can you do? Can you lead these guys to this victory? We will see now. Cole Mark already finds AJ. They're all peeking up a position, but MT starts things off again with a little bit of a trade back against Code Marco. What can you do, Shen? You need to find an opening here, and you need to find it fast.
Side flanks coming up from Turkey, realizing that they've got a full contain onto Malaysia. Celtics playing for one side, but runs right down into the face. They find the shots. Turkey manages to take the victory, and Malaysia still right on the cusp.
A tough circle for them to play out against Turkey, taking the high ground there away from them, and Shen had no answer, unfortunately. But yes, for Turkey, another easy secure for them, getting across the road in a very strong way. Let's talk to Gibson and Mark about this one. Gibson, it is the boys here, again, subverting my expectations from EMEA, looking good across the 2 days overall.
Yeah, Turkey are playing really good. Look, they took a few maps off. You know, they were kind of slow to kick things off, but that's a great performance for them. I think you said it on the cast. Every time you look in the kill feed, it's Schiller popping off. And it looked like Argentina that game won, Mark, and then Schiller and Code Marco just said no.
Yeah, look, it's such a big... It's the thing for that team. If you can take Sheila out, they kind of fall apart. And it sounds really weird because everyone on that team is an all-star as well, right? They have the capabilities to do it. But for some reason, he's just kind of shoulders above the rest. And at the point, we were talking about this, guys, and we said actually we thought Argentina might convert it over. But for Turkey, James, they just stopped him.
Yep, really well done. And again, in not common terrain, right? Like, it's not often we have the water of Oasis in for as long as it was, and therefore it's not often we get towards some of this hillside. We get towards this hillside from time to time, Matrim, but not quite here. So for these teams to navigate around it with this road still in play, a little uncommon.
I mean, we actually got to see some Oasis. I'm excited about it. There was a firefight going on. Yeah. Batulins and the rest of the crew from Neutral fighting over there. It was a very dramatic game, specifically just all coming down to this road hillsides, where it was essentially two different arenas. We had the Western and the Eastern fronts all just fighting against each other. But Turkey, for as competitive as they've been, this is their first victory, isn't it? This is their first chicken dinner. It's all just been consistency. Like a lot of second places, but I think this is their first.
Even the 17 kill one, I think, wasn't actually a victory overall. But I have to ask the big question because you brought up Neutral. And Gibson, I'll pose this to you to start things off. One game remaining. Is Neutral going to make it?
Well, they've got a target on their back now. Like, we know Denmark, they're chasing them. They said, I think Avenger said they're too good of a team to let them qualify at the weekend. So we know they're chasing them. We know Ukraine want to get rid of them. And we know that the teams on the cusp will want to deal with them too. If anything, I'd say Finland are probably getting away lightly because they've got the most friends in this lobby. They're the ones that I think they know that everyone else is going to go for neutral, so Finland might just sneak in.
We're truly playing the politics now. Yeah. It's like, okay, this is Eurovision. Who are we going to vote for? But of course, Mark, it is looking dicey, right? I thought maybe the path, because I was talking about how, you know, they'd moved up towards where La Cabrera was. As you take a look at the numbers coming in from Turkey, and that could have been their path forwards, especially with a circle like that, but didn't quite work out the way maybe they wanted it to.
No, and it does come down to this last game. For me, the big question is, where does Neutral now drop? We're going to Tego for the final game. Do they take a normal drop spot? Well, the last two games, we've seen actually Denmark be aggressive to their drop spot, and the last game, take it away completely. So they have to rethink what they're going to do. Capitan, he had the links in had though, boys. He had 2 out of 2 with it as well, which is outstanding. So I can't. I see a world that this last game is going to be a bit chaotic. And Matt, I don't know about you. I think Neutral are not going to make it in.
The way that they're playing right now, it definitely feels that way. It feels like they're just kind of lost in the sauce of everything that's going on right now. They're finding points, but not enough to secure them distance away from squads that are having pretty big come-ups right now.
You bring up an interesting point about their Tego drop. I know that we're looking at all these things, but there's very interesting stories going on behind this. Because their normal drop, Gibson, is very split. So if you were even able to just drop on one person, like alone on that normal split northeast of Terminal, that could be crippling.
It could be, and you know for a fact that if you do catch a solo, that blue chip's being destroyed. It's getting taken out of the game. I asked Mark, I was like, do Neutral go for their normal drop spot? And Mark was like, no chance. He was like, there is no way they're going to drop north of Terminal. It's just not going to happen. So I don't know how they approach this game. Like, they've got the players. Like, you look at the resume that like even Batulins has over the last 2 or 3 years. They've got the resumes. but it is just, the pressure is going to be so high right now.
I think you're totally right. I mean, technically, you know, those players from those kinds of drop spots on Tago have a really good track record about getting good results on the board. But if they can't go there, if they once again forced into a bad drop or a bad position, that could be all that matters. But there's so many teams that are still in the fight here for these spots. We're time to go to a break. When we return, the final game of PNC Survival Stage.
So you can hear bad guys better. Hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things. Okay. So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
The ultimate battle for survival features 24 PUBG All-Star teams from around the globe. The PUBG Nations Cup is back. This year, things are getting a massive overhaul, so you can do more than just watch. You can dive right into the action and earn reward. In place of Pick'em Challenge, a brand new event pass and PUBG Fantasy are coming directly to PUBG Battlegrounds. Beyond just spectating, here's how you can jump straight into the in-game action right now. First and foremost, a stunning lineup of items created to celebrate PNC 2026 awaits you. Anyone can earn them simply by completing event pass missions starting on June 17th. Not only can you get free outfit sets and G-coins just by participating, but purchasing event pass PNC 2026 also unlocks exclusive rare items, including Panzerfaust and mountain bike skins along with various outfit sets. Notably, the PNC 2026 pass includes standard gameplay missions alongside exclusive PUBG Fantasy missions, such as finalizing your fantasy roster or spending over 90% of your budget.
Me? Malta? I know, but why are we looking at me when you said it?
Hello everyone, welcome to another sit-down game time with Bella. With me is Team GBR or United Kingdom. Hello guys.
Hello.
Yeah. Did you guys say GBR is a mouthful?
Yeah. Too much confusion.
All right, today's game is Never Have I Ever.
Okay. Never have I ever.
You guys all know that game. We should decide what the penalty would be first.
No dancing, please.
No dancing?
No dancing. I was like a tweet. You get to tweet someone. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. We pick it as a collective.
Because it's only 4 of you, we'll start with 4 fingers up.
All right. Never have I ever been to Italy.
Oh, we
You haven't been.
So you don't put a finger down?
Yes.
I have.
Thank you, T-Bone.
Yep.
Thank you. Wonderful. What a leader.
Okay. Never ever been to Malaysia.
You've been. We went last year.
Exactly. Put your finger down.
Well, you've been like 10 times.
Okay.
Never have I ever smoked a cigarette.
Ooh.
No one smokes cigarette,
Michael,
no?
are you? What finger are you on now?
Wait, but I can't do that. Fingers don't work that way. Never ever ate octopus.
Oh. You've had it?
Yeah. Wait, I'm not. Never have I ever mortared my teammate.
Oh, okay.
Why me?
Malta?
Me? I know, but why are we looking at me when you said it?
You've lost.
Yeah.
I've not lost.
Fex is lost.
That's whatever.
Yeah. I'm just happy that Fex is here with us today. What a ball of joy. What should we make Fex tweet then?
No. I have to post a picture with no context.
I'll do Scorpion first.
Yeah, you did it. Thank you for joining me, Team United Kingdom. Wait, say bye with me. Bye.
Battleground, your management budget will grow even more abundant. Bonus points will be awarded for special milestones, such as First Blood or securing 2 chicken dinners. Most importantly, you can designate one team on your roster as your most supported team. All points they earn will be boosted by a massive 1.3 times multiplier. Make sure to carefully choose your ultimate trump card. Rack up points and climb the global leaderboard. Amazing G-Coin rewards are waiting for you. The first place winner of PUBG Fantasy will take home a whopping 15,000 G-Coin, with G-Coin rewards scaled all across the standing. Even if you don't secure the top spot, there's absolutely no need to worry. G-Coin rewards are available all the way down to the top 50%, so keep your eyes on the leaderboard until the very end. Just keep in mind that rewards can only be claimed after the tournament ends from June 29th through July 7th. Event Pass and PUBG Fantasy are entirely new ways to take your tournament experience to a whole new level. Assemble your dream team today and walk away with various items and G-Coin rewards. The fate of your team is now in your hands.
Six spots feel already very decided. Ukraine, Turkey, Denmark, Argentina, Great Britain, and the Philippines. But which two more teams will join them is the question. Let's talk about it. I'm coming to you, Gibson. Who are you looking at to be able to join those teams out of who's left?
Well, you posed the question if Finland and neutral drop early. Do the teams in the chasing pack have what it takes to close that 10-point gap? And the only real teams that you think maybe could do it are Australia and Kazakhstan. And even then, that's a reach based on how they've played over the previous 8 maps. Like, they have a lot of work to do.
Final thought, Matrim?
I just gotta say, I have faith in neutral. You can do it.
All right, let's get to it then. The final game, will they prevail? We're about to find out as we head over to Gibson and Mark for all the action.
Last map, Mark Poyer and Darren Gibson on the mic to bring you this one. And Mark, are neutral going to get over the line, or do we see a contender from the bottom half of the table stepping up?
Let me answer that question in a second. Let's see where they jump out. It's going to be critical.
Ask me
I think he's going to go late, and I think he's going to go airport. I think he's going to go airport because you got to remember, Victorian and Twisted Minds used to drop, and they've tested this sort of late drop for this flight path. It looks like it might be the case. Denmark haven't altered to go for them as they go for Palace, and for Team Neutral they do go late. So are they going north? No, they're going south, actually. They're coming out very late and they're going down towards the south side.
Yeah, well, you have to remember that Canada dropped airport last time on Tego, so that's probably why neutral have gone so late on this one. As we have a look at Sheila Metaby. Outside yeah, he's there. But I'm going to ask you a question. Outside, well, maybe they're not, but outside of the previous, the big teams, outside of Ukraine, would you put Schiller down as like the best performing player outside of like the guys in Ukraine?
Oh, it's such a good shine of light, right? After PGS and watching them on the circuit, they've not been performing really well, and you have to look at S2G and go, there's big question marks around that. And then you come to this event, Sheila does so well. I think you go away as a team and go, how do we rebuild an S2G? What does that look like? What does the Turkish rosters comprise of? Because they've looked pretty strong.
Well, it's been
God, these...
Yeah. Tiggleton thought they were AFK. Tig thought they were AFK. He was like, 4 points, 4 points, guys, 4 points. Oh, wait, no, they're moving. Let's back off because we are one of the teams they don't like. You know, you've got Malaysia, Kazakhstan, Chinese Taipei, and Australia in that chasing pack, but it is such a hard ask. And, you know, you look at the previous map where Turkey managed to get that win. I think that Turkey getting that win was a real bad knock for Malaysia. Like, Malaysia needed that victory.
Look at the mini map. Look at the middle. It feeds. Norway pushed. Levante out. watch the blue chip go in towards the car. And for neutral, they're not in a position that they can go apply pressure to this straight away. They're a little bit further afield. They are still obviously down, but they're on a 2-1 split. Aduzi's closer towards Team Turkey, and Batulin's and Lou, where they're really far down. So a disconnect between neutral and their instant players are free. I think that Aini can answer the question now. I can see them not qualifying, and that pains me to say that.
Well, it'd be a shame. Like, if you look at the biggest stage and you don't have players like Aduzi and Batu playing, it is going to be a big dip. Marco, he finds if Ermac, that's the kind of the highlight of how they won that on the top. But I feel like for the likes of Malaysia, I said it before, not winning that map was a massive knock to them. Because if they had won that, Mark, they would have been right on Finland's heels.
Yeah, not sure if the kill feed side. We will now watch him. Huge knockback from Shooter. That 1-2. Or you look at that last map though, Gibson. They're qualifying. Both the teams are qualifying. For me, in that last circle, Malaysia and Kazakhstan they're the big contenders for that final, that penultimate game.
Circle shift does kind of work towards neutral, by the way, for those of you who have got that feed open. So it's circled around terminal and airport, so it is going to be over on that eastern side of the map. So teams like Canada, India, Japan, all have quite a ways to go to make their way inside the zone. Like, if you're looking at teams that need the points, Malaysia are center circle right now. Kazakhstan right beside them as well. So you've got teams that need the points in the center of the circle early.
Yeah, and it's going to be a cut-off and a line that's going to maybe move. Interesting that Finland obviously is there. Nice start, though, from Norway as they're chasing down kills. Turkey has worked its way down on that sort of southeast corner. And Aduzi, though, is definitely stuck behind enemy lines. As you can see now, Metabay not too far away from him. But a lot of these other teams have to get caught on rotation. Canada now crossing paths with India. And I feel like the final map is ensured destruction. And K-Mind open things up. And Adam gets a confirmation.
It's a wooden spoon fight. Both of these teams in touching distance. Canada don't want to be last either to India, so they're going to hunt them down and try pick up those kills as Adam will take down Snipe Hall early for the Canadians as they continue their traversal. Runax looking this way as well as Japan. Spot out Canada and Japan have a chance to play spoiler here as well, but they really only played one map this PNC, Mark. The majority of their points came from that one win.
Yeah, Japan needed a good game early on in this day number 2, and it hasn't come just yet. India trying to chase down Canada, but Canada already leaving after picking up 1 kill already. They might just again continue to work their way towards scrap that India get opportunity, and it's an unforgiven. Mid up will fall.
Yeah, can't quite bend the bullet around the terrain now, but that was nice there from an Unforgiven. He hits those shots on to Finna, and India managed to pull one back. So Canada, they will continue on as a 3 as they wrap around and spot out those India players once more. Remember, neither of these teams want to finish in last place, but I would take this fight, Mark, because of the fact you've got the ability to, with the blue chip machine right there, you can easily take the fight to India and try get Finna back.
Well, this is the thing, right? For me, especially with the introduction of the blue chips, it's not about winning the fight as a 4. It's about winning the fight. And then, as you say, as long as you win the fight, you get the opportunity, whether it's 1, 2, or 3. You just have to have one person standing to be able to put those blue chips back in. Norway, on the other hand, they are hunting. Hands are in hand. They're going back towards where they got the kill on neutral. They are sweeping this south side, but neutral have tied up, and Turkey have played away.
Yeah, Argentina's Capitan just back from a holiday inside Europe as well, Mark. He spent some time. Oh, my word, that was nasty. But,
insane.
You know, he spent the last few weeks in Europe. He was in Rotterdam for a while at the TwitchCon event. Then he actually went to Italy to do some exploring before he went back to Argentina. And looks like that little break did him some good. He's come back and he's played really well over the course of these 2 days.
And they're in so much control at this point of the map as well, right? They were holding out, they're applying pressure. Unfortunately for him, gets caught on that zone there. Dano gets back up, and then again, it's the links that are causing so much damage to everyone around him.
Yeah, so Capitan and Argentina, they're pretty much unbothered, focused and flourishing in their lane over by airport with only really Turkey anywhere nearby them. You have Finland rotating from the north side, getting really close towards Malaysia and Kazakhstan. And if you're Kazakhstan, if you could see the map like we could, you do not like this idea of Ukraine just rotating pretty close by, do you?
No, Kazakhstan need points as well, Gibson. Sometimes compounds, especially on Tego, don't result in those points. So Ukraine, yes, are sort of towards their west. They are taking, they're taking that opportunity to take the high ground. But if Kazakhstan keep their head down, they're not going to qualify.
Itzy, by the way, did you read that? Dream job as a nail technician. That's what he wants to be whenever his career in PUBG is over. As Sunny side up looks towards Adam, the VSS not quite hitting the shots that he would have wanted over that distance, but Adam will hit the deck and go prone once more. It's Japan still not giving up on these potential points on to Canada.
No, but when the knock comes through, they're going to know it's another team, and there it comes. Sunny side up, puts Adam down. So now for Canada, they know they're not fighting Team India anymore, and it's a full 4-man. Jimboy has to try and hold out. K-Mine obviously takes some huge amounts of damage, though. And then provides cover, and oh my god, it's a barrage of 5.56. He finds K-Man.
Oh my word, and the Dacia is about to blow as well. So Canada leave it all down to Shinboy in the blue, but Japan, they wanted to eat. They're on 27 points, hoping to get 2 more. Maybe just putting themselves in with a minuscule chance of qualifying through to play at the weekend as well. But Mark, remember, the new zones closes in 15 seconds time. I actually love it. I love the increased tempo, but that Panzer misses. But I'm loving the way these games are speeding up.
Yeah, quite a lot of these teams out and these players out. Day number 1. They have now adapted. The zone goes back towards the south, so Team Neutral needs to turn back the other way. Canada will fall, and unfortunately, they will secure their place in 16th place here for the survival stage. Japan, and we get the meds back on. They are in the blue. They need to get fighting. In the Philippines, well, they start fighting. And James, well, falls down. 80 jumps out, but falls into a barrage of 5.56, and he gets flushed instantly.
Yeah, Philippines, they're going to deal with Norway now, and Norway down to just 2 players left alive. And this is another team that are on that cutoff point. They're in 34 points, and with 2 players left alive, it ain't looking good for the Norwegians in this map. And looks like Aya, he's going to go check out some loot and maybe might even delete that blue chip. We'll see what Aya does.
Yeah, you got to think that'd be the case now, especially when they've taken 50% of that team. Norway obviously now need to play slightly different, but again, they're a team underneath the cut-off line. So again, a team that needs a lot of opportunity and a lot of kills going their way. Ferris, he's taking the opportunity to take to the skies and farm information, but with 153 points, he could fly around all map and it would make no difference to them qualifying and not qualifying.
Yeah, look, Ferris, he can just scout out, let his team know where they are. I think that Ukraine only had 2 games all tournament where they didn't really get up to double-digit points, so they'll want to finish this one with getting a win at the very end as Finland go hunting down Upchen here from Chinese Taipei. He manages to get in behind the shack, but Finland, remember, they're 45th place. They are the cutoff. They need to take advantage of whatever points they can potentially get, and Savior ain't going to be one of them.
I think Chinese Taipei have played really well today as well. They played a level of aggression that we wouldn't have expected all the time, and it's worked out. We saw the third-party action on Rondo. They were eager to try and take fights. Yes, they got stopped a little bit by that kind of EMP, but it was a good step forward. They're putting that kind of aggressive. Now, they obviously need to look for the qualification. They are one of the teams that I'm looking at has the capabilities to get across that line. We'll have to wait and see.
Upchen will stop to get that medkit after taking that little bit of damage, but it looks like Chinese Taipei for now will just hold this compound on the north side of the circle. Finland rotating by on the other side, just by Argentina, over towards the east as they make their way down towards Kangyong, which is held by Turkey. But so many teams that need a big point game, Mark, already finding themselves in good positions.
They are. We are looking only for a top 8 to secure their spots now into the grand final. Where there are already 8 teams awaiting. Malaysia, a team which again is on the wrong side of that cutoff line, so needs a bit more of a calmer game from them, but they're in a good position. They are centralist, a bit more towards that north, and that river divides west versus east.
Empty, and Malaysia just locked into this position. Currently 9 points off of Finland, is sitting in 8th place. They're just north of center circle, pretty close by to Australia as we look at some very early. I wouldn't even talk about these stats. Way too early to talk about what the winner percentage is.
9.24%. I'll take that.
But Mark, do you see that NEU neutral have just found themselves in the south side of the circle with the Philippines right beside them and Turkey just to their north? I think they might play the edge of Kangyong and just try get into the placements.
That keeps them alive, right? It could be very difficult for teams to crash in. They'd have to be desperate for teams to work in, and the only teams that are going to be doing that are ones that are above that line, like the Ukraines, like the Turkeys, Denmarks, etc. But they're on the other side of the zone, unless they do a crazy rotation. Gustav leading the charge. They thread the needle, but they should stay pretty much on this sort of west side.
Yeah, Denmark didn't chase neutral. I think that they knew that neutral weren't going to drop where they were, where they normally do in this map, so they just couldn't give up on Palace and what it would give them. But they find themselves now in a very good position inside this circle. Turkey the same, and I like playing the edge of Gangneung, especially facing center, Mark, because it makes it that little bit easier to get out of a city. We always say it. It's easy to get into a city. It's much harder to get out of one.
It's that commitment. Don't commit too early. I think neutral haven't got any other option but to kind of enter into here. Historically, if they're above the line, they might have stayed on that hill, and that fight between them and the Philippines might have unfolded. For them at the moment, though, it is the right play. Diffix, though, gets the first opening knocked. Vard will go down. T-Bone's there to exchange. Diffix will fall. The rest of Ukraine looks too far away.
How often have UK and Ukraine fought over the course of these 2 days? Great nade. T-Bone threw it exactly where he was going to run to. Fairest is going to tie to fall damage, and that leaves it all down. Ukraine eliminated. And
UK.
I'm sorry, Turkey fans, but I don't think you're going to catch their point tally. I think they will still be comfortably in top spot, but for UK, they'll get these reses off, and man, what a comeback day it's been for them. I think James was onto something, right, picking them up for fantasy.
Yeah, that makes me second guess what I've done now. But Turkey is still up there. That's what I'd take. But it does take a big piece of the puzzle off the board. Now, yes, they are qualified, but they're qualified in the context that they could do whatever they wanted, Gibson. The fact they've gone down early, there might be a sigh of relief around the rest of these teams. Zone is moving in. Rest of these teams now look to try and find the zone. Finland, though, in that northeast corner, trying to hold off as Japan work their way around.
Yeah, but that's only one Japan player. The other ones are a bit further south, and Sata needs to be very careful now that they don't push on up, because you've now got to go through Japan on your pathway into the next circle unless you wrap all the way down to IXC, who's playing on the very eastern side of the circle. But I think Japan, they're going to just post up here for now, play the rice fields, play the dips, and 30 points, 15 off top spot. They're going to believe there's a chance, but Mark, I don't think so. And Corexi is going to compound the misery. That's a big knock, and if they can get this point here, it actually, I think, will put them above NEU because they've actually won a map.
Yeah, need to get that conversion. Now, make sure it doesn't get stolen away. They get another one. Scav puts Fevin down. Eyes on the prize where they can. The zone should shift. How much of that exposed to town remains? A big proportion of it. And neutral already clashing here with India as they crash on in.
Yeah, Batu picks up that point. So just as Finland managed to get a point, there's an instant rebuttal from neutral as they're both on 47 points now, which you said earlier you think's where the cutoff will be lying thereabouts, as Batulans will confirm out an extra one, putting them back above Finland for now. This battle for Gangneung, they've cleared themselves space, and I think thankfully for them, Turkey aren't going to push this way, so they should be able to live and survive for a bit longer and maybe pick up more points onto India.
Yeah, Turkey looking at this as trying to get a final win, right? They're not being, I suppose, chaotic as they could be. They're being disciplined in their game approach.
Argentina
finds Saturday as they apply pressure on towards that north. Finland do not need to go down right now. Corexi launches a barrage of 5.56 out towards the high side. Here comes the grenade. He needs to make the waste, and he does. Gets away just in time.
Yeah, but this is big now. Scav's got to stay here. You've got to try stay alive long enough for reinforcements. That nade's going to bounce the other side, and Capitan will find another. Corexi falls. That nade deals with them, and Finland are down to 2. 47 points now is the current standing cutoff as Capitan and Emmy will combine. Lou, he'll deal with India. He'll take that knock, thankfully, for the extra points, and that piles on the pressure even more to Finland.
It does, and they have to cut and make running towards the zone. What worries me is they might look at the town, and the only entry point they've got is straight onto neutral. Other teams now enter, Malaysia being one of them. Again, a team looking to try and get on the right side, though. Shen, the final player for them, and he will be the final survivor only as they work their way into the compound.
Yeah, this is not good for Malaysia now. They're on 36 points. You could probably count them out now from getting the win as well, which opens the door for like Kazakhstan, Australia, Chinese Taipei, all in with a chance. But Argentina, they're pushing the north. But look at Australia, Mark. 2-2 split. One's holding Kazakhstan, one team holding Chinese Taipei. The teams that are all around each other in the leaderboard are around each other in the server as well.
Yeah, it's a difficult circle, right? It would be a one team surviving at the end. You got to think Tig's been in by those crates for a while, so expect him to be stacked. Finland looking to try and get the boys back as they cut themselves back towards the line, but they're cutting their way towards Argentina. Get in front, but they've been bleeding. They pull up. He's in their car. DraftKings playing sneaky. IXE on the other side. You wouldn't be able to find him. He jumps out. Here's the click of the grenade, but DraftKings will just sit and wait.
Yeah, dips out of the smoke for now. Dips back in. There was an angles found. He takes himself down with his own nade. And Scav will toss another one in. Confirm the point out. Every single point matters. As that moves on to 48, you've got a nade being thrown from afar by Pipa. They're following it in. This is Finland's last stand.
Run! Finland, you have to make the last stand. You've got to stop the push, and it is a huge barrage. Kobe's blue zones come over. One blue zone only will not be enough. And Argentina, well, they're down towards 3. Chinese Taipei, as I said before, they like the third-party action. And unfortunately for Finland, they're on the cut-off line, but they cut themselves short. 12th place here on the final game.
Opens up the door now for the teams in the hunting pack. Kazakhstan, Australia, Chinese Taipei, all with a huge chance to close the gap. But it is still a lot. Like, you're talking about 12 points minimum for any of these teams to catch Finland, who also have a win in the back pocket. So the placement point buffer will be a nice one for them, Mark.
Look at Batunis. Batunis has left the compound. He's left the safety of the city. He's gone towards that northeast corner. He's trying to take anything he can get at the moment. Chinese Taipei can see the bodies below. They've got the BRDM. Pipa launches a barrage of flashes forward, though. But the grenades come through. A little bit of damage, but it's not enough to get the knock.
Chinese Taipei will look to ride this BRDM into the weekend if they're able to just keep on surviving. Argentina one side, Australia the other. By dealing with those two teams, you open up the door, but I think that Savior, he's just scouting. He's just moving, and neutral have sent it, Mark. You're right.
They've sent it. They're gambling, but they're gambling on getting the points. Turkey finds a Hoba, though. Capitan launches shots towards that BRDM. Chinese Taipei just farming information. And for Team Neutral, they've inserted themselves in this fight because they want to get as many points as they can.
Yeah, Batu's going to fall, though. Beamy gets the knock, and all of a sudden, Neutral are in a bad spot. 2 players left alive now, and Beamy will confirm out that kill as Chinese Taipei just don't know where to go next. But the rest of Neutral gone back into Kangyong. They're going to just try to survive into the placement points. They know if they can get 2, maybe 3 more points, they're 100% safe, but it's looking good for them now, Mark. Tiggleton with a huge lock on to Zeno as Australia start to make their stand.
Oh my God, they're up towards the cutoff line. 37, Team Australia might be there. Grenades come over the top. It looks like a confirmation. They get another one on the board here. And actually the run over is not going to help Chinese Taipei. They had the power of the BRDM, but it's not enough. And the continued force of Australia.
Yeah, Saviour's denying. He's going into the blue. He's getting out of there. He knows that it's Australia, and he doesn't want to farm them or give them the opportunity to get more points. Now, it is phase 5, so you can see how much damage he is taking every single second. He is going to try to deny to the blue, but surely you can see the BRDM. You know where he is, but Saviour, this is big. He goes for Luke, but he misses the first shots.
Flood gets a massive hit onto him. There's another point out there. Tig's looking to try and work his way in. Saviour's got to be there. Gets the med back on. Goes back towards that BRDM, but he's outside. Dev zone is ticking, and it's doing huge amounts of damage.
Tig.
And Kazakhstan pits down Tig.
Oh, this is big, but Monty's there for the instant knock on the other side. IM5 is going to toss the nade on over. Gets the flush. Chinese Taipei will fall as Saviour goes down to the blue. The nade from IM5, the first one's not good enough. The second one should be much better, but Flood is still alive and kicking. Can Monty get Flood back up? Tiggleton is down and out, though. 6 kills for Australia. 2 players left alive. It might just be a bridge too far.
Might be a bridge too far. 6 kills at the moment. They're at the 40. There's only a small gap between them, but there's a big gap between them and the zone. Monty looking to try and get Flood back up. IM5 doesn't look like he's got the heavy utility just to kind of end this fight here. It comes back from the other side, but hits a crater and it goes bouncing towards the town.
Yeah, and if you're Monty and Flood, what's the plan now? Do you try to make a stand inside this turf, Kazakhstan, with just 2 players left up alive? So you think about that, that's 2 points up for grabs for either of those 2 teams. Then the placement points will start to get involved as well. But as you can see, IM5 has got no throwable utility, as on the other side, Norway are battling with Team GB.
They are. He does get the first opening knock. Michael finds Monty at distance, though, and Norway do go down, so their chances to go to the final are ended. 10th place, though, it's Team UK. Still try and hold out. Australia able to get the reds back on, so they're back to a 2. But again, it's phase number 6, and it's 3 seconds before it starts pushing.
Yeah, the blue zone's going to start moving. The only thing that might help Australia right now is the fact that they do have a P90. They have some level 3 gear that might just give them the boost that they need, but it's still such a task. You've got to... Look, 1 more spot. 1 more team falls, that's 1 point. That brings it down to 7. If you can just survive, maybe find 1 or 2 kills along the way, and that goes for them and Kazakhstan, you might just fall into the finals.
Yeah, but for Kazakhstan, they're trying to work their way in, and Turkey have set themselves up for an end game. So they've set themselves up for the shot. Australia setting themselves up now for the push. They've worked their way down. Metape has the first one, but they pull up and they pull down as Iron 5 puts Monty. Kazakhstan will fall down as Flood keeps Australia in the fight.
Yeah, but the vehicle's going to explode, and thankfully for him, it flips the other way. Monty is down and out as we get into the placement points. The molly is perfect. Gustav gets it done, and now Malaysia are the only team that could possibly catch Finland, but it ain't going to happen. They need 10 points, and Shen is inside Kangneung, so I think that Finland have just about made it, and it's taken a day to miracle for them.
Oh, yes, they're a world. Yeah, Shen, big player, but he will need some huge plays and more importantly, some huge kills. So it is looking like Finland might be that 8th team punching their ticket to the final. But for now, Turkey, as I said, set up for the fight. And now chaos can unfold. Team UK had an outstanding day. Denmark throwing everything they can in it as well. They got bodies down. And Gustav, though, looking to provide the final blow.
So Mark, big question. What's the next Falcons team meeting going to go like now as Gustav just wiped out Tig's chances of making it through the weekend? UK deleted as Gustav will pick up a few more alongside Ketter. But yeah, how much money has Gustav just cost Tiggleton? That's the real question.
They didn't take him out, so don't give him that, all right? It's all love and war. That's what it's for, that competitive. Remember, Gustav is having fun with the guys.
Yeah, the guys weren't having fun with Gustav there, I'm not going to lie, as we've got our top 4. Malaysia up to 40 points. And so think about it this way. They survived 2 more teams falling. That's an extra 2 points in the bank. They still need to get a couple of kills and these extra few spots if they want a chance. So really the question is, do neutral want to cause havoc to Finland? Because they could take the fight to Shen.
They could. I think they are actually going to push towards Shen, but I think neutral, despite that push out, that stance to go take the fight, yes, they did lose Baturians, they had to play back and they go defensive. They've just kept out of trouble, and the fact they've kept out of trouble, they find themselves now above that cutoff line. Big brains, big brains.
Where's the headphones?
Where's the cowboy?
Where's the headphones? But you know what? GG's to Denmark. They've guaranteed at least 3rd place. They'll be playing at the weekend. Turkey, they were phenomenal. 2nd place, maybe 100 points still to go as Shen knows.
No, not home. Not behind door number B.
But now he has to open the door up again, and that's going to give away the footsteps.
Yeah, he's heard him. He's gone back. He sees one.
Oh my God.
A doozy! Had an absolute doozy with that. He pulled that pin, and Shen just stood in shock and awe as what unfolded in front of him. Team neutral taking the opportunity to say goodnight, and a doozy wanted no more of the final 4.
That was a real doozy of a need there, wasn't it?
Oh
From a
my
doozy. Lou now, last player standing. He's going to try take out the Turkey team as he gets that nade ready. Celtic's going to go for the res, but one well-placed nade could be a problem. 3v1v2 at the minute. 2v1v2 of active standing players. But as you can see, it's finishing just outside Kangneung, and Denmark are casting their net.
I just can't get over that, Gibson. I just can't get over that. I can't move forward in my life. It's a 3 versus 2 versus 1. A doozy is out. Lou, final player for them. Denmark are looking for a clean sweep despite being the aggressor for Team Neutral in the last 2 games. They are trying to play their own game, and they're playing it well. Centre dot should be going their way. Turkey needs to clean up, Lou.
Yeah, said Turkey want to get up to 100 points, and it is so doable for them. Denmark on the other side, they want to finish with another victory and what's been a really good performance for them and all the fantasy owners of this Danish side. 5 kills for Gustav, 3 for Ketter. They're just waiting. They've got the circle. They've got control. They're happy for Turkey to get the kill on the Lou, and then they'll hope that their position can beat the numbers.
There goes 1, there goes 2, and for Lou, he ends in 3rd place. It's a 3 versus 2 position. Actually, I'd favour Denmark. Gustav in a good holding pattern. Ketter, though, trying to take the line of sight towards him. Is Gustav even not... I don't think Gustav has been spotted by them. Maybe he's heard a couple of shots for Turkey. They have to make the charge towards centre zone.
Well, Gustav can just sit in the corner of this barn now and, feed the information. All Ketter has to do is be a distraction, right? Ketter's entire job now is to stay alive, but don't fall. Keep all eyes on the rock, and that will allow the Gustav flank on the other side cause a problem, but I think Gustav's just revealed his position as well by tossing that nade.
Yeah, damage has been done. It's a 3 versus 2, so number advantage is in the eyes of Turkey, but they have to get out of this compound. They have to get over the wall. Smokes will stop line of sight. Gustav takes the opportunity for that to make the run. He gets caught here by Celtic, but lucky enough for him, he finds safety just behind, and the shield gets up. Also, just in time for Gustav.
Oh, big brain play, but the Panzer said, oh my god, the fence stopped the Panzer.
Charge!
Gustav has stepped up closer, got the angle on the other side. Metaby spots him out, and Metaby gets the knock on to Gustav, leaving it all down to Ketter. But can he be better than this Danish or this Turkey side? He's holding the rock. He's got a Panzer. One good Panzer could change everything.
Yeah, Gustav obviously has been confirmed out, so the information will be denied. They've got a few crates, a couple of craters to try and hold out. The Doritos will now roll forward here from Turkey. Ketter is waiting. The spray goes through. He's now going to swap towards the grenades. When will that Panzer come out and cause an explosive action? But Ketter backed up against the wall, but looking to try and take everything to Turkey.
He's got another nade in the back pocket. He's got a BZ that he can toss as well, but you can see the flash grenades being thrown his way. The nade finds 26 damage, forcing a temporary retreat from Turkey. A Celtic and Code Marco move, but keep an eye on the flank on the other side. Metaby is just holding the angle.
Oh, I thought that grenade was going to go. Code Marco and Celtic both go down to one shot, so they have to go back in towards the smoke, find safety. Code Marco goes to get his hand in the cookie jar of the crate, and Ketter still unhinged, unmoved, and still holding the line.
Yeah, and they get themselves back up. They've found a few med kits they're keeping alive in the fight. Metaby's position, I don't know if Ketter saw him, but we can see him in the corner of our screen. You can just see the elbow sticking out from the edge of that. And he can see the gun. He can see that rifle of Ketter's as well. That's going to be a flash grenade trying to be at a peak, but Turkey are trying to play the patient game.
He doesn't need to move. He doesn't need to move. They have to move first. He's been caught with the flash. Ketter's lining up now for best space. That's some damage though come from the blue. Goes round the other side. That might be catastrophic for him. He has to manage to fight. Good defensive smoke. Comes out from Code Marco. That's going to deny a line of sight opportunity for him to drive forward, but it's not going to be for long. And it's Turkey back to back. 18 kills, and Turkey close out day number 2 Gibson with a bang.
Turkey yay, or is it Turkey yay, James, as they get the win to close out the week, or to close out the week. Yeah.
I'll take that double back-to-back here for Turkey. Awesome stuff here by them. And I think ultimately, when you see this go down, it proves me wrong here, Matrim. I had doubts about them, but they have been able to show fantastic strength day on day.
I mean, the fact that they managed to make that push, you and I were talking about it while we were watching everything go down, and it felt like it was everything just in the bag for Denmark at the time, but Turkey managed to find the ways to navigate it, played it slow, changed the pacing of the game, took the 1v1 as they needed to, and then slowly pushed it into the 1v3. Just an overall very heady game coming out of them, and a lot of teams as well, you got to give respect to, that were trying all the way until the end just to secure, but the 10-point differential on this last game, just too big to usurp.
Yeah, well, this was a tense one, obviously, for teams like Australia, for teams like Kazakhstan trying to scramble. They end up running into each other as well, Gibson, and all for naught in the end.
Yeah, I thought for a second when I saw Australia's position and I saw the 2-2 split, I thought there was maybe a chance something could happen, but it was really just mutually assured destruction between them, Chinese Taipei, Kazakhstan, basically everybody making sure the other team ain't going to make it. And then, nice for Gustav. I know Tig was dead at this point already, but making sure his Falcons teammate's not going to be playing at the... Why do we have to show that again for poor Doozy?
I agree. Why you got to do him like that? That's like the most uncharacteristic Doozy mistake of all time. But, you know, because you even see the UI element of cooking a nade. But
I just love how Shin was watching it, sees it, is like, what? Picks back around and then instantly dies. Like, its brain stopped for a second and allowed Turkey to just murder it.
Did that really happen in front of me?
Yeah, not common at all, but sometimes it happens in the heat of the moment here. But Neutral will move on importantly, Mark, considering I think as soon as they didn't go to the normal drop, I think I was talking to Martin as well while this was going on, saying they're in their heads. They didn't want to kind of go away from Palace as well. It's such a strong spot, but I mean, Neutral, they made it work in the end.
No, they did put that kind of that testing drop from Twisted Minds, though, that's south and in and around that kind of airport. And they played well. I was worried at certain stages. Obviously, going into a city is always dangerous anyway. And for Turkey, they obviously want to play to the win. So at any point, Turkey could have gone, actually, you know what? We know neutrals in the town. Let's just go sweep through and deny. But for lucky enough for them, I also like the play from neutral. They did try to go get points. They left the town to go take the fight. They lost Batulins. And actually for them, though, they knew they had to try and play out for placement. They cut tail. They went back to where they came.
You know, now that I think about it, Gibson, this is a crazy win for Turkey, considering we think they might have not been at their PCs at the beginning of the game.
Well, you saw it. They were just falling, and Tig was like 3 points. Tig goes 3 points. I'm going. Then you see the parachute start to go different directions, and Tig was like, yeah, I'm back. I'm not going at this at all. But man, like, what a 2 days. They told me they were going to play like Predators. That's what Sheila told me, and they backed it up. Like, I didn't see it coming, but I'm so happy it did turn out that way.
Yeah, Metabay taking a man of the match as well. Awesome to see kind of the growth of this team across just 2 days alone. I mean, of course, yesterday technically was better, but still able to step up to the plate here with a back-to-back towards the end, taking down some big names along the way as well. 990 damage coming in from Metabay for this one. So 18 points will go their way. Denmark, from the position that they were normally dropping on Palace, 14 points go their way. I think, Matchroom, when you look at Denmark, I think they're also a big threat for that grand final.
Yeah, they really have figured out a good game plan for themselves. This is going to be a team that I'm expecting to do high-end competition. Turkey IE, I have to admit as well, I came in a little bit loose on them. I thought that they would do well, but not as well as they've managed to do. So overall, it means that it is going to stay neutral and Finland right on the cusp. Australia got close but couldn't quite close it out. But big shout out today to Finland and United Kingdom, who started off at 12 and 13 points. Massive day for those guys.
Never had a doubt, never a single doubt in my mind was the United Kingdom going to rise to the occasion. In fact, I messaged Michael during that game and said I never had a doubt, and he told me to do one. But here are the 16 teams that are going to be representing in the grand final. We do have a one-day hiatus, but then we will be back for 3 days of a grand final. And of course, it will be in what effectively for PUBG is kind of a historical arena, because this is the same place, Mark. We hosted PNC 2019 all that time ago. Crazy.
Doozy looks to try and get the win again. Well, they do have a day off, and obviously for them, they have to try and figure out what the game plan is for those teams that are coming in, those 8 outstanding teams that already qualified towards the final. Now, for obviously the teams that are about to go, as we jump into this.
Team Ukraine, I got Ferris, and of course the man with 3 jobs, coach, babysitter, and interpreter, Coach Alrain, for the interview. Hi guys, good to see you. Well, you guys just dominated today, 153 points, and we just saw 100 kills. Why was it so easy for you guys to dominate this time?
Чесно кажучи, це просто занадто легке лобі для нас просто. Але думаю, в фіналі лобі буде краще. Скоріше за всього, не вийде так сильно домінувати, але ми будемо старатися робити кращу гру для нас.
To be honest, it was pretty much the easiest lobby we've played. So that's why we performed so good. But in the finals, opponents will be stronger, and he's not sure if we'll be able to perform to the same level, but we'll definitely try to do the same.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you faced a lot of teams that you haven't played against before, but as the IGL, you were the #1 in total kills and #1 in total knocks. Furious, how did you manage to do that? Was there something different in your approach that made it for you to, play your game and kill those other people in game?
Чесно кажучи, просто тімейти дуже сильно допомагають мені приймати рішення. І в мене більше часу вистачає на те, щоб я зміг набивати стату. І також в мене на цьому турнірі просто дуже сильна впевненість через те, що я рахую, що тут гравці чуть нижчого рівня, ніж на глобальній сцені.
My team helps me a lot with calling and decision making. That's why I have the space for performing myself. And I have a great confidence in our squad during this tournament because again, he feels like we can be so much better than others.
Right, and you also mentioned that the stronger teams are waiting for you in the grand finals, right? They must be watching the way you played. What would you like to say to the other teams that are waiting for you in the arena?
Чесно, нема що сказати, просто будемо бачити, що буде в фіналі.
There is no much to say. Let's see how it goes in the finals.
I thought you were gonna be like, we're coming for you, but you know, so humble. All right, thank you for joining me, Faris and Alrain, and I hope the best of you for the grand finals in the arena. Thank you guys, and
Thank you.
That's all from us, and I'll be back in a bit.
Well, we almost lost Bella there for a second. She almost fell over. But a very honest interview here, Matchroom, coming out from fairest in Ukraine, who looks amazing for this championship.
Oh, the fairest of them all, standing atop everybody is he just doesn't even care about the rest of the lobby. It is absolutely brutal. As I think that we're getting everything set up, maybe move into another interview, but I mean, you got to admit, fairest earned it. This has been a great showing from him. BRD man himself, just performing massive for his squad.
Yeah, I think alongside the boys on Navi, they've really been able to rise to this year. Never mind this tournament, but let's listen in with Finland.
This time. Hi, Sata.
Hello, hello.
How are you? This is your first post-match interview. How are you feeling? How was today for you?
Yeah, it was pretty good. We got lucky.
You think it was just luck that you guys managed to come in just in time for the grand finals?
Luck and great teammates. I did really.
Yeah, I mean, this is your first PNC as well, along with some of the experienced players. Well, what was your expectation when you first found out that you were going to be playing at PNC? Did you guys see yourself securing your spot in the grand finals?
Only if we get lucky. And apparently we did.
It's just luck, luck, luck. Well, we had to watch till the last bit of the game to make sure that you were in the top 8, right? What was the talk like between the teammates? Were you pretty confident that you were set?
Not really until we saw like the last 4 teams below us, so the remaining, they only had like 1 player up from each team, so it was kind of like we were probably in, but still had to wait.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very nail-biting last bit of the game that we all enjoy, right? And now you'll be playing in the grand finals. We got some of the big names there, right?
Yeah.
Who do you want to face? Who are you most excited to play against or meet in person?
Probably Denmark.
You already saw them here. What about the grand finals team? We got like Vietnam, we got USA. Anyone that you're excited to play against?
Not really, they're all monsters at the game.
Yes, they are, but you know, your eyes are fixated on Denmark with their star player, Beamy, as well, right? All right, well, Sata, best of luck to you in the grand finals at Changchun Arena. I hope you enjoy it there. And that is all from us here, Sata and I, but we will tell you, we'll be back at PNC Changchun Arena, where the first ever PNC was held. Let me do my closing for a bit. And we are headed there once again. Well, we're off to face the household teams that we mentioned: Vietnam, China, Thailand, USA, Germany, Brazil, Indonesia, and of course, Korea. PNC 2026 Grand Finals in Changchun Arena will be brought to you on June 26th, 10 a.m. UTC. So make sure to get your fantasy teams in place, and we will see you at the fancy arena. All right, wait with me, Sata. Thank you.
The tyranny of Bella knows no bounds here. Holding a Finn hostage once again. She's a brutal dictator on that stage, that's for sure. But good to hear from Sata. Normally we get to hear no from Kirexi instead in the interviews. But it was a nice change of pace. But they did squeak by the skin of their teeth here, Gibson. But it will be nice to see them in the grand final.
Yeah, it'll be nice, but if you listen to Sata, he was asked, is he looking forward to playing like USA, Vietnam? No, they're monsters.
No.
He's like, he doesn't want to be part of that lobby. But look, I think everyone expected Finland to make it. You just bet on them the wrong day, James. You bet on them yesterday. If you bet on them today, you would have done so much better.
True, but I did switch them out for Great Britain, who actually popped off today, so... You know, it's up in the air. It's up in the air. That said, though, amazing teams coming into this grand final as well that we haven't been able to see play so far here, Mark, because they're so good. They're already through into that grand final.
Yeah, look, you got to look at the likes of Vietnam, obviously returning back, and you're going to see if they're going to be able to stop any sort of South Korea play into the final. I'm also really interested in Team Thailand, right? Because they've got that kind of 2-2. FS didn't really perform when it comes to the PGS circuit, but you can't deny the fact of made in Thailand. And obviously with that Scappy and Kiss combo, is it going to be deadly? We'll have to wait and see. There's some big hitters coming into the finals.
Yeah, for sure. China as well, obviously 3 members from 17 Gaming and Spaceman who technically took an MVP at PGS. Admittedly, to me that was a weird one because of course he was like the only player that was playing that final online match room, but regardless, he was still an MVP. And you know, the kind of glow up from 4AM has been undeniable here in 2026.
Oh yeah, they're back and they're definitely putting in some work. But then whenever you combine it in with a 3-man roster, just adding in a massive amount of fragging power and a guy that can technically solo independent angles entirely by himself, that is going to be something to keep an eye on. I'm specifically drawn into Thailand. Whenever we're looking at Belmont, Scappy, Kiss, and Tigger all together, that is going to be a great lineup, specifically for fantasy. I'm willing to bet should be pretty affordable by comparison to the other top dogs whenever we're looking at all this, because this is going to be a nuts grand final going into it. There's just going to be some heavily loaded squads.
I think that's a good question, because as much as, yes, we know that there are amazing squads there, are we putting all our chips on Ukraine after what we've seen here, Gibson? That was just monstrous across these 2 days.
It was monstrous, but you got to look at the lobby. It's just not going to be the same. Like, you guys have been talking about like Korea, Thailand. The reigning champions, Vietnam, are going to be there this weekend. And I'm going to tell you this. Dimas was MVP last year. He was untouchable. It was insane. I'm excited to see what he can do. And much like you're talking about some teams having 3 players that play together all the time, you've got 3 All Gamers players playing for Vietnam as well. So they're going to come into this with tons of chemistry too. So it's hard to look past the reigning champions.
Yeah, and casually joined by Tan Vu, who at one point in 2025 might have easily been the best player in the world, right, Mark? So definitely, I mean, even in scrims, in dangerous scrims, when we've been watching them play out, obviously there's been even more quality in those scrims recently because, you know, a lot of our Western teams were in Korea anyway, so they were playing them. And Vietnam was looking insane every single day in those scrims, so I think they're coming in hot.
Yes, high points. Now, obviously, scrims you have to take with a pinch of salt, but the fact the amount of points they're putting on their scrim board is insane. So, defending champions are serious. Surprised Gibson didn't want to go mention Team USA, but
that's Matt's job.
That was going to get shut down straight away. Back to Ukraine. Like, they surely
really?
have to hold up. They have to hold up. I think Ukraine might go away and take it.
Patrick?
Just taking swings at America right off the get-go. I see. Haven't even played a game and it's just like, oh yeah, they're already screwed. No, I'll have you know, we'll be very top middle of the pack. Thank you very much.
Top middle. I'll quote that towards the end of day 3. Top middle. I like that. I like that a lot. All right, gents, we are done for today. A huge thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. Tomorrow we are not here unless you want to tune into the channel and check out, I don't know, the clip of me talking about Great Britain, who knows, but we are back the day after for 3 days of the grand final for PNC 2026. Thank you. We'll see you then for more PUBG action.
You know when you on time, you ain't gotta wait. So much you can't take it. Remember, life is whatever you make it. Talk my shit, ain't no telling that I can get it done. Is it time yet? Yes, sir. I can feel that victory, and it ain't no mystery. So good if you're next to me. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh yeah. You ain't gotta wait.